Welcome to all of our guests here this morning, and good morning, Wichita. We'll call the meeting to order. With us this morning is Pastor Philip Moore of Eden Fellowship Ministries. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I invite you to stand for both.
First, I would like to thank the mayor and the city council for this opportunity. Let's pray. Eternal God in heaven, we praise you and we thank you for this day, the dawn of a new day. We come before you with hearts filled with gratitude and hope. We acknowledge your presence in our midst, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we convene for this city council meeting. As we stand at the threshold of a new chapter, we humbly ask for your blessings upon our city and its leaders. Grant us the strength to make decisions that will foster unity, prosperity, and well-being among our community members. May our actions reflect your love and compassion for all. Lord, bestow upon each member of this council the discernment to navigate the challenge that lie ahead and the courage to make choices that honor justice and fairness. May our deliberations be marked by a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect, recognizing the diverse perspectives that contribute to the richness of our city. As we embark on this journey into the unknown, may your light shine upon us, illuminating the path of righteousness and understanding. Grant us the serenity to accept the things that we cannot change, the courage to change the things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We offer this prayer with hopeful hearts, trusting that your divine presence will guide our discussions and decisions. In your precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Moore. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 22nd, 24, and the en banc meeting of October 25th, 2024.
Are there any corrections? I see none. I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting on October 22nd, 2024, and the en banc meeting on October 25th, 2024. Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Proclamations. Today's proclamations are National Apprenticeship Week and Wichita Age Friendly Initiative.
May I please invite the Workforce Alliance of South Central Kansas and its partners to come forward at this time. The proclamation reads, the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas National Apprenticeship Week is celebrating its 10th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role of registered apprenticeships and providing and creating opportunities where apprentices may earn while they foster access to well-paying careers in Wichita and across our nation. Whereas apprenticeship programs enable employers to develop and train their future workforce while offering career seekers affordable paths to secure fulfilling jobs. Whereas Wichita recognizes the role of registered apprenticeships in expanding opportunities in our workforce that are inclusive of individuals who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality, thus providing a path for all qualified individuals to become apprentices and contribute to America's industries. Whereas Wichita recognizes that registered apprenticeships are a key strategy to improving quality jobs and creating access to jobs for all, starting with youth and young adults, while addressing some of our nation's pressing workforce challenges, such as rebuilding our country's infrastructure, addressing critical supply chain demands, supporting a clean energy workforce, modernizing our cybersecurity response, and responding to economic issues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of November 17th through 23rd of 2024 as National Apprenticeship Week in the City of Wichita, and encourage all citizens to recognize and learn more about registered apprenticeship programs in the City of Wichita.
Good morning. We would just like to thank the City of Wichita for recognizing National Apprenticeship Week. The Workforce Alliance of South Central Kansas has been a long supporter of registered apprenticeship programs in the state, and we thank you for your partnership.
May I please ask Maddie Campbell, AARP Kansas representatives, and any individuals who will be supportive of the Wichita Age Friendly Initiative, along with our Wichita City Council, to come forward at this time. This proclamation brings me great joy, as this was an initiative started by the late Mayor Carl Brewer, and it stopped during the last 2 terms of 2 previous mayors. But we have reignited the passion to bring forth a proclamation that will proclaim Wichita as an age-friendly community in the United States. This proclamation reads, "The City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas the City of Wichita is committed to fostering a community that supports the well-being and quality of life of all residents. In particular, the U.S. experiences of significant demographic shift shows that the number of individuals ages 65 and older is expected to surpass those under the age of 18 by 2034. Whereas Wichita previously achieved membership in the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities in 2012, and now seeks to rejoin the network to reaffirm its commitment to promoting, creating, and sustaining a community for people of all ages. Whereas this renewed membership offers Wichita the opportunity to lead in uniting diverse sectors to enhance community well-being by prioritizing 3 domains of livability: housing, social participation and inclusion, and communication, information, and civic engagement. To address the evolving needs of the aging population, improve the broader community, and position the city as a leader in age-friendly urban planning for a more inclusive, accessible, resilient, and sustainable future. Whereas active aging is a lifelong process, and an age-friendly community supports people of all ages by promoting overall quality of life, fostering social connections, and informing and involving residents in decision-making to ensure all individuals have an opportunity to contribute to the city's growth and enrich its social fabric, making Wichita a more vibrant place to live. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim and support the Wichita Age-Friendly Initiative in the City of Wichita, and encourage all citizens to support and participate in efforts to enhance an age-friendly community.
Good morning, Mayor Wu. Thank you so much, and to the members of the council. I am Glenda Du Bois, and I am the State Director for AARP of Kansas. And I also would like to acknowledge, I have with us Andrea Bozart, who is our staff lead for Livable Communities here, and she's our Associate State Director, and the members of our Wichita Leadership Council. And to everyone here, we are very pleased to include and invite and accept Wichita into our age-friendly network of over 700 other communities across the nation. This provides the opportunity to network with others with such like-minded ideas and agendas to bring forth a livable community across Wichita and other communities. We are pleased to have you join us, and we look forward to walking along with you in this journey toward becoming an age-friendly Wichita. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all of our guests. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Mayor, we do have a speaker on the board.
Sorry, Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you so much. I would like to just take a point of privilege, if I may. We have a nice full room. I don't think by the time we get done with all of this, everybody will still be here. So I just wanted to make a comment now instead of at the end of comments. But today is Jamie Buster, our city clerk's last meeting with the city of Wichita. You have been an incredible public servant, an incredible team member, a role model for many. I knew you before I was on council, and I've gotten to know you more since. And I would also like to take a point of privilege that may we all just wish her congratulations on her new adventure with a round of applause for her work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tuttle. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Heather Schroeder, Downtown Parking Management and Competitive Advantage Among Peer Cities, Best Practices in Urban Place Management.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Wu, Vice Mayor Ballard, and members of the City Council. My name is Heather Schroeder, and I serve as Executive Director of our Downtown Wichita. I'd also like to acknowledge several of my board members who are here with me today. Larry Weber with the Garvey Center, Joe Tigert with RT Financial, Alan Banta with Trans-Pacific Oil, Cindy Claycomb, Downtown Resident, and Jeff Lohr with the Greater Wichita Partnership. Thank you all for being here. So we're here today to talk about downtown parking from a growth perspective. I was talking with a downtown business leader the other day and about the changes happening downtown. And I said, if there's one word you could use to describe downtown at this moment, what would it be? He said, more. There are more residents, more industry sectors, more tourism, more development coming downtown all the time. And I have to agree with that. We just solicited proposals for, from national planning firms to help with the update to our downtown master plan, the first update in 15 years. And we were expecting maybe 4, 6, 8 proposals to come in. We got more. 17 different firms across the country have applied to work in our city and help us map out our roadmap for growth over the next 10 years. Those proposals came in from Kansas City, Denver, Boston, DC, LA, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Columbus, Cincinnati. Wichita is on the radar of people in all these places. Coincidentally, all those places have downtown parking management plans. But the point there is that there's way more interest in Wichita than we were anticipating. I think we can all agree that more activity in Wichita is a good thing. More jobs, more residents, more tax revenue, more resources to help grow our city. So the private sector is preparing. We're preparing for growth. We're building more housing downtown to accommodate more residents who want the convenience of living in a walkable community. KU and WSU are building the Biomedical Center to provide more research and more innovation in healthcare. Visit Wichita is attracting more sporting events to our core, like the U.S. Figure Skating National Championships, the NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament, to bring more visitors to our core. More businesses are opening. We just did a tally, and I'm proud to report that we're celebrating 20 new business openings in downtown Wichita this year alone. So business owners understand that in order to have more, in order to grow, change is necessary. Now we're asking the city to match these private sector efforts. That doesn't mean providing more parking. We want to use that land for more and better uses, but it means better management of the resources that we have. Our current system, as we know, isn't working. I don't need to provide more examples of broken windows and foul odors and unpleasant environments in our current downtown parking system. But what we have is a disconnect between this greater use of our downtown and a lack of great management of those resources. What we're asking today is we're asking you to invest in parking management to enable downtown Wichita's growth to continue. We encourage you to select option A from the choices that were presented at last week's public parking meeting. Option A provides the revenue the city needs to manage our parking resources going forward so that we can all have more in downtown Wichita. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
Larry Weber, Parking Plan Proposal.
Get back to the first here. Morning, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Larry Weber, and I reside at 18 North Beach here in Wichita. I've basically been downtown for the majority of the last 38 years. First as general manager of the Broadview, and then general manager of the Holiday Inn, the 26-story building. I worked another hotel outside of downtown for a couple of years until Willard Garvey asked me to come back to reopen the Holiday Inn as another hotel in 1997. He didn't like the numbers on what it would take to reopen as a hotel, and then asked me what else we could do with the building, what we could change it into. There were no, we looked at a number of options, and we came up with the apartments. There were no apartments in downtown in 1999. Willard took a risk, and he made a change. Now look at all the apartments in downtown. Think about other changes that we've made over my 38 years in downtown. Dave Burke in the Old Town Entertainment District. Would Cargill have stayed in Wichita without that vibrant district? Intrust Arena, what a battle that was. But had we not changed locations, we would not have the location for NIAR. I don't even want to think where WSU and Wichita would be today without the conversion of that old Coliseum into the state-of-art facility that NIAR occupies. Today we're talking about changing how we manage parking in downtown. The Garvey Center has over 800 parking spaces. I have a 500-car garage, I have a 200-car garage, and a surface lot with 163 spaces. In the last 3 years, the owners have spent $4 million in upgrades on the 500-car garage. Monthly, we spend $8,000 a month just to maintain the parking. So I know parking is not free. Talking about change, let's look at a more recent change in parking, and that's at Century 2. We reached out to John Hale with AMS Global, who operates Century 2, to find out how the change from the old parking meters to the mobile app has gone. The first question we asked was, has parking change affected attendance at trade shows or the arts? His answer, and I'll read it. Some of the most attended events over the last year were also events where we increased the price of parking to reflect the increased demand. These events, Hamilton, Matt Riff, had sold out events and the 300 parking spaces were completely full. The next question was, as time went on, have patrons found it easier to use? His answer, yes. As with all changes, people were resistant. There is still a group that demands that there be a way to pay cash for the parking, and we're working on acquiring a kiosk that will allow them to do so. But I would point out that we've had over 30,000 transactions in the last year, and our complaint rate is under 1%, and most of those were in the beginning. I'd like to point out that a good deal of those complaints were related to the changing of the lot from free on weekends to pay. This was not actually the case. It was just that the city did not have the personnel to monitor and ticket or staff on those days. In the past 17 days, we've had 2,305 interactions with the public and have received no complaints. Now, there's differences in the C2 system and what you're looking at today, but the point is they changed the way parking was done, and it worked. We all have traveled. We all have experienced parking management systems in other cities. So today I want to implore you to ask you to go with option A and to support the parking proposal, option A. Okay, that's the script. Now let me go off script. I walked over here today from the Garvey Center, and I noticed the parking booth has gone out front. I asked the guy out front, what happened? He said, oh, we upgraded. We got rid of that, and we went to electronic way to pay for parking. So if you guys did it, why aren't we doing it everywhere else? That's my question. Have a good day.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Weber, for coming up and chatting with us about this. Could you reiterate one more time? They said that they have not gotten any complaints about the parking at Century 2?
Initially, out of the 30,000 transactions, they had less than 1%. He said in the last 17 days, they had 2,305 transactions, no complaints out of those transactions.
So the last 17 days?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because they must have been saving all that for our inboxes, because we get plenty of complaints all the time about it, so.
Yeah, I think their major thing was the fact of the weekends, that everybody used to think that you didn't have to pay on weekends because there was no staffing, nobody to ticket and that.
I
And that was
appreciate
the
that.
major change.
Another complaint I do hear is the lack of options for payment too. And the fact that it'd be $5 for all day as opposed to, I don't know, 75 cents an hour like it used to be. So I appreciate you coming up and chatting. So.
Larry, one question for you.
Yes.
Can you address how currently people are utilizing your lots at times for events?
Oh, yeah. The Garvey Center allows all of our parking spaces to be used after 5 o'clock for any events at Century 2 or any other things that we have going on. We do not charge after 5 o'clock. Up until 5 o'clock, we do charge.
So the maintenance we don't pay for.
No, nor any of the $4 million that I spent to upgrade the facility. But if you want to, free to take that.
Thank you, Larry. Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
George Theo Harris, God Bless America, and Audit MABCD and Animal Services.
City Clerk, before you start my time, I wanted to do some niceties real quick. That's not on my paper, and I'm going to be pushing the envelope. I just want to say, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Legal, and also I will send this to your, what I'm reading. I'm going to have to go fast, so I'm going to send it to your emails, and then when you get it, you can not read it and delete it. Thank you. All right, I'm starting. I have talked with my city councilor, Mr. Hoheisel, and he has said I am too critical or hard on city officials. So with that being said, how do you want me to be? I was kicked off the county animal board. I claimed that there were dangerous dogs in the county. Board members and the county animal control supervisor kept saying there were no dangerous dogs in the county for 5 years. I rolled my eyes, as I hope all of you would do. So then I asked Mr. Holheisel to put me on the Wichita Animal Advisory Board. I am one of only 2 people who has attended every board meeting since its start on July of 2015. He was hesitant. He told me no drama. Well, when you make people be accountable for their actions, there's going to be drama. God bless Wichita. This city council went ahead and passed ordinances, which I was the chairperson of the subcommittee on dog licensing minus the cat licensing, although 6 cities our size currently have cat licensing on their books. So that being said, I make things happen. I find out the inequalities in things, but yet I can't get a meeting with the city manager. I can't get 4 of you to direct this city manager to meet with me. I won't be disrespectful to him. I'll ask him some questions, and if the questions are disrespectful, they're not meant to be. I'm asking him questions that need answers. I have said that his time has come and gone, and it's mainly because poor Troy Hartman, he didn't get fired, but wink, wink, he resigned, but for $359.10. JV, remember, you did the math. $1 to $2 million per year in dog licensing fees not collected. JV, can you do that math per month for us, please? How much is that times the number of years I've been bringing this up to the manager and city council? But then and only then, after I chaired a subcommittee and we pushed something in front of you guys and you voted on it and passed it unanimously. God bless Wichita. I've been asking for an audit at Animal Services for years and years, and it should have been done years ago. Maybe, just maybe, all these cats and dogs wouldn't have been euthanized. You know, the 1,740, the rescues and citizens staged their recent walk from City Hall to Old Town. The one who seemed to be working with me and a few others is Mike Holheisel. Thank you for that. I've heard Vice Mayor Ballard has been working with some of the rescues. Thanks for that, Maggie. Now I'm asking for an audit at MABCD to find the reason why the city portal is not seamless and without hiccups, as Chris Labram admitted to us in a meeting with Jim Howell and Rusty Leeds. He bragged about 9,000 complaints turned in last year and worked. Once again, JV, the math guy, figure the large number for us. There are 17 inspectors times days in a year, divided into 9,000 calls, and you get around 2.3 to 2.4 calls per day. Now, not so impressive. Where's Celeste when you need her? God bless America. I have 2 pilot programs which we want to launch in each of 2 neighborhoods, Grandview Heights and Meadowlark, where Mr. Holheisel is. They are appropriately called MOP, Maintaining Our Properties. This program will entail inspectors talking with the 2 MOP leaders. Since I'm such a bad guy, they won't even have to converse with me at all. I'm not saying the portal doesn't work. I can show you all kinds of problems with it. But if you guys want us to keep beating that same dead horse and it's not working, it works some though. MABCD won't talk with me. I'll say I'm sorry to them as they tried to violate my First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and tell me they don't work for me. As a taxpayer, I really think they do. But now I'm blacklisted and they won't talk to me and their workload has dwindled. God bless America, and heck, while we're at it, God bless Wichita. 2 testimonials. First from Chief Ramsey on May 2nd of this year. I guess I'm going fast enough, you guys, I can slow down now. 2 testimonials from Chief Ramsey, May 2nd of 2024. From him. You are a great partner for common sense in making things better in Wichita. The fact you keep on fighting to make the city better is a testament to your good character. From retired Deputy Chief of Wichita and Director of MABCD, now currently County Manager Tom Stoltz. Good to hear from you again, George. Keep working for your neighborhoods. So please, let me keep working for my neighborhoods. Thank you. God bless America.
Thank you, George. Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
Joseph Tiger, downtown parking proposal.
morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Bear with me, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to speaking publicly, and I'm kind of an introvert. But I did want to address, first of all, it's a big day. It's voting day, right? Hopefully everybody voted. Everybody vote? I'm sure a few of you canceled some of you out, but that's democracy, right? So I'm here to talk about parking. One of my topics is parking. And I don't think we have to argue about the fact that when I heard that we were the only city of our size in the top 100 cities to not have a paid parking management system, that's obviously something we've got to fix, and I don't think anybody would argue about that. So arguments for paid parking. Paid parking can help manage the limited supply of parking spaces in busy downtown areas by charging a fee, encouraging turnover, preventing people from occupying prime spots for extended periods. Can generate significant revenue for the city, which can be reinvested into public infrastructure, transit systems, and other community services. Can incentivize people to use public transportation, ride their bikes, carpool instead of driving into the city, reducing congestion and environmental impact. It ensures that those who need the convenience of parking in high-demand areas contribute to the maintenance of that infrastructure. It also prevents the misuse of free parking by non-shoppers and non-visitors. Now, most of the arguments against paid parking have to do with overcharging. Almost all of the arguments are if we charge too much, and I'm sure we're aware of that, and we need to be very mindful of that. So I don't think, I'm assuming we all know we need a management parking system. What I also wanted to touch on, though, was who should run that. So if we, let me get my notes here, sorry. So if we allow a private company to enforce city parking laws, I know there is a philosophical belief that might not be a good thing to have an outside company enforce our rules and our laws. But in reality, number one, it's cost efficiency. It reduces the burden on city resources. Although these people are amazing over here, if we give them another burden of hiring and training city employees specifically for parking enforcement, it can be expensive. Outsourcing to a private company can reduce administrative and operational costs for the city. Private companies typically operate on a contract basis, which can save cities money compared to employing full-time staff with benefits and pensions. Private parking enforcement companies are focused solely on parking management, which can lead to faster response times and more consistent enforcement. Since these companies often work under performance-based contracts, they have incentives to maximize, to maximize compliance and minimize violations, not incentives to make money from violations, leading to potentially improved enforcement. Private companies might bring more efficient ticketing systems and technology, helping to maximize revenue from fines, which can be reinvested into city services and infrastructure. Many private companies can introduce streamlined payment methods and automated systems, making it easier for violators to pay fines quickly, reducing unpaid tickets. They have modern tools, often advanced technology like mobile apps, license plate recognition, automated ticketing, and I know that's what we're looking to do. I get that. I'll give you a quick example. One of my best friends has a business up in Kansas City in Crossroads, the neighborhood of Crossroads. So he's a manufacturing plant. Well, Crossroads has become very popular as a hot spot for restaurants, entertainment district. And so the city came to him and said, we'd like to use your lot at night. So they put in a QR code system, so his employees park for free, and at night, the people who park there pay, and then he gets a piece. He gets paid a little bit from that, which is wonderful. That's what the modern technology can do. There's another friend of mine discussed the fact that he could, when he went to some city, I don't remember what city it was, he looked at his app, and it showed him where there were spots available, which again, what a great thing to do. So the one argument against having a private company do it is that you're worried about them not being trained enough to handle, like you wouldn't want somebody enforcing our laws like speeding and other things that the police officers do. They're trained, they know, they're held accountable. Well, we're not talking about a violator ever meeting the enforcement officer in parking, right? That should never happen. So I think that should be a way out. And then my final thing, one of my friends had a great idea. He said we should replace all of the parking meters with gumball machines, because then everybody would be happier. But I don't think it'll raise any money, so. Any questions?
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mr. Tiger. Specifically, answering a lot of my questions about enforcement, I've said multiple times up here, my concern is not the master plan for paid parking, it's the enforcement aspect. So I got a lot more answers in terms of enforcement from yours presentation than I have from a lot of other presentations. I do have one quick question for Troy in regards to some of your comments regarding the 4 proposals for paid parking. I know A, B, C, and D. In June, we added an amendment to the paid parking plan that had to do with the constitutionality of it, that individuals that were third-party managers would have to take an oath and also take constitutional course to make sure that they're enforcing laws appropriately. Is that still part of these plans, or is that excluded? Because I haven't seen that in any of the presentations, or is that excluded from this?
We certainly anticipate that if we continue to utilize a third-party operator, that we would absolutely incorporate that into the process for sure.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Joe.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have one question. I think this is more for Troy. Just in terms of the parking plan, does the funding that we receive, the revenue that we receive from the parking funding or the parking plan, is it going to be earmarked for anything, or is it just going to be general fund?
No, it's not general fund. It's what I call an enterprise fund, but it's a special revenue fund. So any revenue that is generated from anything within the district as it relates to parking rates, meters, fines, et cetera, goes back into the parking system. It can only be used within the district for things associated with parking, right? So capital enhancements, capital improvements to parking infrastructure, security, clean and safe initiatives, right, that are specifically tied to parking and parking-related revenue. So it stays within the parking fund.
Okay, and this is the common practice as far as
This is
parking
standard
plans?
practice, yeah, across the nation.
Okay, so if there's excess money, does it just sit into the fund, or are we going to try and spend it down, or?
So if implementation strategies are employed and it generates more revenue than anticipated, the city can then elect to either, again, reinvest that back into new infrastructure, improvements to infrastructure, or depending on how modeling, trajectories of revenues look, you might be able to reduce fees, right? And try to find that balance. The beauty of this type of system, right, is that you're only trying to recover the costs associated with managing the system, right? So it's not supposed to be a moneymaker, it's just supposed to recover the costs. If revenues do come in higher than anticipated, and we're seeing that trend, then again, we can either invest in new and better infrastructure and programs and services associated with parking, or we can choose to reduce rates and pass that cost saving back on to the end user.
Thank you for the info.
If I could just jump in, that's a nice hypothetical, and it'd be wonderful to be in that position. But what we would do in all likelihood is create a capital replacement fund. You heard Mr. Weber talk about $4 million he just invested in a 500-space parking garage. We know we're going to have those needs over a period of time. So I would guess that we would be rolling the money back into a capital replacement.
Okay, yeah, just a question that came up while we were talking. Didn't want to get too deep into it. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question regarding that. How much in deferred maintenance do we currently have regarding parking garages or parking lots?
So we continue to fine-tune the numbers. We've said publicly that the number is north of 12 million. We've seen some estimates as high as 18 million. But again, we continue to work with staff, our public works and facilities maintenance teams to better identify exactly what improvements are needed and beginning to try to put a dollar value on that without actually having to go out and hire a third party assessment team to come in and actually assess that this is just internal operation just to try to put us in the ballpark. Could be about $18 million at this point.
So let me get this correct. We have deferred maintenance that is not accounted for in the capital improvement project plan, the CIP. it's not in the CIP, correct? 12 to 18 million dollars that is not accounted for anywhere in our CIP or general fund. So I just want to make sure that how will we, I guess, pay for it moving forward, because deferred maintenance has to be paid for at some point.
Mayor, great question, and that will be part of the presentation we bring to you on the 19th. We have, I believe at that meeting, there'll be 5 options that we share with you. I believe all but one would definitely have this capital improvement program paying for the deferred maintenance, and maybe even A would have to start that way. And then the parking plan, the parking fund would then take care of ongoing operations, maintenance, and capital replacement after that.
So again, we passed a budget in August regarding the CIP, and this is not one of the items.
Correct.
So it would have to be amended, or what would happen?
No, we're going to bring a plan forward that would be a phased plan for capital improvements. So it would happen over a period of time, and we can catch that in next year's capital improvement program.
So would we have to forego one project to pay for another project, or how will we all of a sudden get additional CIP dollars?
It's a little early to tell. In some cases, it may mean that there are projects that are on the horizon that we would, that were under consideration but not in the capital improvement, and maybe we would not go forward with those. But there is a finite number of dollars for capital projects that we can afford in any one year. So in all likelihood, the council will have to make priority decisions in order to be able to determine how we phase those improvements in.
Lastly, there is a meeting on Thursday. Can you just let the community know regarding this Thursday meeting?
Yeah, so there's a second community meeting that will be hosted at the Kansas Leadership Center Thursday night. I believe that starts at 5:30, but let me confirm that. There's 6 o'clock maybe. We will make sure that we communicate through all of the media outlets and all the media what time exactly that will occur, but I can tell you it is Thursday night at the Kansas Leadership Center. Yep.
Thank you, Troy. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Alan Banta, Downtown Parking Plan.
Morning. Thank you, council members. Thank you, staff. I was here a few weeks ago and talked a little bit about the parking plan, and it certainly has been fully ventilated, I think, and so I'm going to try to keep my remarks pretty short, and certainly my colleagues have been very eloquent with their more prepared comments, so mine are a little more off the cuff, but I have office down. My name is Alan Banta, live at 9005 East Crestwood. I've owned the Centerpoint building at the southeast corner of Main and Douglas for 27 years. I've officed downtown for 45 years. And that entire time, I've never parked for free. We are in the process of developing and have developed 5 other properties in downtown Wichita. And so I'm very familiar with the situation. I'm very familiar with the issues that people have. Of course, everybody wants door-side free parking, but parking is just not free. We have to be fiscally responsible with the parking plan. We also have to keep in mind that there is deterioration of these properties, and these properties are ultimately owned by the public, and so we have a responsibility to take care of them and to make sure that it is fiscally responsible. One area that I brought up last time that I think is important is, in our building, Centerpoint, southeast corner of Main and Douglas, we're 93% full. We can't get retail. We struggle with any kind of ground floor retail, which is what we should be attracting. The problem is there's no short-term parking adjacent to our building. We have no associated parking lot. Unlike Larry, who's blessed with a lot of parking, we have nothing but the city lots. So a lot of that free parking or short-term free parking on Douglas is taken up by people who are working downtown ultimately. We try to police it for the people in our building, and we give them parking options when they move into the building and hook them up with the city garage or with the Entrust garage. But the other thing that I brought up again last time, handicap parking or short-term unloading parking for elderly people. I've had to have my assistant go down and park cars for elderly people as they came to our property, or when they're being let out, there needs to be a place where they can be, unloaded, so to speak, to come into our building. There's no handicap spots anywhere near my building, and this is something that's increasingly important. We just went through the aging proclamation, and I think that it's just a fact that people are still active when they're in their 80s and 90s, and we have to be able to accommodate them as they come to use our services downtown. We've got tax advisors in our building. We've got health advisors in our building. We've got people coming that are elderly, and they need to be able to park or be offloaded into the property. So I think I urge you to adopt Plan A. I am fully supportive of it. I think we've talked about this a lot. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your service and your time.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you, Alan, for coming down, and for the other speakers to give their thoughts and insight from people that have actually been downtown or have businesses over a long period of time, actually decades. Well, it's been growing over the last several years, or decades for that matter. I think it's important to hear their growing pains, and you've been there through the whole time, and to know that what we're doing is not working, and looking at all the different options and giving your suggestions and thoughts. So just thank you to all of the speakers that came down, that have been part of downtown or Old Town for a long time.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I would just like to echo that as well, and especially for the Greater Wichita Partnership, your thoughts and input are valued, so thank you for sharing your time with us today. On a separate note, I am keeping an eye on the comments on YouTube, and if we can ask staff, they're saying that they can't hear, and if we could turn up the microphone's volume for the guests today. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 21.
I see a lot of names on the list, so we'll begin with Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 14 and item 20.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we pull item 12 for discussion? 12?
Any further items to be pulled? I have 2 items to be pulled, item 6 and item 7. So the items to be pulled are items 6, 7, 12, 14, and 20. I move to approve the consent agenda without 6, 7, 12, 14, and 20.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We'll go in numerical order regarding consent agenda items. We'll begin with item number 6. I believe that would be Jamie Nix.
Hi, thank you, Council. My name is Jamie Nix. I'm the Director of Libraries. I think I'm here to share a raving fan story. We help customers of all kinds, and our Wichita Public Library strives to be exceedingly inclusive and welcoming. On the 15th of September, a library customer came in and engaged with staff and shared that he had previously been incarcerated and was having difficulty finding resources to support his parenting. I think our staff were able to kind of navigate the information request, got him connected with print resources, some community information, emphasized the library's family place and family engagement endeavors, and passed out 4 other opportunities, the Evolve Guide. We thought that that was a really nice way of making connections across everyone's needs.
Amy, I really appreciate seeing the raving fans reviews, and I thought that that one was a very important one to highlight because a lot of folks don't know that we have this Evolve Guide, which provides youth services and programs. And so can you expand on how you guys share that information with community?
Certainly. I think anytime anyone's looking for ways to spend their time for an affordable way or a free, low cost, we make sure that we're highlighting Parks and Rec, City Arts, and library events. They're all accumulated on a seasonal basis in the Evolve Guide. It shows dates, times, details. It's really robust. I think that the variety of programming that's offered throughout Wichita, there's really no reason for anyone to be bored. Yeah. I do have copies, and I'll leave them up here.
Thank you very much. And then the other raving review was regarding scanning and emailing documents. Is that something that you provide at all your library branches?
Yes, we do. We have a full suite of faxing, printing, scanning services that we assist with.
Thank you to you and your staff for doing that for community.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Item number 7.
Yes, Mayor, this is a settlement of a lawsuit that arose from an incident involving a transit vehicle in 2020.
So item number 7 and 8, what is the total amount of claims that we'll be approving in this consent?
This would be a total of $71,520 for these 2 items together. One is from a lawsuit, and the second one is from a claim.
And can you tell us how much has already been allocated out?
Right. Year to date, the city has expended $752,000 for lawsuits, adding in $244,000 for claims that are not lawsuits. So that figure is just under $1 million year to date.
And how much is in the city's self-insurance fund?
The city self-insurance fund for this year was $2.5 million.
Thank you. Item number 12.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utility.
Hey, Paul, I appreciate you coming up.
Yes.
I was driving the other day down, I think, Market Street, Main Street, going under Kellogg. I'm just curious, what do we have planned as far as the boundaries under Kellogg, where we still have 1-lane roads going through my district, and then at Kellogg it switches to the 2-lane. So are we putting up a barrier of some sort under Kellogg, or?
No, we are not. With the frontage roads, so the southern, or Kellogg Drive South, the southernmost frontage road, for example, let's see, it would be Topeka Street. We would add the additional, because it's southbound under the Kellogg flyover right now, we would convert that under the flyover to 2-way, so we would add the additional pole and mast arm on the northeast corner of Topeka and Kellogg Drive North for that additional movement. But underneath Kellogg, we would not change anything south of there. We would just add the additional indications north of Kellogg.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious how it's going to work out the first couple of months anyways. How people, they've gotten used to the way it is, so.
Correct. It would just be those folks traveling on these southernmost frontage roads that they could go would be northbound on streets that are southbound only. So anybody approaching from the south there would not, it would still only be southbound.
Okay, yeah, we'll chat it more later. I just had that
Right.
question.
Nope, that's fine. Yes.
All right, thanks, Paul.
All right, you're welcome.
Paul, I had one question for
Yes.
you. The lowest bid in this exceeded the engineer's estimate by 17% for pavement markings and signage, and the total project is 8.8 million. Is this still on budget and on time, and are there any anticipated cost increases still left?
So it is, the project is on budget and on time. This was the $8 million, or $8.6 million was the overall project budget for converting the main market, Topeka and Emporia, to two-way, as well as English Street. We've bid that in multiple phases, first with the signal pole bases, or first the signal equipment. We had ordered that in January. We've had a phase to do the pole bases, pavement repair, overlay, and then the striping. So we are anticipating one more phase, and that will be to repair some concrete portions of the streets that have parking on them now outside the asphalt. We will make some concrete repairs to those. But so far, we have encumbered or spent, which would include this over estimate bid of just under $6 million.
When will this project be complete?
We are prior to the NCAA tournament in March.
Thank you, Paul. Item number 14.
Thank you, Mayor. Due to a personal conflict of interest, I have to abstain from this item.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Sally here? We couldn't make it that easy on you, Sally. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I just had two quick questions. I think I know the answer. I just want to double check. All the three groups that we're helping out here, they still have to go by the affordable housing standards, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the second question is, are there any occupants in these homes that we are?
Displacing? No.
No?
They're all currently vacant.
They're all currently vacant. Okay, thank you.
Sally, a follow-up question. So it looks like allocation is for Wichita Habitat for Humanity, Residential Housing Solutions, and Large Enterprise.
Correct.
Is it just one nonprofit and the others are private?
Correct.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, one more question. Councilmember Hoheisel alluded to the affordability piece. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We have both homeownership opportunities and rental opportunities. And so the units will have to be built to the HQS or Inspire standards. So that's the level of renovation and rehab that has to occur. For sale properties, they'll have to be sold to households making less than 80% of the area median income. For rentals, it's 60% with a preference for 50%. Because they're project-based vouchers, they will be below 50% area median income. So the final end users of these 33 properties will all be low to moderate income.
Thank you, and thank you for your hard work to figure out a project that we could do this.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Sorry, you should just stay up here. Thank you for answering the questions. We had talked about acronyms a lot in housing, and the public often they don't know. So what is 50% AMI, 80% AMI in terms of specifics?
Sure. I actually have that spelled out in one of the council documents. Hold on.
In terms of what actually is the average median income? Like
So
quantifiable numbers.
80% of area median income for a family, because it's adjustable based on household size. So for a family of 4 is $73,500. 50% of area median income for a family of 4 is $45,750 a year.
Thank you. I think those numbers are helpful to add a little context to it as well. So thank you. I appreciate it.
And item number 20.
Due to a personal conflict of interest, I have to abstain from this item as well.
Ally, I'll ask one more question since it's another housing question. These are different than the other 33 we were talking about?
No, they are the same units. It has to come to you in two different items. One, for the council to allocate the funding and approve the funding agreements, excuse me. The other, for the Wichita Housing Authority Board, is approving the sale of the properties. So they are the exact same activities, the same units, but they have to come before you two different ways.
Thank you, Sally.
Yep.
So we'll take votes based off of each consent agenda item. We'll start with consent agenda item number 6. I move to approve consent number 6.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. This one I have a little trouble with, so I'm not going to move it, but someone can. Seven.
I move that we take council's recommended, or staff's recommended action with consent item number 7.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. I motion to approve consent agenda item number 12.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. I motion to approve consent agenda item number 14.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. I motion to approve consent agenda item number 20.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated November 4th, 2024.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened yesterday, November 4th, for the following items. For engineering, we have the water distribution system sanitary sewer to serve Jackson Heights Townhomes Second Edition for Meese Construction Incorporated for an aggregate total of $293,315. This will be subject to your approval of a new engineer's estimate and budget authorization. We have Jackson Heights Court to serve Jackson Heights Townhome Second Edition for Meese Construction Incorporated in the amount of $481,461.92, subject to your approval of a new engineer's estimate and budget authorization. We have the downtown restrooms and hydration station for Barkley Construction LLC for an aggregate bid total of $531,878, subject to your approval of a new engineer's estimate and budget authorization. We have the furnish and install of new furniture for Westlink Library. We brought this to you last week. We're bringing it back to reject. We also have the furniture and install new furniture library under City Code D, no bids received, for Contract Furnishing Rents LLC, DBA Pure Workplace Solutions, for a modified aggregate total of $594,515. We have the valve boxes, lids, and rings for Core and Main LP for an estimated annual usage of $80,912. We have the 33,000 gross vehicle weight restriction cab and chassis 2,000-gallon flusher truck for Rush Truck Centers of Kansas Incorporated in the amount of $181,888. We have the roof replacement for Orchard Park for Buckley Roofing Company Incorporated for an aggregate bid total of $308,100. We have the trash, recycling containers, and collection for our airport, fire, fleet, and paving maintenance. We're requesting reject all bids on this one. This is the same item we're bringing back to you. We rejected the bids, and because there was a correction under the bidder, we're recommending under no bids received, Waste Connections of Kansas Incorporated for an aggregate monthly total of $8,058.54 per month. We have the trash and recycling containers and collection for parks and facilities for Waste Connections of Kansas Incorporated for an aggregate monthly total of $17,766.56. We have the construction of the Wichita Fire Department Vehicle Storage and Operations Center for Harmon Huffman Construction Group for an aggregate bid total of $3,784,400. We have the indirect cost allocation plan contract, change order number 2, the addition of cost modeling IT and fleet services for MGT Impact Solutions LLC for an aggregate 5-year total of $105,000. We have the Municode Codification Online Code Hosting Software Solution annual subscription for Civic Plus LLC for an aggregate 5-year total of $51,673.22. We have one Bobcat model UW56 Toolcat utility work machine for Clark Equipment Company in the amount of $91,261.68. We have the self-contained breathing apparatus, or commonly referred to as SCUBA, cylinder recertification for Hexagon Digital Wave LLC in the amount of $123,010. And we have the Intelligent Transportation System annual maintenance and support for Avail Technologies Incorporated for an aggregate 2-year total of $313,459. This is how to become a vendor with the city. These are open public opportunities out on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, and we have our requesting departments here to support the items.
Begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this the longest presentation you've done, Josh?
We've been a little busy.
Yeah. Could we go back to the 2 slides? I think it's 7 and 11.
Okay.
Where the recommendation was to reject all bids. Did we get bids on these? And well, maybe it was 6.
Yes.
Did we get bids on this? And what's the next step? And why did we reject the bids? Was it pricing?
Yeah, great question, Councilman Hoheisel. Thank you for the opportunity. So we presented this to you last meeting. The reason that we presented it to you was we had the recommendation with a different price. After the meeting had occurred, the vendor had contacted the city to notify us that their pricing for specifically add alternate 6 deduct in the specifications. That deduction or that add alternate was for an alternate material for laminate. When the vendor actually bidded or specified that out, they deducted the furniture entirely. I don't know why, things happen, but when they understood what occurred, it was roughly a $100,000 difference. So it was a significant price change that they said, we just can't take that loss. So for us at the city, what we did was we reviewed there were 2 respondents on this bid. We reviewed both respondents to make sure if they had the opportunity to correct their pricing, because both vendors did not accurately respond responsively to the specifications. If they were awarded the opportunity to change their bids, this vendor still would be the low bid, and they still would be the recommendation. So for us procedurally, we needed to reject all bids, and then we needed to have a full disclosure for council to say this item is coming back under no bids, because in theory, no bids were received. We do have an aggressive timeline, so I think part of the reason also is that we're currently leasing a facility, so we're also fast-tracking this to keep this going for our project.
Okay, how about slide 11?
Sure. Same situation. So what happened was the vendor went on vacation, and we had an addendum changing the specifications. The vendor had already left. The estimator for the representing company had left. They did not include the items we requested. So instead of us trying to change or modify or present something that was not accurate, we rejected all bids, and we had no other bidders. So we're recommending this under no bids received to modify that.
Okay, appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask you about slide 11. Could you go to slide 14, I believe?
Sure.
Can you just explain The asterisk.
The 108,000? Yeah, great question, Vice Mayor Ballard. GDA Contractors was attempting to bid as a subcontractor for Key Construction Incorporated. They did not want to be a general contractor in this instance. They wanted to apply as a sub. This bid was for a general contractor.
Thank you.
Item number 5, please.
Yep.
Can I start off with, can someone give us background regarding the downtown bathrooms and hydration station? How many are we funding? And I also had a follow-up question. I think I asked this several weeks ago regarding the bathrooms at the in front of the former Heroes at 130 North Mosley. There's a set of bathrooms that I believe are locked. Can someone give us background?
I have Department Operations that can speak to the bathrooms.
Excuse me, Mayor Paul Gunsman, Public Works and Utilities. I can speak to your initial questions regarding the project itself. So the project would install restrooms at Nafsker Park as well as A. Price Woodard Park. And then it would install a hydration station at A. Price Woodard Park as well.
So let me get this correct. We are paying for 1 bathroom at Nafsker, 1 bathroom at A. Price Woodard, and 1 hydration station at A. Price Woodard for $531,878.
That is correct.
Can you give us background of how this got on to, I guess, for us to bid on this? I believe this was prior to myself being a council member mayor.
So this has been, it's been on within the CIP for a few years. We had gone out for design for the projects for additional restrooms downtown, one at Nafsker Park as well as A. Price Woodard Park. There were existing restrooms at A. Price Woodard Park that have been out of service, so this would replace one of those restrooms. And then to put hydration stations throughout downtown for folks to use those as they visit downtown.
And the follow-up question regarding the 130 North Mosley bathrooms?
We'll have Aaron address that.
Mayor, City Council. Those restrooms presently are opened only for specific events. When they were opened all the time, they suffered significant vandalism, theft, those kinds of things.
How are we going to prevent vandalism and theft of these new bathrooms?
I don't know that we have any specific security plans in place.
Mayor, I'm not the expert on this, but that was one of the reasons this project took so long is because we were looking for a model that was used in other cities that was that required a lot less maintenance and also was easier to deal with in terms of moving parts and surfaces that could be cleaned if there was vandalism or someone painted or tried to destroy, the interior of the facility. Also, it has an opening at the top and the bottom, so that would discourage any kind of nefarious activities inside the facility. So there was a lot of research that went into what is called the Portland Loo model. I don't know, Paul, if there's anything else you want to add in that regard. But we kind of learned from what happened in Old Town with the Old Town restrooms that if we were going to introduce a new concept downtown, it would have to be something that would have it would have a reduced maintenance requirement.
Will they be cleaned once a day, or how will they be cleaned?
I don't know that we've established the interval, but we did talk about cleaning them, trying to set a standard of cleaning them once a day. The cleaning is a lot easier. It's basically a matter of hosing down the interior. That's why we picked this model, much easier to clean.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the plan with the restrooms on Mosley Street? Are we going to keep them closed permanently? Are we going to level the facility? Do we have any plan? Or he's going to keep them locked up?
At this point, our plan is to continue opening them for specific events, but keep them closed in between.
So are the specific events?
Like yes.
Farmers market, okay.
Yes.
And other city ones. The Portland Loo, they're open 24/7, I would imagine?
I believe they are, yeah.
Okay. And then the last question, the breakdown in terms of group 1 and group 2, is group 1 the hydration station? Like, what is the difference between group 1 and group 2?
Those were specific sites, NAFSCA Park, A. Price Woodard Park.
Okay, so is the hydration station, so I imagine Astor Park is the 258, Group 2, the 273. So is the hydration station just the difference in both of those?
The part of it, yes. There's some other items, to get the site ready.
So
But yes,
the bathrooms are closer to $500,000 total, while the hydration station's the remainder of the difference.
that is correct. Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
I apologize, I was waiting for Councilmember Ballard. Just a couple of things here. This is something that we do here quite a bit. What's our budget for cleaning up some of the waste that goes on downtown where people don't have accessible bathrooms? Isn't that a $50,000 a year that we pay to help clean that kind of stuff up?
The roughly 50,000 sounds about right.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is just catching us up to where we need to be to have accessible bathrooms, to deal with the problem that we have. I mean, we get hit all the time about stuff going on outside the library and whatnot, so making sure that we have places for people to go use the restroom. And this Portland Loo, it looks pretty good to me because like the city manager said, it helps address some safety issues, people being able to see if anybody's in there, making sure that nothing nefarious is going on in there, and then just the ease with being able to actually clean these and hose these down in a pretty easy fashion here. So I think this is definitely a great item to push through, and I can't wait to start seeing them pop up. So thank you guys.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a project that I've been working on since I got on council, and I think it's incredibly important we encourage people to use NASCAR Park, and there's a place for animals to go to the bathroom and not for people. So I think that public restrooms, everybody has to go to the bathroom. It doesn't matter how old you are. If you take a kid to the park in the first 5 minutes, they're going to have to go to the bathroom, and a lot of the businesses around there are not open to utilize their restrooms during events. So this has taken a really long time to get us to this point. I think it's incredibly important. I know that we have some others that have been either shut down or are only open during events, but I think we have done our due diligence and taken a page out of another community's book that is working. And I just feel like our community deserves somewhere to go to the bathroom. I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say that, but it's such a simple thing that we can't lean on Quick Trip and other convenience stores that are inconvenient to some of our areas downtown. We have tons of bike riders, runners, walkers along the river, and there's no options. So yeah, this is just really important to me, and like I said, it's taken a long time to get here, but I'm glad that we're finally here.
Is there anyone else that would like to move this? Or I will move to approve Board of Bids minus item number 5.
Second.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we approve the Board of Bids and Contracts as recommended by staff.
Second.
Motion and a second. So we have a motion to approve the entire Board of Bids by Councilmember Johnson and second by Councilmember Hoheisel. Any further discussion? I will add a couple comments. I will be voting not in favor of the Board of Bids because of item number 5. This was before I became mayor, and I respect Vice Mayor Ballard's plea in getting public bathrooms, but my concern is that there are public bathrooms that have been vandalized and safety has been an issue. And when I see an item that is $250,000 for one bathroom downtown, when I see other community needs in the city of Wichita, I cannot vote yes on this. Therefore, I will be voting no. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be voting no. I believe we need to utilize the facilities we have before building more, and the cost, the price tag of $500,000 is astronomical for this. I think the argument that individuals, we do have publicly accessible restrooms as they are now. They're not open currently, and in addition, I think there's a loose line of logic saying that because we install these restrooms, it'll cut down on public defecation on our properties, especially modeling this after Portland. They have one of the worst problems, public defecation, and they have these facilities as well. So I don't think there's a correlation between both of these when we're not utilizing current facilities. And so, yeah, we'd love that intention. I don't think the evidence of the cities that have these, when I'm looking at what cities do have these, pans out to support that concept.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just be curious what the mayor and Councilmember Glasscock, do you have any other suggestions?
Councilmember Glasscock.
I think for me, let's open up the restroom we currently have downtown first and see if that solves the issue that we're trying to address before establishing new facilities. And if vandalism's the issue, let's address the question of vandalism, because that shouldn't be acceptable on any of our properties as well. So let's use what we have before installing more. Now, the hydration station for a $20,000 around their price tag, I think is a good use of funds, especially along the river, though I know historically, and I haven't run along the river recently, there were a couple hydration stations that were some of the water fountains that were broken. But if $20,000 is the full cost of that, I think that's probably a good use along the river. But we have facilities now, we're just not using them. And I think the excuse that, well, they're being vandalized is not a good enough excuse to spend $500,000 when we should just address the vandalism as a whole and address that first.
My concern, Vice Mayor Ballard, to answer your question is really more about the cost, $250,000 for one bathroom. 2 bathrooms, $500,000. And I think we have not taken into account the operations of this, so the maintenance of this. So if it is going to be maintained once a day, or if it's more than once a day, how are we utilizing staff efficiently? Anecdotally, I've heard from residents who used to have a porta potty near Nafsker Park because there was construction there, that there was a fire lit inside the bathroom. Concerns me for the safety of the individual and those around. So safety is really the one that I'm concerned about. It is about vandalism, about other people getting hurt. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the safety, this is why we're going with this model, is because it is a safer model than what we currently have. And I wish we could have our facilities open the way they used to be. But unfortunately, I've seen way too much in my 3 years on council, not just vandalism, but also nefarious things going on in those bathrooms. So we have to pivot to find something that works. And I think that's what this is. And at a certain point, we have to start investing in these things, or else it's just going to be like we currently have, no restrooms around. So we don't want to keep falling behind further and further like we are. So we need to pivot at some point and move to a new model. And I believe this is what this is. So I am supportive of this.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I'm happy to speak, but others are before me.
Everyone else has spoken, so I was trying to give you the opportunity to speak first.
Councilmember Johnson and Glasscock, are you okay with that? You were first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was supportive of this when it came to us previously. I asked many of the questions that have been asked here today. As our city manager mentioned, The difference between this and the facilities that we have across from the Old Town Farmers Market is those are enclosed, where these are open at the bottom, they're open at the top. And so it's less likely for the unhoused to go and seek shelter and stay there for a long period of time. Whether we open up the facilities we have or we have new facilities, they're still going to have to be maintained. So to me, the cost of maintenance is negated. We talked about that when this item came to us previously. As the Greater Wichita Partnership, who unfortunately some of them had to leave us today, when somebody asked what residents want from downtown in one word, they said more. We're getting ready to open the Biomed Center, which means we're going to have 3,000 more people downtown than we do now. I look at this as just one more amenity that is needed. Yes, the cost is unfortunate. This is a pilot project. We've seen other communities that have done this. Staff has done a great deal of research to ensure this is a model that we should try. But I just don't think that with the growth of our community, not adding amenities such as our most basic needs is planning for progress. So I will be supportive, as I was when this was an agenda item. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilmember Tuttle read from all of my notes, so ditto to that. Just 3 points for me. As a parent of a 5-year-old who chooses when she wants to go to the bathroom and when she does not, having a publicly available restroom at Napsker Park when we take her to events would be very beneficial, and walking across Douglas and up a block and over another half block to a bathroom with a 5-year-old who may or may not hold her bladder will be pretty difficult. So I think a restroom at Napsker Park is important. Second point, anything that we do is going to cost some money. While it may look like a lot when you're paying for not only labor, the actual product, the installation, connecting all the necessary facilities, the brand, all of those things will cost money going forward. So hydration stations and bathrooms. So again, it may look like a lot, but again, we got to spend money on these different things that we may want downtown. And then the third point, I was actually there when that fire started. We were shooting a parks video. So there was a gentleman who went into the restroom, and the difference between a porta potty and this product is that the porta potty is enclosed like the other bathroom. So you could not see what was going on in there until we saw smoke. Once we saw smoke, fire department went over and helped and got the gentleman out and saw what he was doing with the materials he had. This type of proposed bathroom, again, is open on the top and the bottom. We would know that someone was in there. We would be able to see, because the gentleman was sitting down when he lit the thing on fire. We'd be able to see all that. Somebody would be able to go over there and help out. So again, the differences are an enclosed space where people can't see versus an open space that's easier to maintain and clean. One of the comments that has been made is how are we going to maintain it? Well, we do RFPs for janitorial services now, so that would just be added to one of those spaces, and somebody would be contracted to go in and clean, much like our other spaces and facilities. So I think we are moving in the right direction with this. It's going to make downtown better, especially for parents like me with kids who choose when they go to the bathroom and when they don't, even when you tell them to go before you get somewhere. And I think this would help out. So I am supportive, as I was first day, more supportive because I had some concerns at that time. But I'm more supportive now. I'm confident with the product that's there, and I think this would be a benefit for downtown. And I've always heard of folks being concerned about there were no water fountains, and now we're adding hydration stations. I think we're on the right path, and we should continue.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Last comment, thank you, Mayor. Last comment I have, I researched quickly the cities with the highest rates of open defecation. If this is one of the problems we're trying to address, they're San Francisco, LA, Miami, Seattle, and Portland. With the exception of San Francisco, every single one of those cities uses the Portland loop model. Every single one. San Francisco has a pit stop program, which actually provides publicly staffed public restrooms to mitigate the issue. But I don't know if the data is driving this decision. And so that's my concern of why I will be voting no.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my last comment. There seems to be a lot of focus, and there was the first time this came to the bench, about the mental health crisis that our community is facing right now. And that is a very small portion of the rest of our community that needs to go to the bathroom. So while I am cognizant of some people that may be struggling with something that might be downtown, there's a whole rest of the population that needs to use a restroom.
I will also make one last comment, and it's more a question also for staff. I know that people who rent out Navsker Park, for instance, those who rent it out for football in the park, must have a contract to bring a porta potty to the event. So it's a cost to them in order to put on the event. So with these new bathrooms, or the bathroom at Navsker Park, will that now be eliminated so that those who rent out the space will no longer be required to buy porta potties for just their event?
Short of having the right staff person here, I'm going to probably guess no. It's the number of porta potties that are required are based on the occupancy or the anticipated attendance at the event, and one restroom would probably not be able to accommodate most of the events that are held at Navsker Park. Only a small event probably would be able to maybe waive that requirement.
So in other words, this does not solve the issue of, I'm trying to, again, think about events that are happening at Navsker Park and the requirement of a bathroom. This will not eliminate it.
Not for, I would guess not for a majority of the events that are held at Navsker Park, which have pretty significant attendance.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I see no further discussion. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Good morning again, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities for the record. I have a few petitions for your consideration this morning. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement district, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. One Rise Addition located in District 4. The project will provide water improvements for Phase 2 and 3, stormwater drain improvements for Phase 2, sanitary sewer improvements for Phase 2, and paving improvements for Phases 2 and 3. The developer will also construct the improvements under private contract. To comply with the state statute regarding the use of special assessment funding, the city must acquire the completed projects. One Rise Addition, again in District 4. On October 17th, 2023, the City Council approved water, drainage, sewer, and paving improvements required for a new commercial development. The developer has submitted revised petitions with revised budgets to reflect current market conditions to cover the cost of the private bid. These were initially for Phase 1, which included the entire site. As you see, these adjusted budgets have gone down, and the reason for that is because they had split into additional phases, as I mentioned before. It is recommended that the City Council approve the new petition budget, adopt a new resolution, and authorize the necessary signature, as well as approve the revised petitions. I will stand for questions.
Questions for staff? I see none. I motion to approve the petitions for public improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing and request for a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds, Air Capital Flight Line, LLC.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm Tim Goodpasture with the City Manager's Office of Development Services. The item before you today is a request for a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds from Air Capital Flight Line, LLC. On April 12th of 2022, the City Council approved a speculative maintenance, repair, and overhaul program, or MRO program. This requires that an MRO facility would be built with a minimum of 50,000 square feet. 75,000 square feet is preferred. A minimum of 45-foot clear height, 65 to 75 foot is preferred for wide-body jets and could be developed on a private runway, a military runway, or a public runway. The guidelines require that the developer start construction within 120 days of council approval and complete the facility within 15 months of council approval. The developer must use industrial revenue bonds to achieve a 95% tax abatement for the first 5 years and a 50% abatement for the second 5 years if at least 50% of the facility is leased. There is no abatement for the land. Air Capital Flight Line is comprised of two partners, Dave Murphin and Johnny Stevens. They have built two 75,000 square foot MRO facilities at Air Capital Flight Line, the first of which was leased to Kansas Modification Center, and the second is leased to the National Institute for Aviation Research. The request for a letter of intent is for a new facility that they would be building, a new speculative MRO facility that would be approximately 111,000 square feet with 75-foot clear height at a cost of approximately $12 million. On this aerial, you can see at the very bottom is 47th Street. You can see Oliver along the left side there. So this is the northeast corner of 47th Street South and Oliver. This is the former Boeing facility. The area outlined in yellow is where the two 75,000 square foot MRO spec facilities have been built, and the area outlined in black is where the new 111,000 square foot spec MRO facility would be constructed. These images are of the first 75,000 square foot MRO facility that's leased to Kansas Modification Center. This just gives you an idea of the size of the facility. That is a Boeing 777 sitting in that hangar that is being converted from a passenger jet to a cargo jet. And again, just another facility, another photo from inside the facility. IRBs are a mechanism for achieving a sales tax exemption and or a property tax abatement for companies that are expanding and may be hiring new employees. The city is not lending any money and bears no risk. The company is required to achieve its own financing. There are no taxpayer dollars at risk. All of the costs associated with the issuance of bonds are borne by the company requesting the use of bonds. IRBs are utilized for a wide variety of industries, including for-profit companies, not-for-profit companies, universities, medical facilities, and affordable housing projects. The estimated value of 1 year of a 95% tax abatement based on $12 million investment is approximately $370,000, with the city's share being approximately $93,000. A cost-benefit analysis was conducted by the Center for Economic Development and Business Research at Wichita State University, which shows an overall ratio of benefits to cost for the city of 2.23 to 1, 2.14 to 1 for the city's general fund, and 2.44 to 1 for the city's debt service fund. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures. Johnny Stevens with Air Capital Flight Line is here and can answer any questions specific to the project, and I would be happy to stand for any questions as well.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've noticed a few things on this report that haven't been on other reports. There's one line: to be eligible for the incentive, the developer is required to begin construction within 120 days and completion within 15 months of council. What happens if they don't?
So if they don't, the incentive can be withdrawn. The intent is that because this is incentivizing a speculative building, we don't want them to wait until they have a tenant to build the facility, because that defeats the purpose of it being a speculative industrial building.
I'm very appreciative of that amendment or that addendum to this because I think that has the accountability, has the clawback aspect, and we need more spec buildings for people to move in. So thank you for including that. There was one other question that was just a little bit different than I've seen in other ones. This is in 95% abatement. First off, I know some of them that come up are 100%, but there is a line: if the property is at least 50% leased at the 5-year anniversary, they'd be eligible for 50%. That just is different language than's come before us previously. Do we have precedent for that as well?
Yeah, so what the difference is the difference between an IRB for a company that is projecting specific job creation versus a speculative building. The speculative building, they don't know how many jobs are going to be created. They don't know what company's going to go in there, what type of use specifically it's going to be. And so it's hard to hold them to a specific job creation versus a typical IRB that you see where a company comes forward and says, we're going to invest $5 million in a new paint facility and create 12 jobs at $50,000 a year. Then we have a benchmark by which they can go by versus a speculative building where they don't know what the company is that's going in there. So we tailored the speculative program for any industrial building to be a 95% abatement for the first 5 years, and if at least 50% occupied at the 5-year mark, a 50% abatement for the second 5 years. So they're not responsible for any job creation that they can't control because they aren't the company that's going into the building. But this gets us, this makes our, I want to say somewhere, when we look at speculative industrial buildings and spec MRO buildings, I think we're somewhere in the range of 14 or 15 buildings that have been built under the speculative policy, which is something we very much have needed.
So if it is not at least 50% leased at the 5-year anniversary, then it would go back 100% of the tax rolls?
It could go 100% on the tax rolls, correct.
Okay, thank you.
That would be subject to city council approval.
I also want to note that that's not subject to negotiation in terms of the 95 and 50. That's council policy. It's in the economic development policy, and when the council adopted it, they wanted a different set of rules recognizing the speculative nature of the development.
Great. Yeah, I think this is the first one like this that's come up, at least since I've been on the council. So thank you for answering all those questions. I appreciate
Absolutely.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I got 2 questions for you, Tim, and then maybe one for Mr. Stevens. The 50%, is that just occupancy? That's not space? It's just if we have a tenant for the building, right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to double check on that. How many other MROs, I know we've talked about 2 on here, how many other MROs have we passed since early 2022?
Yeah, so since the spec MRO guidelines were implemented by the city council, the first building that Air Capital Flight Line built that was 75,000 square feet that's leased to Kansas Mod Center was not incentivized. They had a lease with Kansas Modification Center and built that building on their own. They saw that they had enough interest in that facility. They had 3 or 4 tenants that were interested in that facility that they requested the idea of the spec industrial policy being applied to an MRO facility. And so the second building that they built, we did apply the spec MRO facility, the spec MRO guidelines to. And so this would technically be the second MRO building being built under the spec MRO guidelines.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Stevens, is this, thank you, sir, for coming up here. Is this prop and jet, or is this going to be fitted so that way we can work on propeller airplanes as well, or is it mostly just jet?
No, this is classified as a wide-body hangar, meaning bigger planes like the 777, the 787, bigger airplanes.
Okay, so pretty much all jet.
Yeah, all commercial jets. And we have a new company moving to town that will occupy this next hangar that we're getting ready to build.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? I have one for Tim only. This question is about, I know you reiterated it multiple times, but I just want to make sure that no taxpayer dollars are at risk regarding this, and
Correct.
that there is no money being exchanged with the developer.
There is nothing being exchanged. They are completely financing this on their own. They're paying for everything on their own. We are delaying any taxes for a 10-year period. Again, 95% for the first 5 years and 50% for the second 5 years on a facility that does not exist today.
Thank you. I see no further questions from the council. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no individuals in the public comment section, so we will bring it back to the bench. This resides in Councilmember Hoheisel's district.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take staff's recommended action and move that we close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing considering an amendment to the Center City South Redevelopment District Plan.
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. Mark Elder with Economic Development. This is a public hearing that was set back in October, but it's to have a hearing regarding an amendment to the district plan for Center City South. Real quickly, I'll go through this with just how tax increment financing works, with the fact that it's a tool for revitalization of designated areas, such as what we've done for Center City South, but does preserve the existing tax base, and it, again, does not increase sales tax or property taxes rates within the district. I always like to show just kind of the basic TIF model of how tax increment financing works, where you can see in that orange where the existing tax base is protected, and then there's incremental taxes for the term of the district are redirected back into the district for those investments. But then the end of the TIF, that's when you have that new tax base based on all that investment going back into the taxing jurisdictions. So tax increment financing works in two steps. The first step would be where you do a district plan and you establish the district. So you establish the boundaries of the area, and then you have a district plan, which is the overall plan for that redevelopment district. And it may contain actually multiple project areas within that, and that's the step two. But it also the district plan sets the overall rules for how projects will occur within a district. But then that second step is when you actually have a project for a project area, it gets a little more specific. So that area, the project plan is specific to those boundaries that are within the district. So you can have multiple areas, but they're a lot more specific. So one thing to consider is a project area is going to be more restrictive than the district plan, but just can't be less restrictive in that, which is where we go. So what we're looking at today is the Center City South. The original boundaries were in that red box or rectangle there. And then in 2008, the City Council took action to expand it. And the expanded area is the rest of the black boundaries there. But I'll note the difference here. The entire area is what the redevelopment district, the City South is, and it's controlled by the district plan. Those numbered areas are the project areas, and each one of those would have their own project area. But right now we're just talking the district plan of the overall area of the district. So 2008, again, the City Council took an action to expand that area, both in coordination with the upcoming arena as well as the upcoming project downtown for the revitalization of downtown. But with the expansion, there were negotiations between the city and the county in which for the expanded area only, so not the original, there would be some restrictions placed on the district plan. So any projects that occurred within that expanded area would have those limitations. That included a 70% cap on the increment. So 70% goes into the district, 30% continues to go on to the taxing jurisdictions, and that's above the base. But then also limited the TIF eligible improvements to both specific street improvements as well as $10 million for parking improvements. But over time, since this happened in 2008, we've seen some challenges. We've seen a lot of interest in development south in that expanded area, but those restrictions have made those projects challenging to bring forth. But we also are facing right now with the biomed school going in, a challenge to provide parking in that same area and trying to encourage development. So what the proposed amendment to the district plan today would do is it will remove that 70% cap, so 100% increment. But what it does is it retains the first $370,000 of the increment, which is approximately equal to what the 30% is today. So what you have there is both the base that is protected and the TIF, but then you also have the increment that's been generated over the last few years continuing to go on. So there's no change in what's being distributed to the taxing jurisdictions. But any increment over that $370,000 does go back in the district to encourage that investment. But then it also does remove those restrictions on the eligible expenses to encourage additional investment and also allow for the investment in parking that we need downtown. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm single-handedly going to extend this meeting by 2 hours today, so I appreciate that. Thanks, Mark. Now on this, the $370,000, we received some of that money too.
Correct, yes.
It goes back to us.
It goes and it's distributed as normal property taxes would be.
If we allowed this TIF to expire, what would the county and what would 259 be getting as far as an increase in property taxes collected?
As in, so once this TIF ends, what would be the benefit going back?
Yes, sir.
I would have to speak to the finance department. On the expanded area alone, right now we're talking it's about $1.4 million that would be distributed. And then the original area, it's calculated separately. I don't recall exactly what that increment is now, but at least $1.4 million as it stands today would return to the coffers at the end of the district.
To the local government,
To the local
school board,
district,
and
yep.
Okay. So can you explain the process? I guess it says the Board of Education and the Sedgwick County Commissioners, they would be able to veto this, and then we would not be able to continue with this?
Correct. There are two options. One is that they just take no action, or they could take an action, and they can actually take an action either for or against on that. But what the requirement is under TIF is to, if they make a finding that it has a negative impact. So that's what their action would be. But if they don't see a negative impact, they have the choice to either just let that 30-day time period expire, or they could take an action.
Okay, so what's the process of our communication with the other local governments on this?
We have been in communication, and that's kind of where we've ended up today with the discussions, including the protecting that 370 that's being generated today to, again, not have a negative impact on those other jurisdictions.
Okay, so it seems like some members of the Board of Education anyway are not aware that this is happening. I guess they'll have to be briefed on it between now and their next meeting, correct?
That'd be correct. It's my understanding that we were having conversations with them.
Okay, I'm curious to see what they think about it. I think the county's been briefed pretty well, but it seems like the Board of Education maybe has some issues there. Okay. Now, can we earmark our chunk of money that comes back to us, of that 370? Could we earmark that for maybe the parking fund, or to do some maintenance with parking, or is that going right into the general fund?
It's just distributed as a general taxes. So it's not in any separate fund when it comes back to the city.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the life of the TIF district.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, this was established in 2007. It was expanded in 2008.
Correct.
It's a 20-year TIF district. So
Correct.
Will this expire in 2027 or 2028?
So there are, this goes back to those two steps. So in the first one, when we establish the district itself will last 20 years, but it allows within that time period to adopt any project plans that they themselves can last 20 years. So procedurally what happens is at the end of the 20-year life of the district, you cannot adopt any new plans. So you only have 3 years left for any new project plans in the district. But those project plans are still allowed to keep their relative life for that 20 years. You just can't adopt any new ones after the expiration of the district.
And so is that number 2027 or 2028?
2027 would be when the redevelopment district can no longer have project plans.
Thank you. I see no further questions from the council. We will now open it up for public comment. I see one individual.
No.
I see none. We will bring it back to the bench. This resides in both Councilmember Johnson and Vice Mayor Ballard's districts.
Mayor, I would like to move that the City Council close the public hearing, place the ordinance on first reading, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Request to set public hearings for assistance for 333 East English.
Good morning again, Mark Elder with the Economic Development. So this again is a request for public hearing. So we're setting the first stage of this, in which the hearings would be in October. But this project is actually asking for a few different incentive programs, and therefore we have multiple public hearings that would be requested. Of those, one of those would be a TIF redevelopment project. So this goes back to what I was just talking about with the two stages. This is an actual project plan for a project area within Center City South. Highlighted here is Project Area 7. So as we discussed, you had the district plan and now a project plan that's going to be specific to that project area. Just kind of highlighted in there with the Project Area 7, a little bit zoomed in between Broadway and Emporia and between English and Waterman. So specifically speaking, the building that's going to be redeveloped is approximately a $7 million investment, 333 East English. It's going to be a conversion of, and for no better term, underutilized. I believe there may be some tenants, but there are several floors that are not unoccupiable right now based on the condition of the building. But they plan to do a redevelopment with that $7 million that includes 42 apartment units, 5,000 square feet of retail, and then they'll have some infrastructure improvements, but then in the project plan for the TIF, which we'll discuss in December, there would actually be some public infrastructure improvements as well included in the plan that are not part of their specific investment. So I'll go through real quick the public hearings that we'll be setting today, each program that we'll have. So this development has requested 3 different programs: tax increment financing, community improvement districts, and then industrial revenue bonds solely for the sales tax exemption on related goods for the redevelopment. So with tax increment financing, again, this does fund a revitalization of the areas, especially this project area 7 we're discussing. Again, we're protecting the existing tax base, and then that portion that goes into it is called the increment. But again, we are not increasing the sales tax or property tax rates within that project. Specifically to this project, the 3 areas that we're talking about for the project plan, in which some of those would go to the project, would be the site preparation, infrastructure, as well as a portion of acquisition costs. Next would be a request for community improvement district. This is initial sales tax on goods that are sold within the district. Again, it's used to help facilitate some of that private development. It's not part of the county and city sales tax. It's additional sales tax just for that area. But the developer, again, they have to achieve their own financing, and we're not putting any tax dollars at risk. With this, some of the improvements that they're requesting to be funded through the community improvement district would be demolition and abatement within the building, roof repairs, facade improvements, as well as tenant improvements for the building. The third one, which does not require setting a public hearing today, but there would be a public hearing on the 10th, would be industrial revenue bonds. I know Tim talks about this a lot, but their mechanism for achieving either a sales tax exemption or property tax exemption. For this project, they're only requesting sales tax exemption, nothing related to the property tax for the IRB. So again, the city is not doing the lending. They have to go out and find their own financing for that project. Just real quick, just one rendering for what they're proposing that project to look like. I do have representatives for the developer in the audience today, but I just also want to reiterate, this is just a request to set those public hearings in December for consideration of those 3 programs.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I have a representative come up real quick?
Hi, it's Bruce Rowley. I reside at 143 North Rock Island.
Thank you, Bruce, for coming up here. Just a couple of questions about the expected rent. Is this going to be market value? Is there any affordable housing plans in this plan, or?
Sure. So this housing resides directly across the street from the new biomedical campus. So we're really looking at this housing being focused on a lot of the students that are down there, not only in that school, but obviously the DO school half a block away, as well as Niche a half a block away. So we looked at comparable costs of student housing around the campus at WSU, and we're comparable with that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm sure we're going to dig into that more as we go along here.
Sure.
It's just a comment just for the body. I do appreciate, and it has to be, I guess, because you can't really do a TIF if you forgive property taxes. But I did want to make that point that there's no property tax exemption with this project. So that's a little more palatable than some of the other projects we have. So just want to make that point. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. This would be for staff. How many active CIDs do we have in the city right now?
Off the top of my head, I'd say somewhere around 12. I believe so.
Before this comes back before the council, could I have a list of those sent to me so I could review those in comparison to this project?
Yes, we can do that. So do you need any details with that list, or just the number and where they're looking?
Just the list and maybe where they are in terms of lifespan.
Okay.
And then maybe what the projects are used to fund. So I know this one was listed to fund sod improvements, roof demolition, what some of the other ones were.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, in that meantime, I'd also be happy to just kind of send the link to our website that actually has all that list as well, if that works for you.
Whatever's easiest. So thank you.
This question is also for staff. They're more technical questions. So first question was answered, but I just want you to reiterate it. Is the developer asking for any property tax abatement?
They are not requesting tax abatement.
How much in property taxes is 333 English paying right now?
I don't have that number. We can have that number for you, but you do? Okay.
Questions, I'll get back.
The other question is also technical, and it's also from that email. So the two questions I will ask again are, how much in property taxes is 333 English currently paying? And the second question is, how much will they be paying once the renovations have been completed? The email is questions for Tuesday's meeting is the headline. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'll give you a little help. There are 9 TIF districts and 16 CID districts. You betcha. It's on the website under Economic Development. And then on the left-hand side, just for anybody who's watching or wants to learn, if you click on, for example, Community Improvement Districts, gives you an overview of what it is, what you have to do to be qualified, and then it gives you all of the current districts or projects, and then you can also click on them individually to learn more. So go to wichita.gov and then departments and then economic development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have them. Currently, property taxes of 2023 obligation was $40,000 roughly. And
The different number that I have from your email.
Yep, I've got hold on just a second. Got a different, I'm sorry, I have an update. $21,317 its anticipated tax obligation once this project's complete will be $89,900.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, the current taxes on this property are $21,000. After completion of these renovations, it will be roughly $89,900. And again, no property tax abatement is being asked for this property.
Correct.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
Thanks, Mayor. I would move that the City Council accept the petition and adopt the resolutions setting the public hearings for consideration of the establishment of a Community Improvement District, CID, and adoption of a tax increment financing project plan, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Professional Services for Violence Interrupter Program Implementation, Subrecipient Agreement Amendment Number 2.
Good morning, Mayor Wu, members of the Wichita City Council, Assistant City Manager Dante Martin. I'm here to present an amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Wichita State University Community Engagement Institute to implement a violence interrupters program. I apologize in advance for the number of slides I'm going to present. I want to provide a sufficient background for the discussion we're having today. But also, since I'm following Mark and Tim, maybe it won't seem nearly as long as I go through these. In 2021, gun violence in Wichita accounted for approximately 74% of all homicides, with 33 people killed by firearms and an additional 207 people struck by bullets but survived their injuries. In addition, 48% of gun violence victims were 24 years of age or younger. Violent crime in Wichita is concentrated in areas of the city enduring social and economic distress. Residents of these communities encounter 3 times the rates of violence as other parts of our city. In 2021, the City Council allocated $1.5 million in ARPA funds to an effort to reduce gun violence in the communities, in our communities using a violence interrupter model. In June 2022, the city issued an RFP for technical assistance with program implementation as the effort was a new endeavor. Cure Violence Global was selected due to its extensive experience and track record in other communities implementing violence interruption programs. On September 6, 2022, the City Council approved a technical assistance contract with Cure Violence Global to implement a violence interrupter program in our community. Cure Violence Global helps communities implement violence prevention programs that are effective in significantly reducing violence. CVG's violence interruption approach includes trained violence prevention professionals, intensive case management, and neighborhood-based services. It operates in discrete high-violence neighborhoods using a data-driven public health model. The CVG model has been implemented in more than 50 sites across 25 cities in 10 different countries. There are 5 required components of the CVG model. The slide lists 4. What you don't see there is that CVG works closely with the implementing communities to provide training and technical assistance to implement their model correctly. Fidelity to the model is key in terms of violence interruption using the Cure Violence model. A study of Cure Violence Global in Kansas City indicated a 42% reduction in gun-related homicides between 2013 and 2014. Most survey participants, and this is in Kansas City, 85% reported having received conflict mediation training, and 71% of those respondents were satisfied with their ability to mediate a conflict without violence. All participants indicated they felt the program had positively impacted their lives, and 76% of respondents said the program changed their minds about gun violence. On this slide, you'll see a graphic of a project in Chicago where it shows the hotspot prior to the program being implemented, and then after implementation, the hotspot being eradicated. In 2023, Cure Violence Global conducted a readiness assessment which included both quantitative and qualitative data. Citywide quantitative data was provided by the Wichita Police Department. It included the number of assaults over a 2-year period, 2021 and 2022, the number of assaults over a 4-year period, 2018 through 2022, as well as the number of murders and manslaughters over a 1-year period, and that was 2022. The analysis resulted in the identification of 2 areas where community violence is clustering. Those areas are in District 1 and District 3. Area 1 is located near 21st Street and I-135. Area 2 in District 3 is located near Harry and Oliver. They're depicted on the slide. Q Violence Global's analysis included interviews with community-based organizations to assess their capacity and credibility, as well as potential violence interrupters to assess their ability to serve as credible messengers. In December 2023, the City Council approved a subrecipient agreement with Wichita State University Community Engagement Institute, Wichita State University CEI. CEI selected Destination Innovation to lead a community-based violence interruption effort, and the Institute of Development to serve as an independent evaluator. On this slide, you'll see our violence interrupter team. Cure Violence Global trained Destination Innovation on its model. Destination Innovation implemented the model and employed 7 staff that are actively involved in interrupting violence in Wichita. Some early returns or early results of the effort, which was fully initiated or implemented in September of this year, is 93 potential violent conflicts have been detected. There have been 53 interventions, 62 mediations conducted, 47 documented cases of discontinued retaliatory events, and a notable 20-day truce achieved between opposing groups. In addition to intervention, our violence interrupters serve as outreach workers and make referrals. So there's been efforts related to education and school support, referrals to mental health services, referrals to help provide basic needs, employment, as well as housing assistance. 117 community referrals in total. A key part of this model requires there be an independent evaluation of the effort. The evaluation, our evaluation partner, or CEI's evaluation partner, is the Institute of Development with Dr. Parker. Part of that evaluation, goal number 1 is to identify and detect potential shooting events, identify, detect, and engage high-risk individuals, interrupt potential violence, change behaviors and norms, and then use data to inform daily efforts. The Institute of Development receives data directly from the Wichita Police Department. An excerpt from an October 31st, 2024 implementation progress report provided by the Institute of Development says that Wichita shows strong fundamentals in core violence interruption work. There are a few areas that need to be addressed or improved. The quarterly or the initial evaluation indicated there have been 3 strong ratings, several moderate ratings, and 2 areas needing improvement. Dr. Parker is with us today, and if you have questions regarding that evaluation, I'm sure she'd be willing to drill down and help clarify for us. The subrecipient agreement with Wichita State CEI expires in December 2024. The sites have been fully operational for a little over 2 months. We've seen immediate effects such as interventions and mediations that can be measured in real time. However, to conduct a thorough evaluation, more time is needed. We believe we have enough project funding currently to fund the program through June of 2025. However, our agreement with CEI terminates at the end of December. And so to continue through June, the funding we have available, we would need to extend CEI. It's also important to note, and this comes from Dr. Parker's report, that Wichita's current program trajectory mirrors successful implementation patterns in other cities, suggesting strong potential for positive outcomes over the next 24 to 36-month measurement period. Financial considerations. So I mentioned that we currently have enough funding to fund the program through June of 2025. However, realizing some of the initial outcomes that we've seen, some of the positive outcomes that we've seen, the city manager's office is recommending or asking the city council to consider allocating additional ARPA funding, 1.6 million roughly in additional ARPA funding. As we've talked about related to previous ARPA projects, it's important for the city to obligate its ARPA funding by December 31st of 2024 this year. If not, we risk losing that funding. And then in addition to that, it's important that the city expend all of its ARPA funding by December 31st of 2026. So time is of the essence. Legal considerations. The contract with CEI has been reviewed and approved as to form by the Law Department. And it's my recommendation, City Manager's Office recommendation, that the City Council approve the amendment and authorize necessary signatures. Chad Childs with the Community Engagement Institute is here with us, as well as Marquita Atkins Woods with Destination Innovation, Atkins Woods with Destination Innovation, and Dr. Parker from the Institute of Development. So I stand for questions.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just have one question, and I have lots of comments later, but, and great job, Dante. Thank you for all the information. It wasn't too long. I thought it was just right. Slide 83, and this is kind of a technical question, but just to frame it up a little bit, when this first came to us, I had questions because of evaluation. That was something that I wanted to make sure that we could certainly make, data-driven decisions. And I had the opportunity to have a conversation with Dr. Parker on Friday, just a fantastic evaluator. We had great conversations about primary and secondary prevention and formative and summative evaluation, and went over a lot of the data, and I appreciate it. But I just want to ask, so, and if everyone knows this but me, I'm sorry, where does Dr. Parker fit in this model then? Because she's not part of this, unless I'm missing it. I see the outreach, and I see the violence interrupters and the project manager. Just explain a little bit more about the valuation, because I think that's so important. The decision that we're making today is about the efficacy of this program, and the evaluation component is critical. So if you could just let me know where that falls in.
So I'll give you a high-level overview. Chad Childs and Dr. Parker may be able to drill down a little bit further if necessary. City of Wichita entered an agreement with Community Engagement Institute to implement a violence interrupters program. CEI then entered agreements with Destination Innovation, Marquita Atkins Woods, and a separate agreement with Dr. Parker Institute of Development. And so CEI has contracts with both of those groups.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions, but if I see some of my colleagues' names pop up, I'll hop back in later. Number one, so currently, if we extend this with the funding that is currently allocated, just an extension of it lasts through June of 2025, correct?
Correct. We estimate the current burn rate to be roughly $106,000 a month, monthly, and staff believes we have enough budget to fund us through June of 2025, correct?
Okay, so let's say we extend to the full length, and that comes out to what, June of 20, if we were to do the additional 1.6 million, what date does that put us?
I believe that puts us through September of 2026.
September of 2026, okay. What happens at the end of that funding period, because ARPA funds are fully spent? What is our plan?
So, great question, Councilmember Glasscock, and I believe Marquita Atkins Woods could probably speak to it better than I can. As with any program, there's an expectation that the grantee will seek sustainability, sustainable funding. And so, anticipating the end of ARPA funding no longer being available, it will be on the grantee and those involved in the project to find additional funding sources. We recognize that at this current point in time, the City of Wichita is a sole funder, but there's an expectation that those that are currently receiving the grant would seek outside funding.
I have a few additional questions about that I'll probably ask Marquita as well. Regarding, this is initiated by the City Manager's Department, not the Police Department, correct? And it's overseen by the City Manager's Department?
Correct, and the City Manager will have to correct my timeline. This started with a workshop discussion under our former police chief that was recognizing an increase in violence, specifically youth violence. During workshop conversations with the City Council several years ago, there was an interest in exploring the idea further. Council, as I mentioned earlier, was willing to allocate ARPA funding. As far as the Cure Violence model, variety of models. In some places, you'll see it housed in the mayor's office, the manager's office, local level 1 trauma centers, universities. In our case, it's housed in the city manager's office. So Denise Peters, project manager in our office, works closely with CEI on the program.
And I'm thankful for the work that the group's done so far, and I'm very supportive of that. My question is about efficacy when we're looking at the long-term sustainability of this through September 2025. So when this was presented to the council, just to make sure my dates are right, the program began operation September 1st, 2024, correct? And fully functional September 1st, 2024. So when this was presented to us before a workshop, it was 24 days. It was on September 24th 2024, so 24-day efficacy understanding. And now on, I don't know what today, November 5th, we're looking at 65 days. So we're looking at an evaluation period. It was originally presented 24 days to prove efficacy, and now it's 65 days for an extension of 1.5. Are those correct in terms of the timeline?
Correct. So if I could back up just a little bit. So we entered an agreement with CEI December of last year. Soon after, CEI entered agreements with Destination Innovation and the Institute of Development. Been working to stand up the program the first 8-9 months of the year. But you're absolutely correct. In terms of the program or the project being fully implemented, that commenced in September. We received a report from the Institute of Development in late October that covers the first 60 days of activity.
Okay. And I have a few questions for Wichita as well, if she'd be able to come up and answer these as well. I'll wait till you. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
I love to see all the orange. It's very vibrant. Have you secured or had conversations regarding external funding sources at this point?
Absolutely. One of the first payments that we got, or funding that we got, was actually from Kaiser Permanente. We're doing research on gun violence. We got that money before we got the money from the city. Destination Innovation as a whole, we operate on a national level. And we have, across the country, people that want to model all the programs that we have. And so coming into this, and when we were learning about the programming, we never came into it with the mindset that you guys were going to fund us forever. We always look for external funding for our programs.
If you could speculate, what % of your current operating budget is third party, aside from the city of Wichita?
Outside of the city of Wichita, we have $60,000 that we got from Kaiser Permanente, and we have proposals that are out right now that we're waiting to hear back from.
Okay, is that 60,000 holistically, or is that 60,000 per month?
60,000 holistically. Okay. Yeah.
I might have a few other questions for you later, but I think the answers them all now. Thank you.
Just let me know.
Councilmember Johnston.
Marquita, if you could stay there, I think. Compliment you first on doing a great job, so
Thank
appreciate
you so much.
that. What is your status now? Are you a 501c3?
501c3.
Okay. And do you have a board of directors?
We do.
How many people are on that board?
13.
13?
Yeah.
Okay. Will they participate in fundraising efforts?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a lot of questions. I'll start with Dante. Dante, can you first start off with, can you share the relationship of how information then gets trickled down to a violence interrupter so that they can, again, interrupt the incident from actually occurring? Talk about the data, the next steps. Can you talk about that timeline?
With all respect, Mayor, Marquita may be better suited to answer that question. So I mentioned earlier, the Wichita Police Department provides data in terms of incidents, but I think you're asking for real-time information. How do they receive?
So I'm going to bring up the Care Violence Manager and site supervisors. And I just want to note that we just got fully trained on the Care Violence model and the systems in October. They've been doing a fantastic job.
Good morning. So most of the information in terms of the pipeline that we have, we've established that pipeline through our relationships with the community. A lot of our information, some of the information we get from online news flash, some of the information we get from wichita.gov, but most of the information we get is because of the relationships that we've built, established, and we can leverage because of the relationship that our site supervisors and our team has with the community. And we're able to do so and able to get that information to where a lot of that doesn't even reach you, because we get an opportunity to be able to handle those things before they even get to you. Not even just in District 1 and District 3, but a lot of the spillage we're able to handle for the other districts as well because of the relationships that we've built. And when they spill over into our communities, we get that information from the community themselves, from the community members themselves, from the partnerships themselves that see what we're doing, that believe in what we're doing, and they trust us with information to be able to handle it the right way and turn those confrontations into conversations, and we're able to coexist. Yes, we've also gotten referrals from WPD as well, especially with dealing with situations that get out of hand. Those relationships that we have, those referrals that we get, we dispatch and we address every part of it. Every person, we go out and we locate them ourselves. We canvass, we do the work, we show up at the schools, we show up where they are, and it's just that we're woven into the community so well and so tight that we're reliable, We're trustworthy sources, so.
Maybe this question is for Dr. Parker. Dr. Parker with Institute of Development is the independent evaluator, and one of the areas to measure is use data to inform daily efforts and make necessary changes to interrupt violence. Where are you getting that data, and then how does it filter down to the violence interrupters?
So that's not part of the data that I collect. They do use
our database.
Yeah, but what's the data that Captain Moses? You go online.
We go online, Wichita.gov, yeah.
Yeah, so they use Wichita.gov to develop their strategies on where they should be going based off the crime that has happened within those 24 hours.
But I do want to reiterate that even the data that comes on Wichita.gov, the target areas, sometimes it doesn't happen into our target areas, so we have to rely on our information and our relationship within the community to identify when it's not in our target area to ensure that it's not attached to it through spillage.
Again, another question for Dr. Parker. As the independent evaluator, what is your base and how will you measure success? So is it just the murders, manslaughter, and assaults? Or are there other key measurements that you're going to say it has been successful because XYZ?
So our evaluation plan, we have several goals. Goal 1 is to identify and detect potential shooting events. And there's several indicators of success for that, but we'll be here for 15 minutes if I've read them all, but I can send that to you if you'd like. Identify and detect and engage individuals and groups at highest risk of involvement of shootings or killings. Interrupt potential violence by mediating conflicts and preventing retaliation. Change behaviors and norms of those at highest risk of involvement in shootings or killings by brokering services. Use data to inform daily efforts and make necessary changes to interrupt violence. Reduce violent incidents and homicide rates. Improve community perceptions of safety. Establish trust within communities with the VIs, promote peace and community cohesion, improve cross-sector collaboration to address violence in communities.
Can we go to slide number 86? So again, the measurements that you just mentioned, that is how we will determine whether the program has been successful or not successful. Is that correct?
Yeah, so those are the goals. Now there are indicators of success within those goals, and that's how we will determine the progress and the impact that the program made. What we do know from a prevention model that any program is going to be successful. It's just to what degree, right? Because what we're doing now is we're trying to save lives, and this is a formative, so there's a difference between formative and summative evaluations. And so formatives, if we're looking to improve, determine the continued need, we're not really looking to measure impact. Now, when we get to 36-month or 24-month, that's when we're going to look at more of the summative.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that I have the project quarter 2 and program operation quarter 1, and in here it starts on page 6. It does a fantastic job of going by each of the 5 different goals and not only providing data, like for the first of identify and detect potential shooting victims, there's 88 documented interactions regarding potential shootings, and as we saw, 93 potential violent conflicts detected. And then it also has what the implementation strategies are, the current challenges, and then the recommendations. And I've been doing this kind of work, not only prevention, but public health work, and also grant making and seeking for 30 years. And this is some of the most detailed work that I've seen. So kudos to you. And again, thank you for the report. It was very helpful and helps identify the progress that's being made on each of the 5 goals.
Thank you.
I think this question's for Dante now. In our report, the quotation said, had a major impact on violence reduction. Can you quantify that?
Mayor, so you're referring to the agenda report, I assume. Can you help direct me to where you're looking in the agenda report?
Under analysis, it is again, an opinion, so I want to quantify, had a major impact on violence reduction
Are you talking about for the current progress?
over just the last, I guess, 1 month, is that correct? 1 month and a
Yes.
half?
And so right now, the key achievements, they have detected 93 violent conflicts, completed 53 interventions, 62 mediations conducted. I want to say it's about 53 to 57% success rate, 47 documented cases of discontinued retaliatory events, and notable success in establishing and maintaining truces between rival groups.
And I saw that it was a 20-day truce,
Yeah, which was actually 30.
a 30-day
Yes,
truce.
yeah, it was 20 at the time.
Thank you. The other question is, it has already been asked, but I know that Marquita has mentioned that you've already worked with Kaiser Permanente. I also saw support letters from community members, including USD 259 resource officers, as well as Kansas Health Foundation. So my question is, Kansas Health Foundation is a grantor of grants, and they do have dollars. What is the plan to sustain the program with grants that locally deal with health?
So we already know that the Kansas Health Foundation has a goal of making Kansas the top 10, going from 29 to the top 10 in the healthiest states. Getting in front of gun violence is a deciding factor is a contributing factor to that. We're already a part of the Building Power and Equity funding with the Kansas Health Foundation, which they're going to support us for the next 10 years in that funding. That's the way it goes, right? So in that funding. So we have support from the Kansas Health Foundation. We also have support from the Sunflower Community Foundation. And then actually, while I was sitting here, Kaiser sent an email because I allowed them to know what was going on today, to let you guys know if you need any information. They've elevated to their top team. And if you guys need any extra information, they will gladly support and give you information that you need. So we do have the support that we need. I'm not worried about 2026.
It should also be noted that right now, these types of prevention models have shown high success. So federally, they are rolling down a variety of different types of funds to address violence prevention models. And from my evaluation standpoint, the most important thing is such programs having the time to collect the data, like to tell the impact so they can secure the additional funding.
And I'd like to add that when it comes to OJJDP, Liz, we were a part of her initial program, Youth First Initiative, and still is a part of that program. She is now the director of OJJDP, and she is one of the people that trained us to be who we are today.
And thank you for saying that in 2026, you've gotten support verbally that others will help fund?
We're not an organization that sits and wait around for people, and so we're actively pursuing funding. But I also want to add and incorporate into that, when we were initially approached to do this funding, that violence is still a city issue. And so I want to make sure that we collaborate, that we work together. I always say community moves. And I don't want to be in a position where we're letting our community down with the trust that we've already built up.
And I would like to know, when you look at historically based off the implementation of such models, one of the things that helps improve success is typically funding and support from the government. That is something that helps them be more sustainable. Does it mean that they're solely relying on that? No, but when you scour the evaluation and the research on these types of programs, that is what you see.
And thank you to the violence interrupters who are here today. I know that Marquita says that I should be referring to the group as Cure Violence ICT, not violence interrupters.
Yeah, violence interrupters, they are a position with Cure Violence ICT, and they are a very, very powerful group. And one of the things that I want to say this, as a leader, one of the things that I know well is that being in a position of power does not make you the expert of everything. And so when we were looking to hire the Cure Violence program, we went to the experts. Our communities are the experts of their own experiences, and it's been proven in the work that they've done thus far. So I just wanted to note that.
And while I have you guys up there, can you talk about how you are collaborating with, for instance, USD 259 has a Future Ready Advocate Mentors program, the FRAM group, whose mission is, again, to help disproportionately at-risk students achieve success in school, and again, prevent some of the negative effects of violence. And so I want to know how you're collaborating with FRAM, in addition to how you're collaborating with McKinney-Vento. McKinney-Vento provides assistance with kiddos who may be facing homelessness, and the way that they define homelessness is not necessarily living on the streets, but rather even intergenerational living is considered homelessness, according to McKinney-Vento. How are you working with those groups, in addition to groups like the Greater Wichita Ministerial League, the Body of Christ, Hope for the Hood, all nonprofit or organizations in the community that are also doing work with youth, at-risk youth?
Let me get this real quick, then I'll give it to you. We're cross-sectional, and Cure Violence is not the only program that we have at Destination Innovation, Inc. So we've already worked with Future Ready Advocates through our Word to Life program that we have that works with mental health with young people, and we did that through Future Ready Advocates, using music and spoken word as an outlet for young people to express themselves. You know, it's hard when you bring in a therapist, but it's easy when they're writing things down or they're expressing themselves through music. Of course, we've worked with Jose. Jose is a friend, and the work that we do is very similar. And I think we've already had one of our VIs, Exes, did a performance with Hope for the Hood. And when it comes to the Greater Ministerial League, Michelle Van is actually on our board. So that is a natural and organic relationship. I already sit on different committees for the Unhoused myself. I also sit on the Step It Up initiative around juvenile justice. I also sit on the board of the ACLU. I also sit on CAG for the Kansas Advisory Group for Juvenile Justice and Delinquency. We are I am very community focused and in community investment, so those intersections have to happen for us to be successful. And then I'll give it to our manager, Burkell.
So some of those organizations, we've only been operational for 2 months, so we haven't had the opportunity to spill into all of them, and we look forward to those partnerships as well, because we're always constantly seeking ways to partner with other organizations so we don't reinvent the wheel. One thing that I do want to highlight is that while we have been in the schools, we've been working and following our participants and working through those situations and being supportive to our administrative staff and the officers at the schools. So the work that we've been doing in the schools, although we haven't made it around to all of those organizations, we are open to partnerships, and we will be looking forward to those. So we appreciate those suggestions, but the work we are doing has been really effective so far with the participants.
Thank you. Dante, this question is maybe a collaborative answer, but you mentioned on average per month, the burn rate is $106,000. Can you talk about, maybe Marquita, how $106,000 is utilized each month?
Yeah, one thing I want to clarify is that we have a staff of 13, not 7. So initially, we have 2 sites. So we have a site on the south side, and we have a site on the north side. And I didn't catch that when they submitted the information, but we have 2 sites.
Can you go to that slide? Is that slide 86?
83, I think.
Oh, there we go.
There we
So
go.
this is wrong?
Yeah.
Can you, for the record, what is correct so that the city
Correct.
clerk?
Correct. We have 2 sites, so it's duplicate. So we have 2 site supervisors, 4 outreach workers, 6 violence interrupters, and 1 program manager.
If I could, Mayor, to answer your question. So Marquita can speak to the piece of the agreement that goes to Destination Innovation. Our contract is actually with CEI, so there's administrative costs that are paid to Wichita State CEI. That's part of the $106,000. It also funds the Destination Innovation, the program that Marquita has implemented, and it also funds the evaluation. So that included in that $106,000 is the funding the city provides to CEI, and that CEI provides to Destination Innovation as well as the Institute of Development.
Thank you. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and we're thinking along the same lines. I had questions about financial too. And I read the Cure Violence Global in Wichita Public Health Approach to Violence Prevention document that Dr. Hill and Dr. Parker developed. And one of the sections that I found personally the most interesting was the cost effectiveness. Oftentimes people forget in public health prevention, especially primary and secondary prevention and tertiary, that there is a cost effectiveness in this. And Dr. Parker, in your work, you say that for every dollar that we spend in one of these programs in the Cure Violence global model, that for every dollar, $33 is saved. For those of us on the bench or watching or in the audience today who may not have had the opportunity to review this, can you just explain a little bit of how to the community and specifically the city of Wichita, what that ratio means and where the savings comes from? Thank you.
And so that's data collected by every town, like they are nationwide known for gun violence, so feel free to access that. And so a lot of the savings are due to, one, healthcare cost, dispatching law enforcement, as well as, it's escaping me now, and I didn't write it down. I'll circle back to it. What was the other part of your question?
That's pretty much it, but in here, and I'll just kind of throw you, since you don't have it there, but it talks about the criminal justice system, emergency transport, Medicare government portion, mental health care.
Cost for incarceration, yeah.
Yep, and then supplemental security. So I just thought it was really interesting because sometimes we forget if we can prevent one shooting, that individual then there's a call potentially to 911. That's city or county services. Well, it's county service, but municipal services. And then there's going to be police, fire, we're going to be sending to them. And then, potential healthcare costs, which isn't as much absorbed by the city, but it's absorbed somewhere. And then if there's judicial system, which again is, part of government. So I just think it's a really interesting conversation to be had of $1 spent is $33 in savings.
And we call it the ripple effect, right? Like the goal is for the change. We know that gun violence is a systemic issue. It's happening across the system, and to solve it is going to look different at whatever different level of the system that you're looking at. And these types of programs enable this ripple effect, right? And so it's not just isolated to the individuals living in those communities. It can have a broader impact.
I think these questions are now for the city manager. Thank you very much again for all the good work that you guys are trying to do. And I know that I've seen you guys at many community events, whether it's at boxing or even our Unity in the Community walks. You've been present and we appreciate it. And I know that, again, the council will continue to do these Unity in the Community walks because the whole purpose is to reduce violence and connect our young people to the resources that are available to them. And another reason why I asked Jamie Nix to provide the Evolve magazine, which is available right up here, because there are a lot of resources that the city of Wichita, through parks, through libraries, provide to our young people. And again, I commend staff for doing that good work. These questions are now for the city manager. So these are the ARPA dollars or federal dollars that were allocated to the city of Wichita, totaled roughly $72 million. And can you tell us the purpose of ARPA dollars in helping municipalities get back up from the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a good question. ARPA dollars were intended to do a number of things. First of all, to help cities themselves, their organizations, get back on their feet as a result of the efforts actually the impacts of COVID on those organizations themselves, to help us provide services during that period of time and to position us for recovery. One aspect of ARPA that I think the council really focused on, it was also to look at community impacts of COVID and to address those populations that were especially hit hard during COVID period and that were going to have difficulty during the recovery period. And many of the programs that have been funded by the council have purpose statements and measures that look at how we address the disparate impacts of COVID in the community. And what you have here in terms of violence interrupters or this program is a recognition of the increase in violence and the impact of violence in the community, and it's what happened post-COVID in terms of our violent crime numbers and, as you know, also concerns in the community about crime prevention and about violent crime.
So my question now is, of the 72 million that we have, and I know we're about to get another agenda item in the next few minutes, can you tell us how much is still remaining of the $72 million that the federal government gave to the city of Wichita?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I had a chance to talk briefly with Mark Manning, our finance director. He mentioned currently there's 22 million that hasn't been obligated. Understand, we have this item, we have the Healthy Corner Store Initiative that's going to be presented next, and I think there's at least one more item connected to ARPA funding on today's council agenda. So prior to this action, 22 million.
Also, you'll be committing money from the Affordable Housing Fund that has not yet been committed. That's another, I think, over 3 million, if I remember correctly.
And in regards to this additional ask, so this program received $1.5 million that is set to expire December 31st of this year, correct? And so one of the action items we must do is first and foremost make sure that the 1.5 million can still be spent up until May 31st of 2025. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mayor, I think that date's changed. We're looking now at June 30th of 2025.
So vote number one, or one of the decisions that this council must make, is extending the $1.5 million to continue to be spent until June 30th of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, with Wichita State, because they're our contractor.
And again, that's just for the 1.5 million original spend on the violence interrupters program. The second question now is about an additional $1.6 million. And I wanted to know if $1.6 million is spent to, again, continue funding the violence interrupters program, that is a trade-off. So we would choose A. What would we forego? What are the options that we would forego if we choose to fund the program at 1.6 million?
That 1.6 million is available because we have some projects that were originally anticipated to be funded that will not be able to be committed by the end of 2024. So that money is available and needs to be reprogrammed by the council before the end of the year if we're going to be able to fully take advantage of the ARPA funding. And primarily that was the West Substation, police substation, and our inability to get that to contract before the end of the year.
So again, the 1.6 million would be available to reprogram, whether to violence interrupters, or what are the other options?
Mayor, you've asked before regarding capital options, and that's probably the most practical when you think about it. But given our limited amount of time, we need to be looking at projects that have already been committed we've already, in the case of capital case projects where we've already received bids, council's committed to move forward. And then what you could look at would be using ARPA funds to replace city dollars that have been planned for those projects.
So again, for the 1.6 million, you could utilize, according to your email that was sent to all of us, we could utilize the 1.6, up to 1.6 million to pay, for instance, the fire storage building with ARPA dollars instead of GO funds. Does that mean that this would free up $1.5 million in the CIP projects that have been identified, including but not limited to the projects such as the $12 to $18 million deferred maintenance and parking, CIP projects that would then be delayed? Would the $1.5 million be freed up for CIP projects?
Yes.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I have one last question. I have no problem extending the project to June 30th when the original commitment was made. I think that's fair to cure violence, to be able to show a return on investment and the efficacy of the project. My concern, and I think we'll have a conversation over here, is an extension of double the amount of funding source of 1.6 million with only, when this came before council, the workshop, only 24 days of data to prove efficacy for the project. So my question for the manager is, can you recall, and if not for ARPA funding expiring, is there any other project or grant that came before the council 24 days after, or with 24 days of evidence that then we doubled their entire funding stream with just 24 days? So question is, if not for ARPA funding, would you have brought this forward after 24 days?
In all likelihood, not, unless we had an available funding source. It'd have to be the same kind of circumstances. A program that we believe has significant community benefit, and one where we have funds that would be available in order to continue a program to allow it to prove itself. And we knew that we're going to be short on funding to take it through an appropriate period of time.
So the reason is because of ARPA funding. This was brought at probably a quicker timetable than other grant renewal or grant increases.
Right. It's pretty unusual to have grant programs that you're going to have other funding for. I can only think of a federal agency approaching us saying, we have additional funds. If you're willing to provide the match, we'll come forward. But that just doesn't happen very often.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, so the fire apparatus and the fire storage are in the CIP.
That's correct.
So that's going to get done irregardless. It's just, this is more of a discussion about the mechanism as to how to pay for that.
Right. Probably shouldn't talk about fire apparatus because there's some that you've already approved. We've got some delivery date problems or concerns on apparatus, and because of the long lead time, we would be a little nervous about getting it all delivered to us by the end of 2026. But the fire storage facility that you just referenced, you just approved the bids for that earlier this morning. So yes, we had money in the CIP for that, and you now approved the bids.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I know during the workshop, and I do appreciate the workshop that we had, it really led me to really embrace the leadership of Marquita. I think she's an outstanding president, CEO. I can just tell how she leans on her people, that she trusts them and leans on them and does absolutely a great job. I said then too, I don't think it's prudent to fully fund something and then all of a sudden go to zero, expect to raise all the funds. I would rather see a phased approach, possibly get you through 2025, a little bit diminishing towards the end of 25. Then I would even be open to a budget of providing some limited city funds even in 26, 27, 28. Because like Councilman Tuttle said, it does. It does reduce our need for police force, for our court system, medical. I mean, there's lots of benefits to reducing gun violence, so I appreciate that. But it's kind of like a parent and your kids. You know, you don't want to give them everything, make them work for something. I think they're better off in the end. That's how I raised my 4 sons. I think maybe a phased approach might be more prudent. So, might be offering something like that later. So, but I believe in the program. I think it's a wonderful program. I think you're doing a great job. I think with more data, you will be able to get support from Kansas Health Foundation, from the Wallace Foundation, from a lot of different foundations. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to clarify a couple things. It's my understanding that there were no other option. It was presented to extend this with the $1.6 million until one of us asked for some other options because we see the impact that this program can make. A little more history, it was Chief Ramsey that talked about this quite a bit in multiple cities, and prior to his departure, it even talked about trying to have council members go visit those cities to see the impact of programs like this. And it's telling that in 24 days, you could already see some impact from this program, and it sounds like potential to make even more impact. I do have a little concern about the giving them everything. I think any program that is looking at reducing violence and stopping youth shootings and murders probably should get quite a bit. I think that we should be funding them not only at this level, but I've continued to say an effort like this should be funded every year with an allocation from the city. Not only this, but a higher allocation. We need to challenge the group definitely to raise some additional funds, but there should be some form of permanent funding from the city of Wichita. Crime is something that impacts all of us. Violence is something that impacts all of us. There's no reason we should see 13-year-old children being shot and killed at a gas station, and I believe that this group can kind of help with reducing that. Will it be perfect ever? Probably not, but reductions are reductions. Lives saved are lives saved, and funding is something, especially with this, and we see the potential benefits of it just from the data that has been presented already. This is something that needs to continue on throughout 2026 and beyond in the city. If we're concerned about violence in our community, this is also a city issue, and the city should be at the table with some dollars in partnership to make sure that this no longer continues. So I do believe that, again, as I began with, this was the option. Because it's ARPA funds, there were some questions about other projects that could be funded, but this is what was going to be presented. That's why the recommendation is what it is. I'm happy to hear more from the community, but we received a lot of support letters. We know about the partnerships. People see benefit in this. And one of the things I would challenge us before we do go out to the public is lived experience is important. And I don't know how many of us have experienced some of the things that many of the violence interrupters have, or lived in places where we might understand this, but I will tell you, you need folks with lived experience to engage in this way. I've seen it firsthand, and I can tell you from all of my years working, I started working with young people at the age of 18. I served on the state advisory board. A lot of these young folks aren't listening to people like me, and I don't have the type of experiences that many of these individuals do, and they listen to and respect everything that's going on. They're doing the work that law enforcement can't do. And if we are truly considering the what if, what happens when we don't fund them, that I believe is short-sighted on government. I've raised it before with the weed and seed issue. Government stopped funding the weed and seed program when we saw violence go. We saw a lack of prevention programs. We saw a lack of engagement. Cities and states tried to engage a little more, but they didn't do it at the level that they needed to. This is something that is extremely important to the city of Wichita. This is something that, as an activist, way before I was on council, I wanted to see people with lived experience doing the work, because those are the ones that can reach the people that need to be reached. It's not us in our suits. It's not It's not even some of our ministers. It's going to be people who've lived that experience, who've learned from it, and can relate to the young folks and try to help them to think differently. I have more to say. I'll say more after public comment, but I really want us to think about how this is framed, and the necessity of it in saving lives is truly important. And again, too many young people have access to weapons. Too many young people are thinking about using violence as a response rather than peaceful resolution. This group is able to do so, and it's something different that the city of Wichita hasn't done in years past. Yes, there are other groups. No, those other groups are not 24/7 like the violence interrupters.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I also will have more comments later, and good job. But I did want to ask a question. Not sure if it's for Dante or for Bob. And then from what I learned from that, Ms. Marquita, I'm going to ask you another question, okay? So please remind me, because it isn't something that we are immersed in every day. It's more of the, the administrative part of it. To extend this contract, and then if to the, this current, and then if we voted to enhance it, if you will, and add more dollars to it, is there, I'm assuming there's an MOU or a contract or something between CEI and the city of Wichita, correct? Yes, I'm seeing heads nod, okay. And then the second part of that is, can you tell me a little bit about the reporting requirements for the ARPA-funded projects? I know that we had a workshop in September. I learned a great deal. It was very impressive, but just remind me what the ARPA reports are.
If I remember correctly, we receive quarterly reports, performance reports from all of the agencies that have received ARPA funds. Some programs have completed their work and no longer have to report to us, but those that are still open and still expending funds do provide that, and then we provide that information to the council on a quarterly basis when we provide the quarterly financial report. In fact, today we'll be giving you a quarterly ARPA report.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marquita, could you join us for a second so I can ask you one more question? So I mentioned I'm old and I've been doing this kind of work for a long time.
We don't say old, we say seasoned.
Seasoned. And one of the guests in the auditorium with us today is from the Health and Wellness Coalition. And we had, the Health and Wellness Coalition I'm just giving this as an example to frame up my question. So we had significant funding from one entity for years and years, and then we lost that funding. And now we're trying to figure out our plan. So you mentioned you have a 13-member board. Sounds like you've got all the right people on it. Sounds like you're in all the right places for networking. But I do know from a fundraising perspective, right, that it takes a plan. So could there be a possibility, because I'm also worried about sustainability. I always am. Anytime we allocate funding, it's one of the questions that I ask from this bench is, what's going to happen when our money's gone? Because in this case, the money is gone. The ARPA money is gone. So would you be willing in your quarterly reports to us, or when you provide updates, to, number one, agree to develop a sustainability plan, like what you're going to do, and by if this funding is allocated until September of 2026 is what I heard, that by however you decide the quarters, but by June of 2027, you will have a plan to raise this much and these, whatever, but to develop a more formalized plan. And could we say that that's maybe part of your contract, that you will develop a plan by a certain date, and that in your quarterly reports between now and September of 2026, when the funding is expended, you will provide updates of the strategies that you have implemented to raise funds to ensure sustainability?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I don't know administratively with Bob and Dante, I mean, we got a verbal here, which is great, but it might cause some peace for my heart, maybe for others on the bench, maybe for others in the community who are listening, that you are going to have a plan, and that you understand that is the, not only to keep doing the great work you're doing, but also to develop a sustainability plan as part of the work that will be completed by September of 2026.
Yes, that's part of the collective work of Destination Innovation in general. Okay. And one of the conversations we had last year when we were at Columbia, doing research with Columbia University, is how to build beyond the drought.
Great.
And so sustainability is one of our top priority issues. So that's something that's already incorporated into the work that we do, and especially with Cure Violence too.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome.
This is follow-up questions to the city manager's office. First and foremost, the options that you provided on October 7th, 2024 were from Elizabeth Goldtree, And these were questions I had asked of the city manager immediately after the workshop on September 24th. So I have been asking for how do we prudently utilize ARPA dollars, because they are, again, a one-time infusion by the federal government, and it's not ongoing dollars. So I did ask the question immediately following the workshop of what are options regarding the $1.6 million that could be increased for violence interrupters, because we have a budget deficit. So, City Manager, can you please explain to us, if we are going to face a budget deficit, how much is that budget deficit, and how do you utilize CIP dollars to help with a budget deficit?
Mayor, it's not a direct one-to-one dollar savings. If you were to, let's just use the fire storage facility, that's the project that I think has been talked about the most. If you were to take $1.5 million and move it from ARPA, use that ARPA funding to reduce the GO funding by $1.5 million, that frees up capacity in the future CIP for you. And if you have savings like that you want to move into the operating budget, you'd have to reduce your debt levy in order to be able to capture, again, assuming the council wants to keep the total levy the same, you'd reduce debt levy and then increase the general fund levy in order to be able to make that happen. But the other way to do it is that you're freeing up some future capacity, and it's either you can pick up another project, or as I said, you can reduce your debt needs in the future. 1.5 won't make as much of a difference as 15 million, but it can help in that regard.
15 million is the budget deficit?
Well, it depends what year we're talking about. Next year, we're we're balanced for 25, and 26, I've gone blank on the number. Is it? Yeah, $3 to $4 million, and then it increases to around 10 million, if I remember right, after that. In the ballpark, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And then one more follow-up question. The fire storage facility, again, yes. 1.7 is what I see as an option, but it looks like the most recent email that you sent out said it's 1.5 million, but the Board of Bids showed a $3 million project. So can we get clarification on how the ARPA dollars would then just help with the fire storage?
Right. I can ask staff to give you a little more information right now if you want, but the fire storage is actually being built in phases, and I think we're comfortable with the $1.5 million phase being under contract and committed in a way that you could get the relief.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just curious. We've had a workshop where we heard some really good initial data, again, 24 days. I get that, but why, of all the $22 million of ARPA money that's not committed, why are we singling out this effort?
I would have to defer to City Manager Layton, who I asked, where else can you provide 1.6 million, and he only provided these options.
I don't know that the question is the options, is it, or is it why ask the question about violence interrupters?
Yeah, I was specifically saying, why are we targeting the violence interrupters after a workshop that I thought we all received really well and some really good initial information? I don't know that that's a question to the city manager, because the recommendation is to fund it. So I'm just wondering why we're focused on violence interrupters at this point.
I specifically asked City Manager what are options regarding these $22 million of ARPA dollars that have not been spent, and so he bullet pointed down what are the options for each of the dollars. And so again, I have always been very clear that I think community deserves to know that if we choose A, we're not choosing B. So it's options. And everything that is made right here on the council is a trade-off. So if we fund this, we don't fund this. And that is what I've asked the city manager to provide more of, options for us, so that we can discuss that these dollars, again, are one-time infusion by the federal government. They're not going to continue giving us these dollars, so how do we utilize the dollars to the best benefit to the entire community?
But that's not accurate though, because the CIP projects are funded in the CIP, so that's gonna happen. This is a program that's recommended to get funded, so technically we could get everything, the apparatus, the storage, and this, if we vote for this item. So I feel like we're being forced to make a choice that we don't have to make because it's already in the CIP. It's going to happen.
I'll give a perfect example. The CIP last year showed $6 million for a pickleball complex. And as you can see, the new CIP project does not show the pickleball complex. So CIP can change, and unfortunately, it changes based off of priorities. And so, City Manager, can you explain how CIP works? Because it's a 10-year plan, and it's thoughtfully created by the staff regarding projects that need either maintenance or further infusion to continue being a resource for the community.
Yes, Mayor, and we try to do that in consultation with the council, and of course, ultimately, the Planning Commission reviews it before you adopt it. So there are a lot of people that are involved in it. A majority, as you know, a majority of the projects in the CIP are aimed towards maintenance. We do have capacity and expansion projects that are in, and then we have new projects, usually that are initiated at the request of council members or council districts, residents in districts, and after a lot of study, council ultimately determines what the priorities are when we bring the document to you. We try to do it early so that, again, as I said, it's a collaborative effort. We don't just drop the document, in August and ask you to approve it. So.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate the explanation, Bob. What I believe, what I've heard from the council is that this council would be supportive more so of fire storage than pickleball. Pickleball was a political issue. The fire department is not, so I believe that this council would fund fire storage anyway. We have an opportunity right now to fund a program that's doing something unique in Wichita, and just to be blunt, what we were doing before wasn't working. And if we're looking at just hoping that this group can get the level of funding that they need, and here's a bone, hope you guys do good, and good luck. I think that's the wrong approach. Again, violence is something that impacts us all. Violence is something that we should be funding and supporting. And as I said, I believe fire is a priority. I would support that in the CIP next year. I think that the majority of this council would, and I think that this is the right thing to do to fund this program. And I feel like, again, we are being forced to make a choice that we don't have to make. And again, pickleball is not the fire department. I think that fire storage would take priority over pickleball anyway.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I'll have plenty of further comments, but I'm interested in hearing from the public, so I move that we open to public comment. I think we're done asking questions. I think we're just talking up here. We can do that after the public so they can get going with their day. So with a motion to move to public comment.
I'm moving to public comment. Do I see any further questions from the bench? I see no further question. Well, Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. We could just go to public comment without a motion. I could be quiet. But I wanted to make sure it was known what I thought. And when I shut up, if nobody else gets on the board, we can go to public comment. But we don't need a motion for that.
We will now open it up for public comment. Please state your name and your address.
Good afternoon. My name is Josiah Williams. My address is 2349 North Gentry Drive. I'm actually employed by the city of Wichita. I want to give honor to City Manager, Mayor Wu, Vice Mayor, and the Commissioner. There are a few things that are troubling me right now because this is my first time actually being at a city council meeting, and I saw earlier that you all did away with $500,000 toilet. And we're talking about gun violence. They will never stop making guns. This is a political standpoint that continues to come up year after year, day after day. Violence is something that is very real. My position in the city is I'm a bus driver. I run transit. I run the kids to school. I bring them home from school. I can't tell you how many times that I have children on the buses that are having incidents just from words, just from things that are on the phone that escalate. They take them home. The parents do not know how to emotionally deal with the things that are going on in their lives. As a bus driver, we are required to report not only to dispatch when there is a fire, but also if there is a shooting, if the lights are out. The interrupters, I'm not a part of them, but I do agree with what they're doing. They have the ability, just like the bus drivers, to communicate what's going on within the city. This book, Evolve, I've never heard of it. If this is something that the city is wanting to get out into the public, why not utilize the interrupters to do that? And there are other things that are going on in the city that the council is not, like Mr. Johnson said, able to get out and reach those people. But for the people that can be reached, utilize what you have at the time that you have it. Moving forward, I would like to see the city absolutely put the finances behind them, whatever they have to do. If it's not a pickleball court, if it's not anything that has to do with fun and games, it should be serious business. We're talking about lives. We're talking about funeral costs. We're talking about people being admitted to the hospital. We're talking about post-traumatic stress, PTSD, mental health issues, the ability to allow families to eat, and the interrupters can do that. They can actually tell the people in the community where to go to receive this help, whether it be mental health, whether it be food assistance, whether it be housing assistance. Why? Because they're taking the time to go to the places that other people will not. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question for you, sir. Yep. First, I just want to say I appreciate your service to the city and your work doing this. I'm sorry to make you walk back there.
No problem. I sit on the bus all day. I don't have a problem walking.
Well, I just wanted to ask one question here. This is your first time in this chamber?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about democracy in action?
It's a little confusing for me, especially when I hear you all talk about the ability to clean up a toilet or what it will cost day to day, and we're talking about $500,000, and we're debating, I'm sorry, no disrespect, we're debating on whether or not you're going to save lives or if you're going to come up with the money to save lives. We're talking about for the next 20 years. These are the people that could quite possibly be sitting at District 4, District 6, and nobody seems to want to take the time to do it. So as a humble servant to the city, it's quite confusing for me, and it's distressing.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Josiah. We'll continue with public comment.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Dees. I am the parent of Trejavious Hutton. He was killed at the mall a couple of years ago. And I feel like the Cure Violence, since my son been dead, they the only ones that stepped up and tried to help me with my other kids. I had 6 boys and 2 girls, and I'm raising a 15-year-old boy. I'm a single parent, and I'm raising a 9-year-old boy right now. And like half of the stuff that goes on in the city, I don't know about. And since they've been in my life, I'm more in tune on what's going on. When stuff happens, they call and check up on my son. One of my sons was just in trouble with the system and got expelled from US 259. AJ came and support. He was the one that was in the room with me, talked, but all of the Cure Violence came and showed their support. We had court last month. All of them came to support my family. It's just hard. Like, we need more of them around here to help us, because a lot of us don't know, They always say it starts with the parents. Well, I'm like one of the older parents, and I still got a lot of little kids at home, so I really don't know what's going on. People say that us parents do know, but literally they are around, and so they tells, like a lot of people say they don't want to know the truth. I want to know the truth. I want them to tell me what my son is doing. I mean, it was Halloween. That little boy got killed at Quick Trip. Luckily, my 15-year-old wasn't there, because that's the age group that he hang around with. And so by y'all saying that y'all want to cut the funding, then there's going to be more parents like me, like I go through a whole lot because of what's going on in the city with these kids and these firearms and stuff like that. Do not cut the funding. Help them. I mean, y'all going to see more parents like me if y'all don't, if y'all cut the funding. Y'all gonna see more parents like me, and this is hurtful. I wasn't trying to bury no 14-year-old kid. I wanted to see my son grow old. But don't cut the funding, because I need them, and there's more parents that need them too. And also, one of the first meetings with my kid and some other kids, they kind of got it squashed. Like we don't even hear no more about the other kids and my kids and their friends fighting. So that's a plus, like they really support us, and we need them around there. Like they say, it ain't just, they not gonna talk to y'all, they ain't gonna talk to the parents, but they talk to them, and I appreciate them. This is family now. Out of the whole 2.5 years, ain't nobody came into my life to try to be a better role model for my 15-year-old son. And he's a statistic out here, you know what I'm saying? And they getting through to him. We need the funding, we need it. And I ain't never been to one of these meetings neither, and probably won't never come back to another meeting, but yeah, we need it.
Thanks, Jeanette. We'll continue with public comment.
AJ Bohannon. Today I stand before you on behalf of Cure Violence, an organization that I am fortunate to be a part of, and one that has become a vital force in the Wichita community, especially within our schools and neighborhoods. I serve as one of the outreach coordinators within the organization. Cure Violence is a global initiative dedicated to reducing violence and fostering safer and healthier communities. Founded on the belief that violence is a public health issue that can be prevented, our approach is evidence-based and has proven effective in cities around the world. With your partnership, support, and continued funding, we believe we can continue to create a significant, lasting impact in even more families, schools, and communities in this city. Our work in violence prevention and intervention, particularly with our young people, is one of the most transformative efforts our city has seen to date. At Cure Violence, we take an innovative approach to addressing violence by treating it as an epidemic. Much like the spread of disease, violence can be interrupted, and it can be prevented from taking hold in at-risk areas. Our highly trained team, which includes 6 violence interrupters, 4 outreach workers, 2 site supervisors, and our program manager, all have deep roots in the community that we serve. This allows us to be effective. We work to detect early signs of tension and to intervene before violence escalates. Through counseling, mediation, long-term support, and numerous wraparound services, we have helped reduce shootings and retaliations in various neighborhoods while also creating safer environments for families, schools, and local businesses. Cure Violence operates on the front lines, responding immediately to incidents that could otherwise destabilize families and neighborhoods. Our team has stepped in on several occasions as first responders to mediate conflict, provide counsel, and offer hope to those who may feel that violence is their only path forward. By identifying and addressing the root causes of violence, we work tirelessly to reduce retaliation and stop the cycle of trauma that so often impacts our community's youth. Our model has shown remarkably successful, but the need remains great. Communities in Wichita continue to face daily challenges due to cycles of violence that impact lives, strain resources, and prevent growth. Through our presence in schools, Cure Violence has worked diligently to foster a sense of safety and support. We are not only helping young men and women in times of crisis, but we are also providing mentorship, guidance, and a positive presence that makes a real difference in the lives of these students. When young people are given the tools to resolve conflict and are shown that they matter to their community, the impact ripples far beyond one incident. It's an investment into Wichita's future. The work that we do at Cure Violence is not only courageous, but also incredibly effective. By reducing violence at its roots, we offer an approach that saves lives and introduces lasting peace. Investing in Cure Violence is ultimately an investment into the safety, health, and resilience of our city. I hope you consider the value that this program brings, especially as we work to uplift Wichita's young men and women, empowering them to envision a future free of violence. To expand our impact, we are seeking the support of you, the dedicated members of the City Council who share our vision of a city who every person can have the right to feel like they are safe. I respectfully urge you to keep this program funded, ensuring that we have the resources we need to continue making a difference and keep this city safe. In closing, there was an article that said our funding would potentially be given to the fire department for a storage unit. I find it severely unfortunate that two public health and safety organizations are being pinned against each other for this funding because we are both necessary. But a storage unit and kids' lives are not one and the same. We respect, support, and appreciate the work that the fire department does on a day-to-day basis, but please consider this fact before I take my seat. At Cure Violence, we put out fires every single day. The only difference is our fires don't involve flames, they involve lives. God bless.
Okay, trying to follow those few people. I can't do it well, but I've got words to keep me grounded. But these folks, I don't know how to describe the feeling that I feel when I'm with the violence interrupters, with the Cure Violence Wichita team, but I feel like I'm glowing. I feel safe. I feel proud. I feel like things are okay, things are good. So even in being in here, they're incredible people. And so I really appreciate this time to support them. So I wrote a statement. Good morning, Wichitans. Good morning, City Council members, staff, and Mayor Wu. My name is Chad Childs, and I worked for the past 9 years with Wichita State University's Community Engagement Institute, located in Old Town, 248 North Meade. I am the Prevention Initiatives Manager with expertise in the prevention of substance use, suicide, problem gambling, community violence, and the promotion of behavioral health. Every day we support the strategic planning by local community members at the most local levels possible to implement effective strategies designed and implemented by local people to serve their neighbors in the best ways possible. I thank you for your service and acknowledge that you have a very difficult job. You work with limited revenue that cannot always increase enough to meet the rising needs of our growing city. You must decide how much goes to streets, parks, parking, fire safety, law enforcement, staffing the services, investment and reinvestment in the city that you serve. Your work can save lives and improve well-being, and the wrong decisions can have grave consequences. This is another one of those critical decision points. The American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, as we've talked about, was intended to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, including the public health and economic impacts. And it's important to keep in mind as we're thinking about long-term and thinking about prevention and investment here, babies born during the pandemic are 3 to 5 years old now, and they're learning what's going on in their neighborhoods. Gun violence is a public health crisis. It impacts the economy significantly. The city carefully and wisely invested ARPA funds in an evidence-based strategy, this community-led public health prevention focus to reduce gun violence here. This is an incredible approach, really thoughtful, and is already saving lives and inspiring hope for continued safety on our streets after just a few months of implementation. Alternatives in evidence-based gun violence prevention include things like firearm purchasing license changes, firearm removal laws, regulating public carry, more strict background checks, extreme risk laws, and holding the gun industry accountable. These strategies are often met with public outcry and billions of opposition dollars. None of them are as celebrated or as effective as respected adults teaching young people how to survive and stop killing each other. I grew up outside of Yoder, rural Reno County. My dad worked in Wichita, and we came to town for shopping. I grew up in a time when my mom warned me that what I was wearing was going to get me shot in Wichita. And even today, people who live outside Wichita have never asked me, aren't you worried about the fire? Aren't you worried about parking costs or property crime? What they have asked me repeatedly, even months ago, is, isn't there a shooting there every day? Violence Interrupters is changing that. The funding extension that we've requested can serve as a foundation needed for Destination Innovation to champion and sustain it with other funding into the future. If you don't fund Violence Interrupters as a program but decide to use those ARPA dollars to increase funding of other services the city already provides, it will likely result in higher increases in city costs moving forward into future years, because those departments that get additional funding this year probably aren't going to ask for a decrease in future years. Those costs are going to continue to increase, and where it's unique that Destination Innovation, Institute of Development are doing this in a way that's incredible and building for the future while they're starting. We know that ARPA dollars are not meant to continue funding programs long term. We are actively looking for other ways to sustain Cure Violence Global's Violence Interrupters program in Wichita. We believe the city of Wichita's use of ARPA dollars to fund this program into 2026 can give our communities the best chance to continue reducing gun violence in a way that state, local, and national funders will compete over the opportunity to be involved in their sustainability. Funding Violence Interrupters is a great example of investing in the community to invest in itself. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. A lot of words have been said this morning, and I just want to take heed to one sentence, that we all have a chance and a choice. My name is Desmond Bryant. I am a program manager of Progeny with Destination Innovation. Destination Innovation's mission is to provide young people with the tools and resources to be successful. That starts from the top down. Our mission is to provide our young people with the tools and resources to be successful. It's hard to pour from an empty cup, so we're asking our city to help pour into our cup. A lot of times we move forward and we're not thinking about the things that are happening on the ground level. Having a 13-year-old son, my heart sunk into my stomach when I read on social media that 13-year-old boy had been shot at Quick Trip. I live in Northeast Wichita, born and raised. So to hear that a 13-year-old was shot, first thing I can do is to call him. I was out trick-or-treating with my daughters, but my son had told me that he wasn't going trick-or-treating. He was going to stay home and play video games and watch TV. Why is that? Because that's where he felt safe. As a 13-year-old, he doesn't feel safe to go trick-or-treating anymore. That hurt me because that's the only reason he didn't go, is because he said, I'm glad I didn't go to College Hill. We're talking about College Hill. College Hill is one of the most prominent communities in Wichita, if I'm not mistaken. When I was growing up, that's a place that we can go to and make sure we had a big old bag of candy. But my son's youth is being taken from him, all because he doesn't feel safe to go into the community. I want to support and give thanks to Cure Violence. I hear another story of a 13-year-old, a fully automatic handgun. Where are our 13-year-olds getting these guns from is the first question that I want to ask. Not only is that, but okay, that gun was taken from him, given away. They see the program of Cure Violence and the mentorship, the leadership. Last month, Mayor, you read a proclamation for the city of Wichita for all people to have leadership, for all young people to have dignity and respect, for all young people to be put in these positions and through our lived experience. To catapult on that, the governor signed the same proclamation for the state. If that's coming from the city, that's coming from the state, that all young people deserve investment. why are we talking about not investing in the same young people that we pled to the city of Wichita, that the governor just pled to the state of Kansas, that this is our mission, is to give all young people the resources and the tools to be successful. This is a great opportunity, and we have a great chance and a choice to make here. It's tough that we have to decide between fire and policing our communities. That's a tough choice that we shouldn't have to make, and I hope that's not the decision that's not the line that we're having to draw in the sand if we're going to support this or this. It can't be black and white, because nothing is ever black and white, and I believe that we can all agree on that. We have to be able to be innovative, and we have to be able to be creative in the solutions that we're bringing up to this solution. So I want to ask City Council, I want to ask the community, for November being Youth Justice Action Month, what is your investment in the youth? Thank you.
Good morning. I only came here to talk about AARP. That was my goal, was to get up early and talk about AARP. My name is LaVonta Williams, and I was a 35-year educator. All middle school, all one school. And I was that person that I wanted them to emulate when they grew up. In teaching middle school, we started an after-school program 35 years ago. 35 years ago, we started an after-school program. That after-school program was for 10 middle schools. It was to keep our kids safe. It was to keep our kids busy after school so they wouldn't go home to an empty home, to make sure they had a snack so that they weren't hungry, but they could do their homework, and then they could engage in after-school activities. Upon retirement, somebody said, "Oh, run for city council." I said, "No." But my steps were ordered, and I did what I was ordered to do. But when I came to city council, that was the first thing that I wanted to make sure we were looking out for, and that was our young people. That was my goal. No cigarette smoke in the bowling alleys. Many other things that we were saying that we were trying to do for those that were coming after us. And then the school district comes along, and they say, let us see how we can make sure that we're helping in that area. We now have 2 future-ready centers in USD 259. I meet with USD 259 on a regular basis. One of those is manufacturing, so that a child can come out of high school and make more than some of us make. The other was in health, being nurses, going into the health arena. You have one that's coming now. It'll be construction. And your next one will be digital and IT. 259 is looking out for our kids. I've been looking out for our kids as long as I can remember. When I came to council, there was no Mayor's Youth Council. We went to the National League of Cities, and we come back, and I'm like, where are our kids in the cute little T-shirts that say Wichita City Council, Mayor's Youth Council? We had none. And so you have to take those steps in order to move forward. Sometimes those steps hurt, but God creates those steps for a purpose, and we need to think about that. We need to think about future ready as a city council. That is our responsibility in making sure that our young people grow up to be able to say, yes, I'm in AARP. We have too many things that are going on outside of this arena. And we have got to think not only our streets, not only our safety by fire and police, but we also need to think about safety of our young people. That 35-year after-school program still continues to this day. to this day, along with the partnership of the YMCA. And so we need to be thinking about something that the city council can say, we do this, and it's still going on. What do we have? What do we have? Right now, we have the Mayor's Youth Council, it's still going on. My after-school program, it's still going on. What do we have from the city? What do we have that is saying we are investing in our young people? We need to be thinking about those things. Sit down and talk more with the people that are out there doing these things. Looking at money, saving lives, fire storage. Saving lives, fire storage. For me, our young people come first. That was the only thing I was thinking of when I was in your seats, is making sure that they come first, or we have no future city council members. Again, I only came for AARP, and thank you for thinking about us and making Wichita an age-friendly city. Now, please think about making it a youth-friendly city. We need that. Please look at the money and invest where you see your investment later. AARP, youth-friendly city. It's no question for me which comes first. Thank you.
Thank you, former Councilmember Levanta. May I ask a follow-up question? The middle school after-school program actually asked the city of Wichita for $115,000 this year, but the city cut their funding by $50,000, so they were not fully funded this year. So I just want you to know that the city did help with middle school after school, but not at the amount that they requested. Their actual budget for middle school after school is $290,000. And again, now they're having to look for additional
And
funding.
the funding has been going down year after year. But if we don't put something aside that says this goes here, this goes to fire, this goes to police, this goes to youth, we're making a big mistake. I can't see that we're going in the right direction. So yes, the YMCA does need it for the after-school program, but I guarantee you we're saving those kids. Thank you.
It's a great program. And this is now a question for staff. I would like a follow-up to be sent to the council regarding the amount of investments we make on youth specifically through the city of Wichita. I know that during the budget process, there was a whole presentation about crime prevention, which included library, parks, recreation, cultural arts. So can we get an amount of how much is actually being spent on youth through the city of Wichita? We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning, Twyla Purity, District 1. I live in the Polo Club. I fully support full funding of this program, and I want to bring to your attention something that you might not have thought about when you ask Ms. Atkins Woods to go get funding elsewhere. I know a little bit about what you're asking her because my oldest daughter has a PhD in science. Black woman, after she left Howard University, she went to UC San Diego to pursue a degree. And first of all, as a black woman in science, it was really, really difficult. But then it has developed in her a passion of I guess a bias in grant funding for people of color. Right? So that's her passion. And she is contracted to work with Green 2.0 and she studies that for them. So when you ask Ms. Atkins Woods to go get her own funding, I just did a quick Google and here are some things that came up. Let's see here. This systematic racism reflected in grant allocations, researchers argue. And this is just Google, right? I didn't spend a lot of time looking at this kind of stuff. Now, this is from Green 2.0, Environmental Experts of Color Database, So this is from their data, actually from their website, just currently. In 2022, a U.S. House Office of Diversity and Inclusion survey found that 60% of non-governmental witnesses who testified at House hearings identified as white. The implication is that the voices of communities of color are rarely represented before vital government bodies, even as decisions are being made that directly impact their health, livelihoods, and families. Here's another headline, racial inequality and grant funding from U.S. National Institutes of Health. And then this is kind of my favorite, 7 ways to reduce bias in grant funding. So right there, there's an assumption that there is bias in grant funding. And these biases are false consensus bias, gender bias, conflict of interest bias, confirmation bias, race, ethnicity, and cultural bias, affinity bias, attribution bias, and language bias. So a lot of those I can imagine that Ms. Atkins-Woods is going to run into, right? It's not easy you don't understand sometimes your privilege if you're not of color. So I just want you to be aware of that and consider that when you can think about how much, or actually, I just hope you'll fully fund their program. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ford Cars, Kansas State Representative, 84th District. And I wasn't even going to speak today. I was just coming to listen to the comments. However, I will say this. I'm concerned when it appears as though the city or any governmental body doesn't support those things that support the community. That young man that died just a short time ago at the Quick Trip that several people have referenced before, that's in the middle of my district. So this concerns me. And I understand how important these programs are. I'm not extremely familiar with this program, but what I can tell you is that these individuals are in the community and they're trying. I may not even agree with everything that they do, but these individuals are trying. I'm a product of some of these kinds of programs in the past. I was fortunate enough to be shot at, but not shot. But I stand before you today because of some of those programs that I went through as a young man. And because of that, every chance I get, every opportunity I get, I try to give back to the community. That's what we have here. We have an organization that is attempting to give back to the community. And everybody's not doing that. The only way we can save people, the only way we can save our youth is to give back. And what I implore of the council to do today is simply give back, fund this program. They're out there trying. We all make mistakes in life, and I'm not even saying that everything that they're doing is the right thing, but when you know that there's someone that cares, because as I was coming up, that's what kept me going. That's what led me to go back to school for another semester, right? And to continue going. And then I look up and I've become exceptionally educated since then, only because I was in programs that in many ways mimicked this one and had individuals in it that cared. This program cares, and I feel like the city council and all levels of government, for that matter, including the state, should care as well. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Quentin McIntosh. I'm not a part of that program, but I am a member of the community. I run a business in that same community. I'm also a father of a child that was part of that 2021 statistic that got murdered. And so I'm telling you, I've had some firsthand experiences with this organization, some different kids that's, being involved in this program. And I'm telling you, we need this program in our community. We need to fund it. the number one responsibility of any government is public safety. And so they're doing the job of helping keeping this community safe. And so I agree with, Councilman Johnson. This needs to be a part of consistent funding every single year, because they're doing part of the job that is the responsibility of the system. And if, I understand the due diligence of what else can be accomplished with this money, but it's offensive to a lot of people in the community when we're talking about, storage units, for the fire department. We're talking about pickleball. When you compare that to lives, what it feels like when your child's life is ripped from your heart, it's not a comparison. That's all I gotta say.
So Marquita Atkins Woods, 3236 South Silver, Southsider. And so first off, I want to thank everybody that's gotten up to speak on our behalf. I have to stop myself from crying because this issue is super, super important, and I'm super passionate about our community. And as we were leading up to this time, I was being reflective of having to be in this space where I have to defend wanting to help kids and wanting to help our community. And it made me, on social, pull up a picture of me at 16 years old, holding obituaries of my friends that were being murdered every single week in the 90s, and being in the newspaper for the advocacy that I was doing at 16 years old. And here I stand as a grown woman doing the same advocacy. Twilight, I wanted to thank you for saying the things that I can't say. I have to edit myself. And the response of saying that we will do the due diligence is because I have to. As a woman of color, as a leader of a mostly Black-led organization, I have to. Because sometimes when we come up here and we ask for investment, it feels like we're asking for a handout, and we're not. Cure Violence is doing the work. And Mayor, when you speak to given the task to your staff to see what kind of youth or how many youth you guys are impacting, Cure Violence reaches the youth that you guys cannot reach. Cure Violence reaches the youth that does not show up for the things that you guys put out. They reach the youth that are not a part of what I call, and we need them and they're necessary, the sidewalk nonprofits. You cannot take people who did not have permission to get off the sidewalk and think they're going to be able to communicate with kids that are living on survival every single day. Cure Violence has managed to reach those youth and their parents and bring them into a space. They are working with these young people every single day. And what they're showing young people that they are worthy of being invested in. Whenever you listen to them talk about young people on the news, the message that they send is that young people are out of control. The message that they send is that young people are a threat. Without us as the adults in society taking accountability for the world that we're giving them. So imagine being a young person feeling like you have a city that you don't belong to, a city that does not care about you and you're looking for a place to belong. Imagine being a young person that is living your life based on survival, but having somebody finally come to you and reach you and tell you you're worthy. You're worth more than a gun. You are worth more than going to prison, because we don't just lose one child when a child dies. We lose the children that was a part of that accident too. Their brains don't develop, young men, brains don't develop until they're 25 years old. It only takes 1 second to change that child's trajectory. 1 second. And our kids are under tremendous amount of stress. And this team is impact. I always say impact over optics. We can take a picture all day. But that does not mean that we're acting the way that we do. It's very rare that they take pictures because they protect the young people that they serve. But their impact in this short amount of time is immeasurable. So I want to uplift the Cure Violence team. Thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for believing in this work. Thank you for sharing the vision. Thank you for dedicating your time the way you do day and night. And I also want to really, my phone is going off and off because people are watching. Our young people are watching. And the message that you're sending to them is whether they're worth it or not. And they should know for their city that they are worth it. Thank you.
I'll try to keep this short. My name is Essex Sims, address 7400 West 37th Street North. I'm a violence interrupter with Cure Violence. So I get to go to work and do the work every day. Just real quick, by a show of hands, how many people have had that question, if you could talk to the your younger you, what would you say? And everybody heard that expression, and we all, every day I go to work, I get to talk to myself. Unfortunately for me, I can't undo or unlive my experiences. So I go to work every day knowing that I can make an impact on somebody's young life, so they don't have to go through what I went through, for what I put my community through, for what I put my family through. So many of us, all these guys in orange, we all take that approach every day. We get to make a difference. We get to save people, because we can't save ourselves from some of the things that we endured, some of the things we went through. We get to save young people. And I got all the confidence in this team that that's exactly what we're going to do. That's what we've been doing. We've been saving lives. And we're going to continue to do that. If you ask Jeanette, who got up here and spoke, would she spend $1.6 million to have her child back? She would say yes. If you ask them parents who just lost a child at Quick Trip, would they give that money to have their child back? They would say yes. If you ask my sister, my nephew who was murdered by gun violence, would she give that money to have her child back? Her answer would be an emphatic yes. Because our comfortable homes that we go home to every day and we block out the world and this stuff that's going on out here in these streets that are real, those homes become uncomfortable when there's pain in those homes, when you can't put your arms around your child anymore. It becomes very uncomfortable. And unfortunately, there are a lot of families right here in the city of Wichita who are living uncomfortable right now. We can change that. The decision we make today can change that. We can start changing and start mending our community, and that's exactly what we are seeking to do. That's the work that we are doing. Every day we go through this, man, and it's hard. Yes, it's hard, but we show up every day. Mentally, emotionally, it's draining. It can be draining, but we are invested, and we are invested into the community, and we're invested in the people of this community. And that's all we want to do. We just want an opportunity to do our jobs that we're passionate about. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
My name is Brickell Chamberlain, and I'm the program manager for Cure Violence. My address is 619 East William. When we came up before you in September, we were proud of the work we did in such a short time, right? But we don't show you everything. You know, we don't celebrate all of our wins because we're too busy doing the work. My team gets up in the middle of the night if we hear about something, and we go check on it. My team will get up if there's a party. We'll work. Even if we worked all day, we'll get up again and go make rounds and check and tap in with our participants to make sure things are okay, right? When you think of a violence interruption, you think of an interaction or a mediation that we might do. But the residual impact of that mediation, like AJ said, it has ripple effects, right? Because once we mediate that situation, we keep in contact with both parties. we follow up with them. We make sure that we know what state of mind they're in. If something happens that we know that might be connected to something that will affect them, we go follow back up and we touch base. And we do that with every person we interact with. If you look at the numbers, the things that we are doing has an exponential impact on the community. So it's not just what we're doing within our community in District 1 and District 3, it's how we're helping y'all communities. It's all the districts, so it's a citywide problem that we're working effortlessly and we're not complaining about it. One thing in working in call centers all these years that I've learned is that we always have to let everybody know what's in it for them, right? And when you look at public safety as a whole, this isn't something we should be debating. Because what's in it for you, it's not even just for you, it's for your families. It's for your relatives, for your kids. The work that we do with individuals, it impacts everybody, and everyone benefits in this room. Everyone benefits in this city. When we offer wraparound services, the stuff that we do when we work with our individuals, when we work with our participants, when we're getting them mental health therapy, when we're getting their parents jobs, when we're working with them to get their GED or get those educations, that affects everything. When you were looking at this, when you were talking about, let me pull this up real quick. When you look at how it impacts the court systems, the police systems, the medical systems, the City of Wichita events, our events will be able to go from start to finish because of the work that we're doing every day. And to be debating about whether or not we want to extend it through 2026, it shouldn't even be an end date on this, on the funding. Because at the end of the day, the work that we're doing is making Wichita safer and everybody's gonna benefit. When you have a event that people put so much money into and it gets disrupted by an incident, that calls out police. It could end up in someone being harmed or shot or anything. The work that we're doing today is gonna have a residual impact and has the capacity to be able to impact us as a city to bring more revenue into the city by us having safer events and being able to have safer places to go. So to come back here today and to be fighting for the future of our funding it is confusing because we should all be on the same page when it comes to this. Public safety is a City of Wichita thing, and it's something that we shouldn't be debating here. Our funding should be secure because of the work that we're doing and because of how it's going to impact everybody in this room. That's one thing we should be all on the same page about. My team, we don't have office hours from 9 to 5. Whenever we're needed, we show up, and we show up ready. And we're doing this out of our hearts, and sometimes out of our pockets, and we don't even complain. And the reason why we do it is because we love the people. And the love that we have for you guys and supporting public safety, we just want that back today. That's it.
Hello, Council. My name is Tyler Williams. I am a resident in the Delano area. And I would just like to say, you know, this is something that the community has been looking for a long time now. We have been looking for extra support for the youth. Police have been asking for extra support from their community, and I believe that this is the opportunity that best fits the bill. I mean, this is the missing puzzle piece that the community needs. I feel like now is the best time to continue to invest in our future. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Sorry, Mayor, I'll wait till you bring it back to the bench.
We'll continue with public comment. I see nobody else from the public who would like to speak. We will bring it back to the bench with questions first and then I guess more comments. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's a question of if it should be funded. I think it's a question of how it should be funded. Is government always the answer? That's a fundamental question, and we probably disagree with that, about that on the bench here. I will give Marquita more credit than just giving you a phone and asking you to raise it. That's not what you would do. I know you develop relationships, you already have, and I have a lot of faith in you to be able to raise the money. I don't think it's a choice between kids and fire department or fire storage unit. I think it's a choice of how we spend our money as a government and taxpayers. And we should invest. We should invest in kids, and we should invest in this program. That's why I would advocate to continue to invest in it in 26, 27, 28, 29, not to the level that we have now with ARPA money. I know it's government money, but it's not money in our budget. So, but I would invest in it. But I think how we invest in it and the timing of it is important. Disparities in health are very, very important. Very important. I live with it every day. You probably know I run Guadalupe Clinic. We're 78% Hispanic. People of color, we're over 83% people of color. Maybe more than that. I raise $1.9 million every year for that clinic. And I take exception to Twyla. I know you pulled up some articles. You can pull up articles on anything you want. But there are a lot of agencies and people who care about minorities in this community and want to help. I call on them every single day. I do. And they will invest. Not everybody, I understand that, but they will invest. Something that has the track record of just a matter of days, really, that you have and seeing the results that you have, people will invest in that. Personally, I will invest in that. They will invest in you. You have a dynamic leader that I have complete faith in. You obviously have a wonderful staff. I can just seem to be able to tell that. I have faith in you. And I would like to give you some money, maybe not all of it. But I think your mission is important. It's very, very important. I do want to support it. And I'll help you even outside of the council offices if I can, with relationships and things. I'll be glad to do that. But it's a matter of how we spend our money too. It's important. So I think you can do well if we fund you all the way through 25 to a certain degree. I think in 14 months you can figure it out. I have complete faith. Matter of fact, I would say you could probably raise a couple $100,000 a month. I have that much faith in you. So I think you can expand it. So I don't think it's a question if, I think it's a question of how it's funded. So I appreciate the work you've done. I appreciate the work you're going to do. I think it is so important. One of my sons is a principal in middle school. He was at North High and he was at Hamilton. And I get it. I get it. I heard stories from him. I get it. You know it, and it is important. But how it's funded is also important. So, and I have a lot of faith in you. I really do. So thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to do what the kids, I guess, say, give people flowers. So thank you to all the Cure Violence employees here, all the violence interrupters, because I've already seen it firsthand. We have excitement from people in Plainview. First time in a long time, that's a hard crowd to really get jazzed up or to let them know that we are investing in them, because on the south side, we have hardly any programs like this going. That's one of the most difficult things I've found in the couple of years I've been on council, is working with outside partners who have invested in the south side, because there's not very many at all. So thank you for being there. Again, I've heard You guys helped with the Unity in the Community March. You guys were helping pass out flyers, a lot of the other services that you do. This isn't just about violence. This is about letting people know that we care, that we're going to invest in you. To your points, violence spreads. It might start in the 3rd district. It might start in the 1st district, but violence does not know these boundaries. It can be somebody from any other district who ends up getting hurt by a lot of the violence that starts in these target areas. Councilmember Johnson asked earlier about people with lived experience with this. One of these boundaries in the south side includes my neighborhood that I grew up in. Mrs. Hoheisel was driving around with the Hoheisel family van with bullet holes in the side of it because of violence that happens in my neighborhood. The only thing I can think of is just how grateful I am that some of those spare bullets did not go and take out some of my family, some of my younger sisters and brothers and kids that we played on the playground with. So this does register with me 100%. I appreciate all the work that you have done. WPD has talked about it, USD 259, you guys getting out there at football games, you guys getting out there when they have something to send to you guys as well. So you guys all across the board are doing the work that you need to be doing. Now, people ask us electeds. I get asked this all the time, especially talking about violence in our communities. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is one of my responses right here. And this is a program I believe in 100%, that it will have an impact. And we have a responsibility for public safety. That is goal number one. That is the truth. That is goal number one with our job. So nothing is free. Everything takes investment. Everything takes investment. And I understand the challenge it is. And Councilmember Johnson, you are in this area. You understand. And from a lot of people that I've talked to, there's an increased number of nonprofits going for a decreasing amount of dollars out there. It's getting a lot more competitive, and we have a chance right now to make sure that you guys are going through 2026 to put the investment in you, to really dig into, again, a lot of the other things that you guys are accomplishing here. You're trying to dig into generational issues here. You're trying to break down barriers that we have. You guys are going outside of just the mission that we've given you here. You guys are working, as the mother said earlier, access to mental health services, access to housing, access to a lot of other things, helping people who do not know how to navigate the system, teaching them how to navigate the system. Again, institutional barriers that have been up for quite a long time. This is not a competition between fire and public safety here. The fire services, everything like that, the storage facility, the apparatuses, those are in the CIP. Those will get paid for. Those will get bought. If we want to trim something from other programs, we can have that debate, but this is not a competition between public services here. This is not a competition between public safety priorities. The last thing I want to talk about here is the impact we're going to have on the kids. Again, I talked about this. Any number of kids could have been hit by some stray bullets that went off in my neighborhood. During my time on council, the most difficult thing that I've had to live with is a 1-year-old child getting murdered in my district because of nonsense, people not able to deal with some other issues that were going on. If we had gotten to that individual who pulled that trigger 5-6 years ago with a program like this to teach them how to behave appropriately, how to work through their feelings in a responsible manner, giving them an alternate path, that 1-year-old could be here right now. And so the decisions we're making right now are going to have an impact on an untold number of people. There's no Earth B out there. We cannot come back and say, oh, we saved this many people because of this. The only thing we can do is try. Be held accountable for results. Change our plan as it goes along if there are flaws in it. But we have to try. We have to invest. This is the investment in public safety that we need. This is an investment for our children and the children of the future. I am 100% in favor of fully funding you guys through 2026. If I'm up here then, I would definitely like to have the conversation of continuing to fund you guys in some degree, provided we have the results and we are on the right track, which I have faith that we will be. So these are my comments from the bench. I'd just like to see this get done. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. I too want to thank you all for the work that you are doing. I've seen it firsthand. I've heard about it secondhand and thirdhand. I see the Facebook post. I see the impact that you are making, so I appreciate the time and investment that you've made, even those times when you're up at 2 and 3 in the morning when the rest of us are asleep. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to provide clarification. Twyla's comments were not about organizations that serve primarily people of color. It was about organizations led by people of color. And just keeping it real like I always do. I have one of those organizations. I know those organizations. Oftentimes we talk about who is our white friend who can go help us make those connections because we can't always get those. So that was what Twyla was referring to. It's definitely real. She found some real quick Google stuff, but I can tell you from experience that's true. I want to highlight one of the comments made. This is about government's role, and I'm glad that came up because I've continued to say it. Government's role is to provide public safety. That's one of the main key things, and that is not just law enforcement. That's also intervention, that's prevention, and that's these types of efforts. And our role is not necessarily to do it ourselves, it's to put the money out there for the folks who have the expertise to do it, which is what we are talking about today. Crime prevention, intervention, folks who have lived experience, folks who know how to reach these young people. As Councilmember Hoheisel said, that is absolutely what we should be doing. And honestly, outside of, again, just voting to extend this to next year, voting on the additional funds to go to 2026, this should have permanent funding in the city budget going forward past 2027. If we are serious about crime prevention and intervention, if we're serious about getting to those young people that the organizations may not reach, then we have to fund this. I've said this for years. There's a lot of great organizations out there, but a lot of the young folks that they're talking to don't care about those organizations. They're not going to walk through those doors, and they don't want to hear from those folks. They want to talk to the people in the orange shirts, and the people in the orange shirts can get them to think about maybe going to those organizations and making different choices in life, but they're not going to walk into those organizations freely. When we talk about even the kids who aren't going to school, how are you going to reach them? Well, I think the people in the orange shirts know how to reach them and where they are. Sometimes teachers and counselors don't. This program is essential for us if we're really talking about reducing gun violence, if we're talking about safety, if we're talking about prevention and intervention. This is just as important as our police budget. And if we're serious about increasing that and giving law enforcement all the tools they need, they also need the violence interrupters, because the violence interrupters get into places where they cannot. I really hope that we strongly consider both actions today, but my challenge to all future councils, and I've said this even before I was on council at every level of government, this is the type of stuff that has to be funded if we want to see a change. And it can't just be, we hope it happens, and it's great that you all started, we gave you some seed money, and now hopefully folks in the community contribute. They need to raise some funds as well, but government's role is public safety. That means government has a role in funding this every year, just like we do law enforcement. And yes, they should be challenged to raise some additional dollars. I know they won't have a problem doing so, but if we're serious as a government, a local government about that, then we need to truly commit to funding them, and we need to fund them every year going forward.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today and for sitting this long. It's been a bit, and we have a long way yet to go. I'll challenge anyone to stay till the end. And thank you for the work that you do, truly. And I truly mean that, because you are not only impacting lives, but quite possibly saving them and potentially putting your lives at risk while you're doing it. And that is absolutely not lost on me. I say this often, for those of you who haven't been here before, I refer back to the mission of the city of Wichita almost every time I make any vote. And the mission of the city of Wichita is to be an exceptionally well-run city. And one of the 4 pillars of how we do that is to provide public safety. I understand this is not a program within the Wichita Police Department, it's a public safety program, but I think it's a tool in our tool belt for public safety. We've invested in other, I would say, non-traditional policing strategies other than just, boots on the street with officers. And I think that this is an innovative program that, from everything I've read and did some research this weekend, is a program that is being modeled across the nation because it's working. Other communities like Kansas City and Baltimore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, aren't implementing it because it's not working. They're seeing other communities have success. One of the things that we built our entire budget around was based on the community survey. And we had 4 quadrants, and they were things we do really well, things maybe don't do as well, things that are really important to the community, things that were not as important to the community. Crime prevention and violence prevention was one of the things that our community said was the most important thing to them. They didn't think we're doing it very well. So when we spent 9 months developing a budget, we referred back to street maintenance, crime prevention, and economic development more times than I could ever count. That's also in the back of my mind when I'm making this decision. I received, as my colleagues I'm sure did, several emails, including the Kansas Health Foundation. I didn't receive any emails or communication of someone who was not supportive of this. That also matters to me. I do want to see, and I hope my colleagues will potentially agree, that as we move forward, and especially in the potential second phase, that there is something for a sustainability plan and a funding plan. I am optimistic for you as well, but fundraising is hard. And we don't want to come back in a few years and there not be funding, because we won't have funding. This is a one-time opportunity. I am also cognizant of the fact that one-year funding in prevention is uncommon. For every prevention grant I've seen in public health over the last how many years, it usually gives you 2 years to get up and running and develop your sustainability. My final comment is, my public health background is woven into these thoughts, but equally as important to me is I am a fiscal conservative. And I believe the return on investment that the research shows of $1 spent is $33 potentially saved is important in the decision that I'm making. I want to make decisions with my heart, but I also want to make decisions with my head. And the cost effectiveness of this program is something that will be driving the decision that I make, and I will be supportive today. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Every vote that this body does is a trade-off to something. And there's funding sources for general operating budget, there's CIP, there's ARPA infusion that's been brought here. But every single thing we make, every single thing we do, is we choose one thing over something else, regardless of what bucket of money it comes from. And today showed that as well. Resources are limited. They're going to be more limited in 25, 26, and 27. And just earlier today, 4 members of this body voted over $500,000 to fund 2 public toilets, more than a price of 1 home in the city, of the average funding of a home in the city. And that's $500,000 with your operating budget. That $500,000 can go to funding $100,000 of operations every single month. And so we have to ask ourselves, when we're funding things from this bench, it is a trade-off, because there are limited taxpayer resources, regardless of what bucket money it comes from. And today we made the choice to fund bathrooms at $500,000 when money can be spent in different ways. And that's incredibly upsetting, because it is a choice. Anybody that says it isn't is not being truthful. To me, this comes down to one thing: 24 days and 65 days. I don't believe that 24 days can prove the efficacy of any grant or program, but I do believe in the potential of your organization, and that you can have the return on investment, and that you will make a measurable difference in this community. And I fully do believe that. And I support full funding of the program to the levels agreed to. That would extend it to June of 2025, and really extending the funding agreement. This body still has to vote to extend that funding agreement until June of 2025, and I do support that. And the only reason this is coming to us today is because we have to burn through this money, and ARPA money, because there's a timetable on it. Otherwise, we could be having this conversation months down the road in terms of the efficacy of your program and the Cure Violence Initiative. And we should be having this conversation months down the road, not now, but because of stipulations on federal funding, we're having this conversation way too early to, I think, give you justice and to prove the efficacy of your organization. And so I'm conflicted at this time of voting for 100% increase in funding when we only have 24 days of data by the time this was presented to us in a workshop and 65 days to this point now. That's more than $1.6 million, 100% increase of funding, again, with only about a month to be able to show for it. And the manager said, specifically when I asked the question, that if it was not for this deadline, we would not be having this conversation right now. And so I will support extending the funding through June of 2025, and I'll even support an extension of funding through the end of 2025. So full additional 6 months extension of funding, with a caveat that I think we should be able to wean down funding sources, because I believe in the potential of Cure Violence. I will support the extension of more than $500,000, and because I believe in your potential that you can't fully depend on the city, and you cannot fully depend on city support, and we should help guide you on a sustainable funding model move forward. I see you, I hear you, I see the work you're doing, and I think there's a way that we can make sure to wean you off of our funding, specifically because government is not the answer. You are the answer. The community is the answer, and the work you're doing is the answer every single day. And that's why it can't be fully reliant on us, because we'll fail you. This body will fail you, this building will fail you, government will fail you, and it's failed you multiple times before. And so I think we can try to empower you to have a sustaining model in the future. But if we're going to fully sustain it in 25, 26, 27, 28, we have a budget deficit, and we're going to fail you. And so that's kind of my thought up here. I'm interested in seeing if you're further discussion, if there's a proposal or a motion to extend. This is not about choosing public safety or something else. This is how do we fully fund programs that are doing a good job in our community, and how can we use our money efficiently and spend money on resources like this and not spending money in ways that we shouldn't be spending money.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to share, I'm not just a leader of the city, I'm a mother. I'm a mother of a 14-year-old son. Hearing some of these stories today are devastating, absolutely devastating. We know what happens when programs like these are not fully funded. We know, we hear it, we see it daily. Our community survey, much like Councilmember Tuttle says, results show crime prevention as one of our top 4 priorities of the city. The magenta block is low quality, high importance, and that happens to be crime prevention. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that Cure Violence is doing, and I'll be fully supportive of fully funding this program.
I will just add a couple of clarifying questions as well, comments. One of the speakers, and I want to say thank you to the 13 speakers who spoke up during public comment. Also, thank you to all the letters of support that were shared to us by Marquita. We appreciate community members, school resource officers, and the Kansas Health Foundation, again, for supporting this initiative. One of the comments by one of the 13 individuals said we're pitting one organization versus another. And I want to clarify that by asking the city manager this question. The email that I asked immediately after the workshop was in regards to these ARPA dollars that need to be spent, and the results of what could be used were presented by the city manager from Elizabeth Goldtree, so they were not created by Lily Wu. I asked staff what were the options, and they gave us the options of fire storage facility, Patrol East, as well as fire apparatus, City Hall elevator rehab, and playground renovations. Is that correct, City Manager?
It is correct that those are options. That would meet the ARPA guidelines.
So again, I did not pit one organization against another organization. I know how important public safety is. That is the #1 role of local government. public safety. And so I am very appreciative that Cure Violence Wichita is here, is showing results, appreciate the relationships you're building in community. I will further echo that there are wonderful organizations that, again, Marquita mentioned, you guys have reached out to and have relationships with, including but not limited to this list, Wichita Public Schools, Future Ready, Advocate Mentors, McKinney-Vento, USD 259, Greater Wichita Ministerial League, the Body of Christ, Hope for the Hood, Heroes Academy, Urban League of Wichita, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, and as Levanta mentioned, the middle school after-school program, which is now funded primarily through the YMCA and people who donate to the YMCA. So I'm very appreciative that there are so many organizations that are trying to help all types of youth, whether at-risk youth or youth just in our community, including the city of Wichita, which I have asked staff to present to us what are initiatives that we as a city entity help in terms of youth, whether it's libraries, parks, recreation, so that we have a clear understanding that we are making intentional investments in youth. We care about youth. Many of the decisions we make here, we know impact daily lives. So we have to be very thoughtful about voting yes, no, or abstaining. And so I asked, again, the city manager for options because I knew that we're going to face a budget deficit in 2026 and beyond. And so I asked how those federal dollars, which were meant for one-time infusion, would help the city of Wichita. And so I believe that it's generally a bad practice to use temporary money on what could be perceived as a permanent program until, as a body, we've decided that it is a permanent program, and how will we fund it moving forward? Now, the program may be great, and I'm so excited that Cure Violence Wichita is off to a great start, and I hope that it is successful. I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing and spending money wisely, especially when we're facing a budget deficit. This money could be used for a capital improvement project, and the example that, again, the city manager provided was a storage building for fire, which is necessary and is part of our strategic plan, which then would free up dollars that could be used for another CIP project. Many of these CIP projects are maintenance projects. We've already invested in the project one time, and now we need money to keep it up so that it continues being an asset in community. And if the program, Cure Violence Wichita, proves to be successful, and I hope it does, we can always reconsider additional funding at a later date. So I will be supportive of, again, extension of the current $1.5 million to June 30th, 2025, as well as supportive of a balanced scheme that would support violence, cure violence, but also help us with our CIP projects. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Again, the point I made earlier was there was a staff recommendation that was coming to the council after the workshop with ARPA funds supporting the violence interrupter program. Because there was a request for additional options, we received those options. That means that for whatever reason, there was a question about should we fund this program and can we do something else with those funds is how I see that. So if I saw something and then I asked staff for options, that means I'm really not in favor of that. I want to see some other options for us to fund. So that was just clarifying what I was saying earlier. It ends up being kind of an either or thing in that situation. The other point I want to make, we haven't talked about ARPA in depth in quite some time, but being on the council during the pandemic and when these funds came in, there were a couple points around the country that ARPA really wanted to make. One, the federal government understood that we were going to have some real budget issues based upon a pandemic recession. And if we wanted to keep staff, service levels up, then we would need some of those funds to pay our people. So we spent about half of the ARPA dollars on making sure we didn't have significant layoffs or furloughs or things like that. And I appreciate the manager's leadership on that and the finance team. The other thing was, as a city, we committed over $20 million to invest in the community, but more importantly, around the country, cities were investing in new ideas, bridging equity gaps, maybe even starting new programs, and it happened nationwide. You can Google that, not my words, you can look that up. This is one of those things that we saw around the country that worked. You can look at Baltimore, there's crime reduction there. Dr. Parker can probably give you a lot more examples of that. But in those different areas, folks had some dollars to try something new or things they had aspired to do over time, and it's working. These investments in cities that made them actually made impacts. This is one of those things as well, and I hope the council does have the conversation of what our role is in this, because I think we continue to look at Destination Innovation in the black and white sense of it's a nonprofit, but it's truly an extension of our crime prevention and intervention efforts. It's an extension of that. That means it's necessary, it's important, it needs to continue. It's not an optional, let's give you a little bit, good luck. It's if we are serious about reaching the young people that these other organizations cannot and will not reach, then we need to make that investment. It's really not an option. It's not an option to me. It's something I'm gonna bring up every budget time with this council and future councils. This type of effort has to continue to be funded if we really wanna see true violent crime reduction in the city and giving young people more opportunities to engage in nonviolent ways and understand how to problem solve in ways that are not physical. And definitely not permanent with guns or other violent actions like that. This is something that has to happen, and it should be a part of every conversation going forward when it comes to crime prevention, intervention, and again, youth empowerment, because a lot of the young people that the folks in Orange will reach out to, they do need to be empowered. They do need to see some other opportunities. They need to be challenged to think a little bit differently. And I think this is the group that can do it. We've seen it already. So I wanted to provide that clarification on comments I made earlier. And again, definitely support this program with the staff recommendation because it's necessary and it needs to continue.
This resides in part in Council District 1 and Council District 3.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to take some language that my colleague brought up, Councilmember Tuttle. So I would make a motion that the City Council approve the amendment, authorize the necessary signatures, and provide that quarterly reports are provided to the City of Wichita and a sustainability plan developed and updates on funding be provided to the city.
Second.
Motion and a second. We'll open it up for comment. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion to include the additional reporting requirements to extend the grant through June of 2025, the original 1.5 million grant through June 2025. Then I'd like to recommend funding from July 25 through March of 26 in the amount of $600,000. Expenses would be reimbursed at 100% of the current burn rate in July, August, and September of 25, first 3 months, not to exceed $106,000. That's a total of $318,000. The remaining $182,000 would be reimbursed at 70% of the current burn rate in October, not to exceed $74,000, and 50% of the burn rate in November and December, not to exceed $54,000. Then there would be an additional $33,333 in January and February and March, totaling $100,000. This is a tapering effect to get them on their own. Funds not expended each month could be carried forward and extended as a contingency funding.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a substitute motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none, so that means the substitute motion gets the vote first.
That's correct, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion does not carry at 4-3. We're back on the first motion. Motion and a second by Councilmember Hoheisel. Any further discussion? I see none. Oh, Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And Councilmember Johnston, I do appreciate your efforts. I think that it shows you're being a good thinker. You're trying to help with the viability of the program. So I do appreciate that. I prefer instead of a phased-in approach, which I appreciate it. And like I said, I can tell you put some time and thought into it. I think the clearer, easier message for this program is, like I said, this is a one-time opportunity. This is unique funding, as Councilmember Glasscock mentioned. We wouldn't be in this situation if there wasn't a deadline. That's why I'm appreciative that sustainability was put in there and the fact of developing a sustainability plan. So I do want to thank Councilmember Johnston for providing that option, but I think this is just an easier path to move forward and to have the very clear understanding that this, at this point, is one-time funding. After 2026, we'll look at the results and see what happens. But at this point, this is the ARPA dollars that have to be expended now. So thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, I would also like to offer a substitute motion. I may need legal consultation for this. First, is it permissible to offer another motion?
Under the rules of parliamentary procedure that the council's adopted, only one substitute motion is allowed.
Is there another form of motion to offer?
Make an amended motion.
An amended motion? Okay. I'll make an amended motion to the motion on the floor from Councilman Johnson that right now the funding source is 1.6 million. I would move that we amend that to 1.1 million, redirecting $500,000 and change. I think it's $538,000 from the bathrooms voted on earlier today, redirect that funding to fund this project to an amount of 1.1 million.
That's an amended motion.
So it'd be a motion, an amended motion, and then we would have to take a motion to reconsider the vote earlier today regarding the $538,000 that we accepted in the bid. So it'd be a redirect of the bid accepted today to fund this project at 1.1 million instead of the 1.6 million, but to fund it at 1.1 million.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Jennifer, two quick questions. One, would I have to accept that amendment since it was my motion?
There's any rule on that, so it's up to the chair to determine.
Okay.
There's no rule in the parliamentary procedures that we've adopted.
Well, I personally don't accept that amendment. Two, don't you have to be in the prevailing party on an item to bring it back up?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So would anybody in the prevailing party wish to redirect $500,000 spent on bathrooms towards an essential function of public safety?
No.
Okay, thank you for the record.
Councilmember Tuttle.
It's not working. There we go. I appreciate creative thinking. Appreciate fiscal responsibility. I do see the value of having the restrooms, not just for the homeless, but also for the visitors to our community. The part that it's the same thing of putting public safety with this program. It's fire. Now we're putting this program against restrooms. It's not apples to apples. There's oranges in this bag too, right? And so I am not going to be supportive, even though I was the prevailing party. I just think that's a slippery slope for us to go down. So, but thank you for the creativity.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just don't think it's prudent to do something 2 years and then go to zero. I just don't think it's prudent. So I do support you, and I will support you, and I will contribute to your mission personally, but I won't support the full 1.6 million. I do support you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I just want to give one last opportunity for anybody in the prevailing party. There's 2 members that said they wouldn't support it, so I want to give the opportunity. Okay, I withdraw my amended motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Before we cast the ballot, I just want to make mention that, again, I asked a lot of questions regarding the CIP and the budget. So I would like to know how we will fund a program if this carries with ARPA dollars, how they would be funded in 26, beyond 26. So that would be more of a staff question at some point to answer.
Mayor, as I understand the motion, they will be required to submit a sustainability plan that assumes that there is no one-time money available from the city at the end of 26. That's what I understood the motion to be.
So there will be no funding beyond 2026.
I wasn't the author. This is the way I interpret what was here in terms of the development of the sustainability plan.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. The motion is that they will submit a sustainability plan. It may assume that there is no funding. That does not mean that it won't be funding, because I think that this body should commit funding to them. But they are working on a plan. They're already fundraising. So they will submit a plan to show that they can be sustainable. I will make the argument that we should continue to support them at least $1 million a year anyway.
We have the motion and second and no more discussion. So Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion carries 4-3. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Mayor, my stomach's getting hungry.
It is almost 10 till 2. Can we take a short break, 15-minute break?
And just declare a recess as 15.
I will declare a recess for 15 minutes. We will return at 2:05.
Sure you don't want to just power through? Get this whole meeting?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brooke Couchock. I'm in the Office of Community Services within the City Manager's Office. Here to present today on the Healthy Corner Store Initiative program implementation. Some background is, as early as 2017, the Health and Wellness Coalition raised alarms about the lack of access to healthy food in Wichita neighborhoods. The coalition commissioned a report to build off the 2013 Community Food Assessment, and they found that approximately a quarter of residents living in Wichita did not have access to healthy food, and found the cost of basic food items to vary greatly across the city, many food items being more expensive in low-income neighborhoods. Traditionally, a food desert is defined as a low-income area where a significant number of residents have low access to grocery stores or supermarkets. The USDA describes low access for an urban area like Wichita as living more than 1 mile from a full-service grocery store. While much progress has been made in our community to increase the availability of healthy food options, significant opportunities are available to continue the momentum. In 2020, the City of Wichita, Sedgwick County, and community partners created a food system master plan with a key goal to improve access to healthy food and an objective of addressing areas of the city considered food deserts and lack access to grocery. These neighborhoods are low income, are low access, and have low vehicle access. In early 2022, both governing bodies adopted the food system master plan. In the fall of 2021, and spurred by recent grocery closures, the City Council contracted with New Venture Advisors to evaluate potential solutions to addressing food access challenges. Recommendations included leverage lessons learned from peer cities to create a healthy corner store initiative in the city's low-income and low-access neighborhoods, and utilize American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds, to support food access initiatives. Based on these recommendations and a proposal submitted by New Venture Advisors in May of 2022, the City Council allocated $1 million in ARPA funding to support the design and creation of a Wichita Healthy Corner Store initiative. New Venture Advisors partnered with the Food Trust to facilitate the creation of a Wichita Healthy Corner Store Initiative pilot program implementation plan, which was informed by stakeholder feedback and best practices. This report informed the creation of a request for proposal. The city's review committee received 2 proposals. After a thorough review, the committee decided to reject all bids due to the proposer's lack of experience with grant administration, food distribution at scale, and proposed performance measurement and monitoring. The proposers were debriefed by city staff, and city staff re-engaged the Healthy Corner Store Initiative Steering Committee and stakeholders for guidance and feedback to retool and improve the process. From this, the city learned more about the community's needs and opportunities to provide services in the city. As a result, city staff and consultants adapted to a request for application process, seeking a program administrator to develop, manage, and coordinate a consortium of organizations to implement a Healthy Corner Store Initiative food access program as part of a sustainable system for addressing food insecurity in the community. The RFA was released in February 2024. City staff convened food system consultants for additional feedback on applications. Per consultants' review, of the 3 applications received by the city, Wichita State University's Community Engagement Institutes was the strongest, as evidenced by their capacity to manage ARPA funds, coordinate partners, and implement a program citywide. Nevertheless, both processes uncovered community assets and strengths in the local food system. The Healthy Corner Store initiative will create a model of embedding fresh fruits and vegetables into accessible, already existing small businesses in the neighborhoods that need them most. The Healthy Corner Store Initiative Steering Committee identified 5 program goals. Per the proposal, 11 corner stores will participate alongside 3 community-based organizations or neighborhood liaisons. Wichita State University's Community Engagement Institute will serve as the program administrator. Sedgwick County K-State Research and Extension will serve in the role of nutrition consultant. Mr. MC's Market will serve as the corner store activator and act as the main liaison for interested and participating stores. Mr. MC's Market will also gather orders from stores and purchase items in a centralized order to distribute to the stores. Neighborhood liaisons will provide additional community-level support in the areas the program is being implemented. The model will increase community capacity by connecting local resources to entrepreneurs in the target communities and community-based organizations seeking to expand healthy food access. As you can see, this is the program timeline. Once the contract is executed, from December 2024 to June 2025 will be initial program development and implementation. Starting July 2025, additional corner stores will be onboarded. In October 2026, final reimbursement requests will be due, and the program will close in December 2026 with recommendations for sustainability and lessons learned. Financial considerations include that the City of Wichita allocated $1 million in ARPA funding for food system initiatives available under Category 2.32, Business Incubators and Startup or Expansion Assistance. An allocation of $49,600 was utilized for the contract with New Venture Advisors. A remaining balance of $950,400 is available to fund Wichita State University's Community Engagement Institute's implementation of the Healthy Corner Store Initiative program. The Law Department has reviewed and approved the agreement. It is recommended that the City Council approve the agreement, authorize the necessary signatures, and authorize staff to approve future budget revisions between classifications. I will note the proposal has been shared with members of the Food and Farm Council, and they have been engaged throughout the process. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate the presentation. Can we identify any of the up to 3 neighborhood liaisons who might be helping out with this program?
That is a good question. I do have Joanna Sabely with WSU's Community Engagement Institute to potentially speak more on that.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Joanna Sabely. I live in District 2. So we haven't finalized the selection of those neighborhood liaisons because it really depends on which corner stores end up participating. We want that to be very neighborhood specific, so that if in the end, when a store commits to being in the program, they have the support within their actual neighborhood.
So what would the neighborhood liaisons be doing?
The neighborhood liaisons are helping with kind of community engagement. So they'll be using their networks that already exist to provide information to the community, that local community, about the program and what's going on. We do have some organizations that we've spoken with, but we haven't finalized stores and we haven't finalized the neighborhood liaisons at this point.
Okay, in regards to the stores, it looks like we have 2 different kind of pushes here, 5 stores each round.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any target areas for these stores? I mean, I see the map and everything, but are we going to focus in one area of town first, or is it just as they come up, the best possible locations?
Yes, that's a great question. So our first store will be Mr. MC's Market. They will be a demonstration site. and they're located at 21st and Grove, 135 and Grove, around 21st and 135.
I've visited before.
Yes,
So
yeah.
I've been a customer, sir.
Awesome. So they'll be receiving the intervention first, and then with their lessons learned, they'll help to recruit additional stores. I know Mr. McIntosh has already spoken with many stores, so kind of generated some interest, but we haven't made those final decisions yet. So it will depend on really their level of engagement and buy-in to the mission of the program.
When are we shooting for the first round? Like, what's the target to kind of get the first batch going?
The first batch, the target after the initial pilot store will be 5 stores. And then the second round, after kind of those lessons learned and have gone through, it will be 5 additional stores.
Well, a target date.
Oh, target date.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Yeah, so we want to onboard those first stores before June.
Yeah, last question or two questions left, I guess. Affordable food, how are we going to make sure that the food is affordable? Because a lot of times, especially with kind of homegrown, it can get a little pricey with some people.
Yeah, the focus will be on introducing items kind of more slowly to see what those specific corner stores customers are interested in. And yes, the focus will also be on not having elevated prices. We're also working on an incentive program for customers to help make it more affordable to try out the program so that they can be incentivized to come in to the stores and get to know what's going on.
Okay. The last question pertains to the freezers themselves.
Mm-hmm.
In section 4, it says over here that the non-federal entity is authorized or required to sell the property. Proper sales procedures must establish to ensure the highest possible return. So would a business term out, or would they disengage themselves from this process, or maybe the business just isn't doing well? Could you talk about that process and then what happens to the freezers and any potential reclamation costs on our behalf?
Yes. So we will be working in the contracting process with the MOU with the stores. The stores will commit to participating in the program, and if they decide not to at some point, or we identify through visits that they are not, we would take back the refrigeration units. Our best estimate right now is that we would have whoever we purchase those from ask them to come and take them back so that we can then send them to a different store that could onboard.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. When was this originally passed by previous council?
The $1 million of ARPA funding was passed in July 2022.
So there's no additional extension of, so the last case we had is extending it because the deadline, or extending it because we could not reach the deadline by December 2025 of leaving funds. This doesn't have a similar extension associated with it?
Correct. This wouldn't be an extension of the funding you've allocated. It would just be allocating the remaining amount to implementation from the processes of identifying potential program administrators and building community relationships.
I have a lot of similar questions that I did with the last, because it's using ARPA funding. So we're just trying to, I think, get money out of the door at this point. When we look at the financial considerations on the last page, it says WSU CEI implementation of the Healthy Corner Store Initiative Food Access Program. Does WSU have expressed interest that they'll fully cover the cost to extend this project come this time next year, or will the project just go away completely? So I imagine in a year they would probably need to build a sustainable model to be able to fund this. I doubt they just have $1 million offhand right now. And so is that already incorporated in WSU's model, or are we going to have an ask back to us a year from now?
Yeah, Yeah, good question, council member. I can't speak to WSU's intention with the program beyond the funding. I will say we've agreed to have them evaluate the program for different performance measures and impact, and they will provide ongoing budget recommendations for needs and additional funding sources for sustainability once the funding is used.
Thank you, Brooke. It looks like the manager might have something to add.
With this program, we're going in with our eyes open. It dates back to the original discussion with the council. Councilmember Tuttle talked about the importance of not using this money to buy food, to create a model that is definitely not sustainable going forward. That's why the capital investment, that's why we're trying to build the market in the areas for each of the stores. We're tailoring it to the residents in those areas, and that at the end, there will be a sustainability plan, but it's not, we're anticipating that there'll be a model that will be able to, that it's attractive enough that it'll be able to be sustained, especially because we help them with a capital investment on the front end.
So can we, I know not with 100% confidence, but can we say with some level of confidence that there will not be an ask a year from now for us to continue funding this program, and that it'll be self-sustaining by that point?
I never say never because those words come back to haunt me, but at this point, I do not anticipate that. This is a proof of concept to then see if the plan, if this concept can continue in the market on its own or with some other assistance, but not built into the city of Wichita's budget.
So it would be an understanding if the market can't support this moving forward, then there would be not a will from staff to present a recommendation for continued funding stream.
That is not my intent. Yeah, I will say that they'll be working with the Farm and Food Council continuously over this period of time, and I'm going to hope that the council is also going to be providing some kind of technical assistance and guidance as well as possible funding going forward. But I don't look at this as a public initiative after we've established the concept.
Really, this is just one avenue to spend ARPA money. We have ARPA money, so we're spending it to see if we can spur the market.
No, this one was based in the work of the Farm and Food Council, as well as other work that was being done on the development of the food plan. Actually, I think Brooke and Councilmember Tuttle could actually talk more about the history, but it came more grassroots. And then when the issues of food insecurity became more apparent during COVID, then we said, okay, let's match what's been going on in the community with these dollars in order to be able to move the concept forward. But we were trying to figure out how do you deal with the food deserts. That's how this all started. And we started to learn about what other communities were doing. This concept had appeal because some cities were trying to buy old grocery stores and get into the grocery business themselves or subsidize that operation. And we were very uncomfortable with a model like that. And then when we saw using stores people are already going to that have unhealthy food challenge or opportunities, can we then bring something in that comes alongside that where people are already shopping? And that's why we got to the dollar stores and convenience stores, those type of locations.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. In this model, I noticed that between program management expenses and consultants is 52% of the budget. Is that? I think that's correct, according to the numbers you provided us. And then equipment and materials are 14%, $137,000. Participant store cost, corner store incentives, and resident patron incentives. Can you talk a little bit more about those? Are you going to pay the stores to handle the food?
That's a good question. Corner store incentives will take more of the form of like marketing support and community nutrition engagement. Potentially that could look like having our nutrition consultants do in-store demonstrations with healthy food items, taking blood pressure, potentially engaging with residents to let them know that this program is happening, helping with corner store incentives like marketing, could look like signage, could look like shelf wraps. Additionally, corner stores can be engaged with our corner store activator, and that could look like pop-up markets outside of the store to get people walking through the door. Customer incentives look like affordability and helping with the costs of healthy food and having a program to offset that depending on residents' ability and the cost of food in their areas.
Okay, this agent is going to distribute the food, correct?
Our distributor, Mr. MC's Market, will
Mr.
distribute
MC
the
Market,
food.
who's going to buy the food?
Mr. MC's Market will take orders from each store and purchase in a centralized order.
And if it doesn't sell, excuse me, who takes the loss?
The corner stores will take the loss, and any spoilage or food waste will try to compost or kind of return in a sustainable way. So that is a risk to business owners.
So if it loses money in a month, I'm out of here, right?
Potentially. Our consultants, the food trusts, have been working with corner stores nationwide and have different case by case for each store ways to help them sell and market healthy food options. It might be kind of looking like a different product or fresh fruit or vegetable that might sell depending on the populations in that area, what's culturally appropriate, what's affordable. It's not if something doesn't work, we're done. It's if something doesn't work, we'll try something new.
Okay. I know the component of that is education through K-State. I'm in this space, diabetes at the clinic. We do education. We just beat our heads against the wall to get people to come. And our success rate is way less than 10%, getting people to change their habits. And we've given them $50 gift cards to come to the, and everything, and nothing seems to work. So I don't see how that's going to work, to be honest with you. So are you going to upfront the cost then to distributor?
There will be some ARPA funding for the initial purchase of food as not buying food directly, but paying our distributor an in-cash incentive to purchase food as a first order for stores.
Then the stores pay him,
Yes.
and it should keep rolling, unless it keeps going underwater, and then it won't. Okay. I know Councilman Glasscock asked about sustainability after 2026. Again, no plan really after 2026?
Our plan will be to gather lessons learned and seek additional funding sources. Even after 2026, this program is going to introduce a new distribution source in the community. Participating corner stores will have their equipment. Our distributor will have a truck, and refrigerated truck. It's not going to go away after the funding, and we hope that that can support ongoing program work.
And that'll be a property of the city.
That will be property of them upon successful completion of the program.
They get the truck. They maintain insurance on it.
Yes,
They hit somebody, then we're not liable.
that's my
Is that correct?
understanding. Do you have legal in the room in case there's a different understanding there?
Jennifer, is that correct?
Nate Johnson, Assistant City Attorney, so nice preview for some other stuff later. But the title will be with the distributor. So the only kind of interest we have is effectively like a lien on the truck. In case there's not performance of the agreement, then we can dispose of it and recoup some of the value of it depending on what happens. But insurance, other requirements for operation, that is on the distributor as part of the exchange for being able to get it.
Do you require proof of insurance?
I don't think that we have that in the agreement. I believe that is required, though, legally otherwise, and we can make sure.
Recommend it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of part of probably, yeah, we can add that as well into making sure we're monitoring that kind of thing. But I mean, that, again, a legal requirement of operation is to have insurance on the vehicle anyway.
So after 2026, if it no longer goes forward, that truck's his and he can sell it or whatever he wants to do with it.
Yeah, once the agreement is completed, that is true. It is an asset for the distributor. Yes.
Okay. It's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you, Brooke, for the presentation. Thank you to my friends with the Health and Wellness Coalition. I know you've been here for a bit, and appreciate you hanging in here with us. If anybody would like to learn more about this initiative, I'd be happy to meet with them. One of the things that I'm certainly proud of is the Health and Wellness Coalition in 2013 did the food desert study. After that, then the following year, about a year and a half, we did the Hurdles to Healthy Food Access, where we did key informant interviews with residents in districts that were predominantly food deserts to find out more information of if they eat healthy, how, and if they don't eat healthy, why not? What are the barriers? That became really the genesis for the kind of the call to action to have a master food plan, and also the creation of a publicly appointed food and farm council. So those have all happened within the last couple of years. As with everything else, you know, the pandemic slowed some things down and made us pivot a little bit, but provided the opportunity for some potential funding, ARPA funding for this initiative. And so we worked with New Venture Advisors, one of the best in the nation, who have developed plans, food plans, master food plans, but then also healthy corner store initiatives across the nation. And it's on our website, but we developed then the pilot program implementation plan for the Healthy Corner Stores initiative. So this is sort of our guidebook, if you will. Again, like Bob, I don't anticipate that after the end of the ARPA dollars, another request would come for the city. This is kind of the kickoff to get things going and to help with the plan that's been developed. My favorite thing about this work, including the master food plan and also the Healthy Corner Store initiative, is that it's community driven. We have staff who are identified to be able to assist with the logistics and the work with the Food and Farm Council and with the plan. But truly, this is a community-driven initiative. The community told us this is something they were interested in. It's something that they want to address. 25% of our population lives in a food desert, as you mentioned, in 2013. And so really the genesis of all of this work is getting people to food and food to people. After COVID, all of that changed a little bit and had some different opportunities, but this is just great work that many community volunteers have participated in. And again, thank you for the presentation. And if anybody wants to learn more, I'm more than happy to share what I know. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I was the one that asked City Manager to make sure that the Food Council received this proposal and had time to form comments. So I know that there are several that will be speaking during public comment, but have you heard of any strong support or even opposition or changes from that council?
Yes, thank you for your question, Mayor Wu. Upon engaging and sharing the proposal with the 14 members of the Food and Farm Council, I have heard back from 3 members who are supportive and think this would be a wonderful idea. Additional members have not sent me information or feedback yet, but I will be engaging them for additional questions or concerns.
Thank you. I see no further questions from the bench. We will now open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Wu and members of the City Council. My name is Shelley Rich, and I live in District 5 at 3310 Northwest Wind Bay. And I facilitate the Health and Wellness Coalition, which promotes physical activity and healthy eating. And when I learned about this significant investment in health in our community that was passed in 2022, I was very excited and have followed this process and am excited that there has been a program administered that has been identified. I think this is very good spending of ARPA dollars. It is an opportunity that we have to test out these models at convenience stores. And as a chronic disease risk reduction grant coordinator in this community, it is very important that we invest in the health of our community. I appreciate city staff for all their time keeping this program going. In my experience working in this field, I believe that K-State Research and Extension and WSU CEI are very trusted and respected partners in our community and have no doubt that they will be able to bring this program successfully to our community. I know that it is hard for people to change their eating habits. There are a lot of competing factors, and I don't believe that one program is the answer to solve that. However, there is a lot of motivation in our community to support this program. We've already talked about the Food and Farm Council. The Sedgwick County Health Department has a community health improvement plan, and food access is one of their work groups. Wichita was selected as one of 8 food secure communities through the Kansas Food Action Network. That is a 3-year program that is going to be working on the root cause of hunger. And I just see all of these programs working together to improve our local food system. So I just wanted to say thank you for your time, and I hope that this is approved.
Good afternoon. It has been a long day, and I can read it all in your guys' faces. I'm privileged enough to know several of you, so I hope you guys get rest, because I feel like it already, and I've been out there. So, my name is Thomas Montiel. I'm the founder of ICT Farms, a local nonprofit that actually works in food insecurity. I'm also the mayor's appointee for both Mayor Wu as well as Mayor Whipple on the Food and Farm Council. So I've got to see this in a few different perspectives, and I hope even I get a chance to provide you maybe a little different point of view. Now, I am here speaking in support of approving this as it is proposed, as there's a lot of federal guidelines with ARPA funds, as we all know, that kind of restrict certain pieces of this. But what I am here to speak about, and I'm going to make it brief because now I got to go get my son. I had to go leave to get my daughter, and now I have to go get my son from another school. That this is one piece of the food insecurity puzzle. So, Councilmember Johnson, when you were mentioning about sustainability, I am a huge sustainability person when it comes to solutions. I am not a big fan of temporary pieces myself, and I tend to always ask what's next. The conversations I've been able to have I've actually had, Dante's been out to some of my farms, and I've been able to talk about this. I've got to meet with Joanne. I've got to meet with just about everybody involved in this process at some point. And they're doing an amazing work with the proposal they have for the corner store, the Healthy Store Corner Initiative. Excuse me, I'm mixing these words up like crazy. I'm tired too. But this is one piece of the puzzle. So what I wanted to spend my time with is give you a little bit of information for what food insecurity looks like as a whole, and why this is one piece and we can't stop the conversation here as a city. So this for me is like step 3 of 1 through 3 that needs to be done almost simultaneously. So we got to grow local food. You mentioned the idea of spoilage and things of that nature, which is step 2. A big part of what I've been working on the last 3 years is growing food. Up to date, in the last 2 years, we've put out over 100,000 pounds of fresh food back into the community through our farms. We grow at 6 different sites. It is all volunteer ran. We actually support trying to target the more than 86,000 of our residents that are actually considered food insecure. We don't really speak in terms in my world of food deserts. Food deserts is kind of becoming a term that's very outdated. In fact, even the county now uses a term called LILA, low income, low access. So if you hear those terms, it's based on census tracts. It deals with transportation. It deals with income. It deals with a lot of other social issues besides just nutrition. So what we do is we try to build farms in areas and teach people how to farm. We teach people how to use the food. And we use it as a place of contact for a lot more than that. We start finding out how to get things into people's hands. We partner with Common Ground Growers and Producers, the Salvation Army, and many other groups to get our food out. What the second step is that we are missing in this puzzle, which is something I've got to talk to a few of the people I mentioned before about, was the idea that we don't have a great way of making food available year-round, from a fresh grown piece to something available to corner stores all year from local growers. So one of the big pieces that I'm going to start talking about now, and don't be surprised if you don't hear from me in the future, is the idea of things like freeze drying, dehydrating, canning, ways that we can connect real local growers to this initiative. I do grow on park land. We actually have a pilot program that we set up with the Parks and Rec Department on the old Bridgeport soccer fields in North Wichita. It's pretty close to railroad tracks in some of the areas that are pretty low income. And over the next year, we're building that out to actually have orchards and farms that people can walk and pick themselves. That is a great step, but it still requires people to get to it. That second step and the part with the corner store initiative really comes in handy about the deliverables to the people where they are. Because at the end of the day, that's how we make a difference. It's not just about growing food. Growing food in my world is easy. I'm a systems guy. I actually did not grow up growing and farming. My master's is in something called organization development. I like multi-layered systems. I'm about sustainability. How do you make effective change, and how do you make it to scale? The way we do that as a group is by bringing everybody together in a meaningful system, in multi-layered systems for that matter. So, like I said, I'm all for what is currently proposed based on the restrictions they have for the federal guidelines. And I'm looking forward to my ability to support them in that nature. Like I said, but you're going to hear from me, and just like with the groups I work with, the Health and Wellness Coalition, I've had conversations, presentations with CHIP, several other groups here in town. You're going to constantly hear us talk about not just food production, but how are we going to get them to places like the corner stores? How are we going to make those connections? This is an entire economy that we have not really touched base in Wichita in many decades. We used to be an exporter in the state of Kansas of fruits and vegetables. We can do that again. We just have to be able to put in the work. This is, and kind of just the last 20-second piece, one of the conversations I was able to have with Mayor Wu after the MAC meeting this past time was the idea of even what does it look like to put freeze dryers in the kitchens at the multi-agency center, use it as a job training center so you can actually grow, freeze dry, and sell as a new revenue source for that center for future funding. Those are the kinds of out-of-the-box thinking I would love to continue to have with you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Can I have some follow-up questions regarding some of your comments?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about freeze drying. How much is that investment, and what does that look like? I know that this is specific to this program, but as you alluded, there are several pieces to this whole ecosystem.
Yeah, so the prices I've been able to get for commercial, and these are not like the big freeze dryers like people like producing warehouse full of food, but a commercial freeze dryer to put in a place like the MAC costs about $10,000 for each. Each one is supposed to handle about 90 pounds of food a day. It could actually produce 90 pounds of freeze-dried goods a day, and can operate roughly about 320 days a year. So it's a little bit of math. So you can actually get up there a lot of food pretty quickly. You do a handful of those. You're talking about shelf-stable products that can actually maintain 96% of its nutrient density without refrigeration for up to 25 years. So that is a big food impact that we can make for the longevity of our food supply, whether that be at the MAC, local food pantries. I mean, honestly, your boys program, it'd be great to be able to put fresh, nutritious foods directly right into packs and blessing boxes. Those types of things are a big world changer, especially when you deal with people in recovery, addicts, mental health. It changes the way their brain chemistry works.
And Thomas, that type of investment, I know that we just alluded to an investment to a vehicle, which I'm sure is more than $10,000. Was this ever discussed within the council?
Within the council or within, you're talking about the corner store initiative pieces?
The food council.
Okay. No, this is all some conversations that we've had kind of more on the ICT farm side, not the Food and Farm Council directly. Food and Farm Council is still relatively new. We are now just getting from the Food and Council side into policy, working through city policies that most often are actually like animal raising. I know this is a little off track, but if you want to raise chickens, it goes to the police department for, all those types of pieces, like things we're trying to make sense when it comes to food growing for city policy. Those are the pieces that we're focused on currently from the council side.
And then lastly, one more question. Salvation Army already has something like this and freeze drying.
Well, that's part of what they're grant writing for right now. So Salvation Army, we actually put an urban farm in right beside their building, right beside the recovery homes. The people in the recovery homes actually use the farms as part of their daily activities. They already cook with it. They're getting cooking classes. Their leadership at Salvation Army has actually now got to where they can help provide food handling licenses to those people in their homes as part of their job training programs. And they are grant writing to have freeze dryers. So the goal is you would actually have a smaller model of something that we could implement in other places around the city. Between park resources, MAC, other things, there's other city assets we could actually utilize to bring these types of programs into neighborhood-based functions versus just one central location.
Thank you, Thomas. We'll continue with public comment.
Hello again, I'm Quentin McIntosh. I'm the GM at Mr. Max Market, and we're definitely in full support of this initiative. It's been a long time coming, but I think the current, RFP kind of puts it in perfect position, with the CEI serving as administrator, as well as us boots on the ground. I know you guys talked about sustainability. I think the only way to make a program like this sustainable is to partner with a for-profit business like ourselves, because what it does is create capacity to allow us to continue the program long after the money is gone. So we have experience, importing in fresh fruits and vegetables from all over the country, whether it's Texas, Rio Grande Valley, Florida, all of those allows us to kind of extend our seasons when produce isn't available in the Kansas area, so we're definitely supportive of it. We've looked into some different things, like the gentleman before talked about freeze driving and preserving things. I just think it's a program that's needed in our community. You drive up and down 21st Street, there's 1,000 liquor stores, 1,000 smoke shops, nowhere to get a tomato. And so I think, we provide that infrastructure for different corner stores in our community. People will begin to make, healthier choices. And it won't be a, overnight, 180 degrees, but slowly people will begin to introduce more culturally appropriate, fruits and vegetables into, their system and eating habits. So that's all I got.
No further comments from the public? Oh, there are.
Making sure I got my 5 minutes here. Hi there, my name's Carrie Rinker. I'm with the American Heart Association. I do their government relations work. I also live at 7925 East Clarney Place, so I live right here in Wichita. And we do, I've been aware as a Wichitan working in health policy for a long time in the community. I've been aware of the food deserts that are here and the good work of many of the members of the council and our community members to getting to this place. And I stand here to support that. The American Heart Association does believe in the right to healthy food for all people to live their best lives. Nutrition security is our priority. And the Healthy Corner Store initiative is an important step, and I think everyone else has stressed that here today, that this is just a step, that there should be more to come. I'm excited more about what is to come, even beyond this vote here today. And that is because food insecurity is at a really remarkable, really devastating, and avoidable point in this state right now. A Topeka-based nonprofit called Kansas Action for Children just came out with a Kids Count book. You can Google it. 2024 new data just came out. 1 in 5 Kansas kids is living in poverty and faces food insecurity. So that's what we're talking about here today, is feeding kids, because 50% of the children that are currently on programs like Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, which is a federal state partnership, it can be a federal community partnership. 50% of those folks that are on it are children right now. So that is, again, what I hope that the council will consider as they're casting their vote here today, is putting mouths into kids, putting food into the mouths of kids, and also our seniors. I was also very glad to see the AARP recognition here today, and I know Mayor Wu has stood in strong support and leadership in that initiative. And seniors are another one of those demographics that faces more food insecurity in this community, and we need to be taking care of our elders in that way, and this is a step towards that. So I am looking forward to continued conversations with the Food and Farm Council and other community members. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to be presenting there today, and this meeting went long, and I dashed over there, and I dashed back, and I'm getting heart rate alerts on my phone because of this today, but it's good stuff, right? I mean, so I'm thankful for these opportunities, and I'm hopeful to continue the conversation with the council members, as well as all these supporting community members, such as the K-State Extension and Research. We have a good relationship and partnership with them now on some other health initiatives the American Heart Association does. I also want to talk just really quickly with my last couple of minutes about the financial incentives for SNAP, that should be a consideration in the future, that a lot of that can be offset with federal funding at a very low cost or investment by a city. The economy, the return investment on the economy is pretty amazing as well with those programs. Every $5 spent using SNAP generates as much as $9 in economic activity. This is money that's going to come back in the community when people have more money freed up that they are not having to put towards groceries in this inflationary time. So those are just a few things that I wanted to mention. Also, through the lens of the current landscape, again, SNAP is a federal program. States do have a flexibility, though, in how they administer this program. And right now, Kansas has some of the most onerous restrictions in the nation. As far as cash assistance and food assistance goes, we are in the bottom 5 in the nation. So when we're talking about potentially looking at things like fruit and vegetable prescriptions or SNAP incentives, things like this, you can be assured these are going to the most needy people, because the people that are qualifying are needy, because the stats show that with our ranking in the nation. So again, I just want to say that we support equipping vendors with the ability to accept SNAP, and even you could include that to co-ops, community-supported agriculture, and as a matter of fact, some of these places that currently offer double-up food bucks in the state of Kansas are losing their funding, I'm hearing. So it's imperative more than ever for the city to be a part of this, and I'm thankful for the conversation and opportunity to support.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if this is for you, Carrie, or anybody. You did bring up a good point, though, about SNAP. I think there's quite a bit. I can't remember the statistic off the top of my head, but it seems like we're underutilizing SNAP benefits here. And again, that could bring money back into our district, into our city. So just in general, is that part of the programming that we're going to reach out to, is just letting people know the benefits that are out there and how to access and utilize them?
So there's 2 parts of that. As part of the support to the corner stores themselves, K-State Research and Extension will help them do those applications to become SNAP and WIC vendors. And then they also have, and I need to double check, and Sarah's here, but they also have a program where they help people enroll. And so they have SNAP Ed people who work within the community, and they'll be able to support folks within those neighborhoods also to make sure that they have the benefits.
Okay, thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Teresa Kelly. I live in Andover, but I work for the Kansas Rural Center on the Central Kansas Food Corridor Project, which is a USDA-funded program. I want to address one segment of this, the distribution part. In the pandemic, we all saw distribution channels break, the supply chain broke, and everybody panicked over where their food was coming from. It caused a lot of angst and anxiety and confusion, and it was a boom for local food producers because they had food here and they could get it to people. So CSAs boomed. Once farmers markets opened again, that boomed. Home delivery boomed. I know because I ran the Kansas City Food Hub during the pandemic, and we had off-the-chart sales. Now, as things calmed down and people realized they were still going to be able to get food, we're left with the aftermath of that. So I want to talk about food hubs. That term has not come up in this project, but that's exactly what's being developed with Mr. C's Market. We have been working in the food corridor to encourage infrastructure development and identifying existing infrastructure and distribution outlets and customers to help build the network in the Central Kansas Food Corridor. So that means we've identified producers and the need for infrastructure, mostly moving food around. In the olden days, I'm well seasoned, so I can say this. They used to say that there wasn't a food shortage in the world, there was a food distribution problem. So I think that that's still part of the problem. And so with this, gosh, I'm so nervous. I haven't done this since 2019 in an official capacity. Anyway, so this is an opportunity for a trial run for a pilot program like any new business that's serving a multitude of issues in the community that I've been sitting here, first council meeting since 9:15 this morning, listening to basic needs issues. And this is addressing another basic need issue, getting food to the people that need it. The logistics of how that works, that's why it's a pilot program. The pop-up markets, I've had conversations based on my experience in this food policy and distribution and growing. I was a producer at one time, so I've kind of worked around the whole wheel. So I'm encouraging supporting a pilot program. This is a once-in-a-lifetime funding opportunity. It can grow and provide the beginning of the infrastructure for more food in this community. It's not going to stick with the Corner Store Initiative. If this infrastructure is put in place, it's going to grow to support other channels. And I think it's also a good investment in your community to strengthen existing businesses, which is what this wants to do. Yeah, you're going to have to market. You're going to have to educate. You're going to have to help people discover what eating fresh produce is like. You're going to have to tailor the program. But that's all part of the excitement of implementing a new program and not having to worry about where your next nickel is coming from for the next year. I think it will build commerce. I think it will build excitement, and I think it will build sustainability over the long term, taking into consideration they're going to be doing real-time evaluation. Oh gosh, why am I so? And we're on YouTube, right? So anyway, I'm real passionate about this, and I think it's a real opportunity that shouldn't be passed up in Wichita for strengthening the food system here. Thank you.
Okay, I also wanted to just comment on some of the questions or comments. So the fact that this is a pilot provides the opportunity for the program to be of an experimental nature. So we're implementing and also looking for how can we do better, what can we shift and change, and what can we implement that's creative in order to bring increased food access. So the example that Thomas gave, who spoke from the Food and Farm Council of, freeze drying, I think, what we'll be looking for is what are the opportunities within the community itself. We want to listen to the community members, the members of the neighborhoods that we're serving. What are some ideas and interests in terms of entrepreneurs within those spaces that are interested in sourcing healthy food options within the community, their own communities. Just wanted to address that's one advantage of this initiative, is that we can, try out smaller things like that within the funding.
Are there any other individuals who would like to speak? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I could talk for hours, and I promise you it'll be minutes. But just a few comments. One of the things that, again, I just wanted to highlight is this is a community-driven initiative, which I think is very important. The other thing is that this is steeped in data and research and best practice. Initiatives such as this stem from the trans-theoretical model of change, what Councilmember Johnston referred to, of getting people to change their behavior. And so, this isn't just what the community has wanted, but it's also, like I mentioned, data-driven and considered best practice. So I'm excited about that. The other thing that I think is really important to highlight is this is a braided approach. This is the Master Food Plan, this is the Food and Farm Council, and this is the Healthy Corner Store Initiative working together. If it were just one of those, it probably wouldn't be successful, but because there's 3 interventions truly happening at the same time for this pilot project, it increases the likelihood of success. just so I can keep Assistant City Manager Troy Anderson awake. One of the things that we found during some research that we did with the Health and Wellness Coalition in 2015, which is a few years older, so the data would look even better, I suspect, by now. But within Sedgwick County, we spend about $1 billion annually on food, and less than 1% of that is sourced or grown locally. If we could get that number, and part of the goal of the master food plan is to get that to be 5%, which is still incredibly low, but changing people's behavior to get 5% of the food that we consume in our county to be locally grown, it would be a $54 million boost to our economy each year. And that's something that is significant. So this work is not only quality of life, which I am certainly supportive of, again, with the city of Wichita and our mission being to be an exceptionally well-run city. One of those pillars is to provide conditions for living well. And I believe that everyone who calls themselves a Wichitan should have access to food. So I will, not surprisingly, be incredibly supportive of this initiative today. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked myself one question when I'm deciding on this, and also the rest of the ARPA allocations today, is would I vote for this if it wasn't but used for ARPA funding? And my answer is no, I would not. And so that's where I'll side with this today. I believe it's mission creep from the function of local government. I believe that we saw this earlier today, and I think comments from the previous meeting where this was discussed, that there'll be pressure to continue to support this with local tax dollars once the ARPA funding is expended, and I believe that's creating an unsustainable financial burden. One of the quotes from a previous council meeting when this was discussed in July of 2022, just looking at the meetings, is that we would need continued service beyond ARPA. I believe with votes that have been taken thus far with ARPA funding, that that's the will of this body, and I can't in good faith support something that doesn't have a sustainable funding model apart from this body of government later, that we would feel pressures when we're facing deficits in 26, 27, and 28 to be able to continue this. And so while I believe it's a incredibly important initiative for the community and a community-driven initiative, I don't believe that is the purpose or the will of this body to make that decision. And so it comes down to my one question: would I support this if it wasn't for ARPA funding? My answer is no. So that should be my answer when I vote today.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I will be in support of this item. This was something that we've talked about for quite some time, and if I give my history in Lila, food deserts, all of those terms, when Walmart and Dillon's closed in District 1, we heard from community that there were some challenges. So I've been active and supportive of whatever we could do since then. I will tell you that this issue, at the time, food desert, was so important that Senator Moran got involved himself and sent a support letter on Senate letterhead to multiple entities working with myself and other activists to try to address this. So I think it is imperative that us as elected officials respond to our community. While it may not be government's role to support this long-term with these one-time funds from ARPA, I do think we need to be responsive to our communities and make the investments necessary to start to address those issues. And again, as I said on the last item, cities around the country with ARPA funds looked at ways to address these types of food insecurities through multiple ways, healthy corner store initiatives, other initiatives. That is in some of the research that we've seen over the years. I think this is a good first step, but again, it's just one step. It's one piece of the puzzle. There's a lot more work to do. The Food and Farm Council has a lot more work to do, but if we can do a small part with the funds that we have available right now, then I think we should. So I am supportive of this. This is responsive to our community. And even though Mr. Mack is here, we also have a lot of other folks in District 1 that would say that this really isn't enough, but this is what we can do. So I think we should do what we can do. We should work with entities that get awarded from this to see what we can do to help out more and support with other foundations or other funding opportunities. But I think it would be a travesty if we didn't go forward with this, given that we've continued to hear about all the challenges to healthy food access throughout our city. This is something that touches our entire city. And initially, when I got started, it was only about District 1 in Northeast Wichita. when the research comes out and shows that it touches every district in our city, but especially the core. I think it's something that this body should do what we can to address it. So I'll be supportive. I thank the team and Councilmember Tuttle for all the work on this, and I'm looking forward to supporting this.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I promise quickly, I'm just going to pile onto Councilmember Johnson's comments just a little bit. Senator Marshall has also been incredibly supportive of this and interested in this, not necessarily this Healthy Corner Store initiative, but when we went to the National League of Cities and did Hill visits 2 years ago, one of the main topics of conversation was the implementation of our master food plan and his work in supporting agriculture and especially locally grown and sourced food. So this is something that, you know, as Councilmember Johnson has mentioned, goes just beyond our own city and our state, but even some national recognition. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Becky, and to all the speakers that are here to speak on behalf of the Healthy Cornerstone Initiative. Bob's probably really glad that we have a plan now, so I can stop bothering him about it. I think this is incredibly important. Food insecurity is very prevalent in the core, unfortunately, which I think 2 of the grocery stores in our neighborhoods are closed, and it is a detriment to some of our neighborhoods to provide healthy, accessible food. And the other thing that I've just been thinking about is today we've talked about a lot of basic needs, and it seems like everything has been a fight to provide basic needs to the citizens of Wichita. So I appreciate my colleagues that are in support of this. I think it's incredibly important, and I will be supportive.
I'll add a couple of comments and also some questions. I know that Councilmember Tuttle mentioned that this is a collaborative of multiple different entities coming together. How much are the other entities putting forth towards this initiative?
Mayor Wu, are you asking funding-wise? Everything will be allocated and paid for with ARPA funding beyond the grant period or program year. That is completely uncertain.
So only ARPA dollars. So
As of now.
Even though it's partnerships, there's no financial obligation from the other entities. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just so that community who's watching, I don't want to muddy the waters, but the city of Wichita doesn't have an actual department regarding food or health. That is Sedgwick County. They have a Sedgwick County Health Department. So my question to that is, how has Sedgwick County Health Department kind of also worked in collaborative regarding funding for this program?
Yeah, that is a great question, Mayor Wu. The Sedgwick County Health Department has been working closely with their Community Health Improvement Plan, and they have developed, per community input, a food access work group, and several staff members from the health department sit on that work group. We meet monthly, the 3rd Monday of each month, and Healthy Corner Store Initiative is one of our goals for expanding food access and building infrastructure. I can't say any funding has been put in beyond staff time and effort, not to say there won't be in the future.
And since I have you up, Brooke, the ask is for $950,000, and $290,000 of the $950,000 is for program management expenses. So a large majority or a good portion of those dollars are not directly impacting the actual individual. Is that correct? These are program management costs?
Mayor Wu, I have $215,159.10 for program management or administration. Program evaluation will be around $26,750, and indirect costs will be $55,250. I believe that's the total you spoke about. Those are separate categories, but that is program management, yes.
I have concerns regarding that dollar amount. As I asked from a previous agenda item, I do believe that the purpose of ARPA dollars is to help us recover as a city. And I understand new initiatives also get funded with ARPA dollars. But I believe that it's muddying the water yet again
that people will have an expectation that the city of Wichita will be responsible for food insecurity. And I don't believe that, including one of the 6 individuals who spoke, I understand completely that these are basic human needs. Shelter, we're about to have a couple of housing items come forward to us as well. Food, housing, safety, these are all things that everyone is saying are basic. So I don't believe that we're in disagreement that these are necessary, but I think it's the question of who should be paying for it that we are having a debate over. And because these are ARPA dollars, I am very cognizant that they won't reappear 2 years from now. And so we have to be very prudent with the dollars that the federal government is allocating to us, which is why I've been asking many more questions regarding the budget for ARPA dollars, whether it's the last item, this item, as well as future council agenda items. So I just want to be cognizant that, again, these are only a one-time allocation of dollars. And then my other concern is the appointee for the Food Council who spoke, Thomas Montiel, and ICT Farms. I know that we're talking about experimenting, and this would be a great first step in having a pilot program. I would like to see the whole ecosystem being talked about, not just at the third ring. What he was talking about was freeze-drying food so that, again, you could repurpose that food before it gets spoiled. And I think it's really important that we continue thinking about how we can reduce waste, but also provide the healthiest options for our community. So I guess I'm gonna also challenge, if this looks like it's gonna get approved, that we do more experimentation regarding freeze-drying and maybe allocating some dollars towards that. I think he also mentioned that the multi-agency center would be a great opportunity. I see more collaboration. So again, if this passes, I hope that there's gonna be opportunities for our individuals who are facing homelessness to get some job training regarding freeze-drying, but also continue to have these healthy food items available to them as well. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to shout out, it looks like about a quarter of the funding goes to administrative pieces. That it's tough to allocate money to organizations without paying for the people to make the effort work. And that's been a struggle over the years on the various boards I've been on to allocate money, where nonprofits will sometimes cheat themselves just to make sure that they can show that the smallest amount of possible of funds are going to actually making the effort work versus the population they're trying to serve. And I think it's unrealistic to think that we can continue to cut what folks can use to pay the people to administer the program and take care of all the needs and necessary reporting that we might ask for. So I personally don't see an issue with that amount. I think people should be paid for the work that they do, and to make something like this work, you got to pay somebody to do it. It's not just all about equipment. So I just wanted to say I am supportive of that. I think that we need to be more realistic in all bodies, governmental, foundational. When we say you can only use 5% or 10% of an award to administer a program, that's really tough on the people doing the work. And it really hits home on another topic with some of the effort that we're doing around addressing some of the issues at the 29th and Grove site. If you ask a bunch of nonprofits and organizations to do a bunch of work, but you won't pay for the people to do the work, then it really puts them in a bind going forward. So again, I think this is the right plan, the right step. It's the right allocation. I think the funding is sufficient, and I'm confident that people will get paid what they need to administer the program successfully, so that the reports that come back to the city of Wichita are not only good, but the community is served as well.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Yeah, those are my last comments about the ARPA just allocation and more justification. So I looked at how the county spent their ARPA funds, which I think was a much more responsible model than the city of Wichita. Regarding public health response, the health department received funding, emergency management, EMS, respiratory protection program, and communications, and these were for logistics to coordinate PPE, the outfitting of ambulances, fit testing and training, and then also health department community recovery. In addition, recruiting costs that had to do with ADA coordinators regarding health, PPE for county departments, cleaning services for county departments during COVID relief, virtual meeting software, court backlog and public safety, Regional Forensic Science Center, the DA, court backlog courts, court backlog corrections, court backlogs, the sheriff positions for new courtrooms and address the backlog as a result of COVID, jail cameras and locks, the CIP to install as a result of that, courthouse remodel, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, ARPA management has to do with temp position purchasing, revenue replacement, and then COVID contingency. I think those are all applicable to the work of the county government. They're all one-time expenses. They're all infusions into the actual core functions of government. And I know a lot of these decisions were made before I was a member of this council, but I still have to stand by what I believe is the function of government spending. I believe the county addressed this properly. Meanwhile, the city, in terms of our allocation, spent $4.5 million to various community initiatives addressing, quote, the negative impacts. It's probably speculative in some ways. Set aside $20 million to assist small businesses, money into the Affordable Housing Fund. The city did dedicate $46.9 million to infrastructure costs, including new police stations and improvement of public facilities, which is a one-time allocation. I think a good use of the $72.4 million of ARPA funding that we received. The county received $100.2 million in ARPA funds. And I think when we look at future programs that the federal government is going to bring down to local municipalities, we should be modeling what the county did in terms of one-time expenses and investments in core functions, opposed to the city's philosophy addressing these issues.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. While I appreciate your opinion, I think that one of the things that I've said from this bench several times, one of the things that I'm most proud of is how we allocated ARPA funding from the city of Wichita. And Bob, am I correct when I say, did we not also have community engagement opportunities for the community to let us know what was important to them? Is that correct?
That's correct, and that was a requirement of the program.
Yeah, so we listened to what and keep in mind, when ARPA dollars were allocated, the world was a much different place. And we were thinking about how do we keep our small businesses alive, especially our entrepreneurs. What can we do to make sure people have basic needs? We're talking about PPE. I'm quite proud of how the funding was allocated, and this is one component of it. And the reason that this was brought to the table is, I think we forget back in 2020, 2021, we would go to the grocery store and all you'd see were empty shelves. And we thought that this would be a strategy so that if heaven forbid we're ever in that situation again, we might have alternatives. So again, I'm quite proud of the way that the city allocated our funding. I think that we took a very council approach. There was never a money grab from one district or another. There was never a money grab from one council member or another. I think it was a collaborative approach with our community giving input. And then just on a high note, Mayor, one of the things that you've talked about several times is freeze drying. And within the master food plan, there's actually a section on food waste and food disposal. So it does address different ways that we can educate the community and get them more engaged so that, they don't throw away a strawberry that has a one blemish thing or whatever. So food waste and food disposal is also part of the plan. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to shut up, but I just find it unfortunate that the comment was made that the Wichita City Council at the time looked at taking the manager's recommendation of taking care of in-house needs with ARPA dollars, and then the council, for whatever reason, chose to go out to the public and say, how should we spend this money? What investments should we make? I guess it's unfortunate that the city council listened to the public, the people who voted us in office and gave us some feedback on how we should spend a $20 million investment. Everything that we invested in looked really good. The reports that we got back from the small businesses and nonprofits, those were good. Not everyone was perfect. There might have been one or two issues, but we listened to the public. And I continue to hear people say we need to listen to those that we serve, and we did. I'm not going to get into criticizing another governmental body. They made the decisions that they made, but we invested in the community. And if I recall right, we might be the only municipality that made those public investments in the state, or if not in the region. But either way, we listened to the people that we serve. We made those decisions. We came together as a council, and we did what we were supposed to. The criticism of former councils, it's just confusing because that was a very public process. We went to DABs, we had public input on social media, we got our emails, we went out and gave presentations about this. Some of those dollars that were remaining are actually helping us now. So I just question where that came from. Again, Sedgwick County can do as they please, 46 departments and everything that they have. I get it, they have a lot of tough decisions, but we chose to be responsive to the people that we serve, and I stand by that. I think we did a really good job. I appreciate our staff for listening and coming up with everything that we voted for, and I'll continue to stand by that.
Councilmember Glasscock.
This will also be my last comments, but having been the only member of this body to serve both at the county and the city, I was involved in similar conversations at the county as well, and I can assure you that they also listened to public input. With their money, as a result of how they spent it, they were able to provide the community with 109,000 COVID tests, 297,000 doses of the vaccine at no cost to residents, 4,795 cases of judicial process, including 2,103 family law cases. In addition, they were able to help frontline workers with 2,100 frontline workers receive premium pay in recognition of the critical services they performed, so taking care of their employees. In addition, 90% of the county's expenditures were spent with local businesses, and of that, only 8% was with women, minority-owned businesses as well. And they were able to provide a recovery connected community navigator with more than 2,150 residents. So I would also say that our friends across the street also effectively spent their COVID relief money on internal core functions of government.
I see no further comments from this bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for their robust discussion. With all of that, I would enthusiastically move that the City Council approve the agreement, authorize the necessary signatures, and authorize staff to approve future budget revisions between classifications.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I have an amendment to that motion. I would like to see that include freeze-drying equipment. I don't know how you would adjust the budget, but I would like to see at least a test to show that a freeze-drying process can be not only viable so that there's less food waste, but also an opportunity to see if it can be viable at the multi-agency center, where they, again, also can get some food in the future. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Yes, could I call up and just understand the process from their point of view if they want to do the freeze drying? Could you, could you elaborate a little bit on what that process would look like on your guys' end?
For freeze drying?
Yes.
I'm not an expert on that. I've had one conversation with Thomas, so I think that in that case, it would be purchasing equipment, which he mentioned earlier in the meeting might be around $10,000. Identifying a community-based location to set that up, and a partner who's interested in doing the actual work of that, supplying the produce and spending the time to freeze dry, and then incorporating that, somehow figuring out packaging and being able to supply that to corner stores as they're interested. I don't know how many of the corner stores would be initially interested in, selling those items, but yeah, so it would be just kind of better understanding what that looks like.
How burdensome would that be? Would that interfere in your guys' effort to go through with the program?
I don't think it would interfere. I think if we were to need to stand up the operations of that, it would be challenging, but providing some funding allocated for equipment to a community partner that's already interested in doing that, I don't think would be burdensome. But if we were to have to incorporate, okay, now we have to manage and run a freeze drying operation, that would be challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm certainly not opposed to looking into that, but I think we need to be more responsible about actually getting a quote or seeing what those, I mean, $10,000 maybe, maybe not, I don't know. I love the idea of it, but I just think that's throwing a whole new wrench into an already long, well thought out plan. So I think it's definitely something that I would be interested in learning more, but I think it's a bit much to add it on at the last second.
I will just add one more comment before voting. I know that Councilmember Tuttle mentioned that it is part of the master plan, freeze drying. I'm just trying to be cognizant that, again, this is a one-time ARPA dollar, federal dollars being spent on a pilot program, that we could utilize those dollars to help fund some of the other pieces of the master plan and at least see if it's viable or not viable. I know that Mr. Montiel mentioned that commercial freeze drying equipment would cost about $10,000 and that 90 pounds of food could be saved. And so I feel like that is something prudent to do. If it's burdensome, then I, again, would challenge and say, earlier you said, this is about experimenting and we're wanting to experiment. So this would be another experimentation, which is why I've asked for this amendment. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Procedural question for Jennifer. What exactly are we voting on? The mayor has made an amendment, but not a substitute motion, and the original motion from Councilmember Tuttle was to approve the item.
Councilmember, we have the mayor's motion to amend, but I did not hear a second. If there was one, I didn't. There was a second? Okay. Then we would be, the motion before you is the mayor's amended motion.
Okay, and for clarification on the amended motion, it sounded like there was conversation around freeze-dried. Is the motion to change the agreement that has already been negotiated and agreed upon by WSU to add freeze-dried equipment or process to that?
I would ask WSU CEI to explain how, if possible, we could have at least one commercial freeze-drying operation to test it out.
So we don't have anything in the current agreement, but we do, the initiative is, the focus of the investment is in small business. And so if that would be part of investing in a small business, it would already fit. I guess I default to legal on that. So, I mean, that's already something that we were kind of interested in considering and looking at. It's not something that was written into the agreement or that we had said, like, yes, we already have a plan for how that would work. So I think the flexibility to be able to explore that and see, I mean, unfortunately, Thomas left, so we can't call on him to say, you know, are they wanting to be a partner for that from a business perspective? But it's not that we're not open to that.
Jennifer?
I think we need clarification. Clerk did not hear a second to that motion to amend.
No, I seconded.
But you did second it, so thank you for the record.
I seconded the first motion.
The first one, right, but I'm talking about a motion to amend, a second to the mayor's motion to amend. That's where there was no second. Need to have a second for discussion.
So I have an amended motion that would include within the allocated dollars of $950,400 to find it within that budget to experiment with a freeze drying equipment piece so that we will not have food waste. Is there a second for that amended motion? Okay, there is no second for that amended motion. So now we are back to the first motion that was moved by Councilmember Tuttle and seconded by Vice Mayor Ballard. I see no further discussion. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Quarterly financial reports for the period ended September 30th, 2024.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. Today, I'm here to present to you the third quarter financial report for 2024. Oh, sorry. The financial report, as you know, includes unaudited activity, financial activity, in this case through September 30th of 2024. The annual report, or the quarterly report, is also posted online. It's 127 pages of a lot of really interesting information that I would love to share with you today, page by page, but in the interest of time, I'm going to answer two questions for you today and make my presentation around those two questions. Are we going to finish 2024 as we expected, based on the information to date? And the answer, spoiler alert to that, is yes. The second question that I want to present on is our long-term forecast that we talked about a little earlier today, looking out to 2026, 27, is there any activity that's occurred to date that would affirm that forecast? And the answer is yes. Everything is pretty much on track on both of those cases. So in the general fund, again, we look for outliers. There are very few outliers for me to tell you about. Court fines are a little weak. If I have to find something wrong, I'll tell you that court fines are a little weak. I think there's a variety of reasons there, primarily due to lower enforcement activity, but that really is our main underperforming revenue in the general fund. Public safety costs are increasing. Overtime is increasing. Again, all of that is not something we did not expect. Basically, we're covering that because our interest earnings continue to be off the chart and because we're underspending in park and public works. Again, everything I just told you is very consistent with what we thought was going to happen and what we've said in prior presentations. So let's look out in the future a little bit. Again, we'll keep an eye on court revenues. I think they're probably going to stay low for a while, but we'll see. I will tell you that I think interest earnings have peaked, which again is something we expected. So I think we're going to see those start to decline. The degree of that decline, of course, is subjective, but I think that peak has occurred. I think you'll see wages and benefits continue to increase based on some of the activity that has occurred. You're probably going to see higher benefit rates in the future, and we're more successful in filling positions, which is a double-edged sword. That's a good thing. We have more city employees to provide higher level services, but that's going to put a little pressure on our wages. Again, all of that is consistent with what we thought would happen. So what's the bottom line? We should be in manageable condition in 2025, which is to say we have a balanced budget at this point, and I don't see a reason to deviate from that forecast. And as the manager mentioned earlier, I think in 26, right now, we think we'll be out of balance somewhere in the $3 to $4 million range, and that's probably still consistent with what I would tell you based on the information I have at this point. We always talk about debt real quick. Takeaway on this slide is very simple. Property tax funded debt is a very, very small portion of our total debt portfolio. It's about 4%. And secondly, our debt is growing. It's growing on the enterprise fund side, and that's because we're in two capital-intensive businesses, water and sewer, and we are issuing debt in that area. Last slide is about ARPA. We submitted our third quarter report, which we've referenced earlier today. It is super interesting. If you have time to read it, it is online. It talks about all the programs that we're funding, a lot of which we've talked about today. It talks about what we're trying to accomplish, what the performance measures are, and a variety of things in that manner. We have spent to date about $38 million of our $72 million. We have obligations to bring that up to $50 million, and as I mentioned earlier today, or Dante mentioned, we have another $22 million to obligate. Now, I will point out that obligate doesn't mean we haven't budgeted it or forecasted where it'll go. Obligate means that you have taken the formal official action to approve a contract or something of that nature. So just FYI on that. And obviously that $22 million is a little smaller based on some actions you've already taken, and it probably will be a little smaller at the end of the day today, again, based on actions or items that you're going to be presented as soon as I'm done here. So that's my presentation. I'd be remiss today if I didn't address one more topic. My understanding is, based on the rumor mill, that Jamie's not going to be here too much longer. So as a Department of Finance person, I just wanted to thank her for her service to the Department of Finance, because she has bailed me out many more times than you'll ever know. So I want to publicly acknowledge her. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mark. We'll begin with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, this was great reading this weekend, so thank you. I appreciate it. On page 25 of the recovery plan document, it's just noted at the top of project spending completed for the Healthy Corner Store Initiative implementation, which I think is probably outdated based on an RFP that wasn't fulfilled previously. It just says that the entire funding's completed, which is not accurate based on today. So I think that was more of just maybe a clerical aspect of here, unless I'm reading the completion wrong. Some of the other items, for example, the violence interrupters doesn't say completed, but obviously we allocated more money today. So that was the only thing that I noticed in the entire packet.
I appreciate that. Like I said, we printed this probably 2 months ago, so it's a little bit out of date, but thank you for reading it.
Mark,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can answer that. We actually switched categories. Sorry, Nicole Babcock, Department of Finance. We actually switched categories. So it was in category 2.1. That's where the initial with the new adventure advisors was. And then it switched categories to small business to 2.32. So that's where the rest of it is. So.
Thank you.
Mark?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that one of the first 2 questions was what has been projected is happening, including 2026, 2027. Can you explain what you mean by 2026 and 2027, where we will have a budget deficit?
Yeah, fundamentally, to summarize the discussion we've had earlier this year and throughout this year, we have 2 challenges that are going to impact us into the future. One is that we've been sustainable currently because we've had abnormally large interest earnings. Those most likely are going to diminish in the future, which means our general fund revenues are going to flatline or grow at a very slow pace. So our revenues are going to decrease most likely into the future, or the increase will start to decrease. The other thing that is a challenge for us is, as I mentioned, wages are increasing, and that's due to inflation, it's due to a variety of factors. We're more successful filling positions, but fundamentally we expect our revenues growth to decrease because primarily interest earnings are going to decline, and we expect our expenditures to begin increasing at an accelerated pace based on the wage pressure that we've had in the past. And those 2 lines, if you think of an expenditure and revenue line, those 2 lines most likely will be out of balance sometime in 26 to some degree.
And can you tell us what that budget deficit again is in 2026 and 2027?
Yes, ma'am. In 2026, again, based on the budget that we adopted back in August, I believe it's about $3.6 million. I think I rounded to $3 million earlier. We deal in round numbers. Maybe I rounded the wrong way, about 3.6. I think in 27, we would expect it maybe to grow a little closer to about $10 million. And again, that's precipitated on when interest earnings start to crater, how soon they drop and how far they drop, and a variety of other things.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yes, ma'am.
I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. The public left. Thank you very much, Mark. We'll bring it back to the bench. I see none, so I will move it. I will move that the City Council receive and file the quarterly financial report for the period ending September 30th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
American Rescue Plan Act Emergency Rental Assistance to Closeout Plan.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department for the record. The first item that I have for you today is a closeout plan for our ERA, Emergency Rent Assistance 2 program. So included in the ARPA funding of 2021 was $21.25 billion for emergency rental assistance across the country. This is absolutely separate from the ARPA funding that came through as the state fiscal state and local fiscal recovery fund. So this was a completely separate funding stream. The funding was distributed by formula based on population, and we received just under $9.5 million to provide rent and utility assistance and housing stability services. By regulation, no more than 15% of the funding could be used for administration and 10% for housing stability services, leaving 75% of the funding for rent and utility assistance payments. And all funding needed to be expended no later than September 30th, 2025. By September 30th, 2023, a little over $8.6 million had been expended in rent and utility assistance payments on behalf of nearly 2,500 households, representing 91.5% of the grant and exceeding the 75% threshold. At that time, we decided to hold on to a little bit of money because we weren't sure what was going to happen with COVID-19. So we held the remaining funds in case there was a COVID recurrence, but we're at that point now where we need to make sure we expend every dollar. So currently, there's a little over $369,000 remaining in that fund. So to expend the funds by the September 30th deadline and to address urgent community needs at this moment, the following two programs are recommended. A security deposit and housing application fee escrow program. This program would be specific for clients staying at the emergency winter shelter this winter, to give them an opportunity to earn a service stipend deposited in escrow to be used for security deposits, rent and utility arrears, or application fees. Stipends equivalent to $10 an hour are earned by completing tasks at the shelter. Those tasks could include, but not limited to, grounds and neighborhood trash pickup, check-in services, laundry, meal services, sweeping, whatever needs to be done. And the funds will be used for stipends and administrative expenses to administer that program. We find, I've used stipends in other housing situations, and we find it also actually can help people have a sense of ownership in where they're staying. The second program is a rapid rehousing bridge to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. This is the first winter since I've been here that we have zero housing vouchers for people at the time at which the winter shelter is going to open. And that is just because of rising housing costs, and we can't house as many people with the dollars that we receive. And so to try and address that, we're proposing the first 50 persons or households on the waiting list for the Housing Choice Voucher that have a homeless preference referral, that we verify have continued homelessness, and a commitment for case management from either internal staff or a community partner will be provided up to 6 months of rent assist and utility assistance. We can promote a 6-month lease with landlords to help encourage them to lease to persons coming from homelessness, and that they'll have dedicated case management. And that 6 months of rapid rehousing assistance will bridge the time until their names will likely be pulled from the Housing Choice Voucher Program waiting list, and will provide immediate housing to 50 homeless persons or households. The funds will be used for rent and utility assistance and administrative expenses. There's no impact to the general fund. All ERA2 funds must be fully expended by September 30th, 2025. The use of these funds for rent and utility assistance, housing stability services, and administration are all eligible uses within the award terms. And it is recommended that the City Council approve the ARPA Emergency Rental Assistance 2 Closeout Plan, the funding allocations, and authorize staff to make necessary budget adjustments for related expenses. And I stand for any questions.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, do you need a stool? You're about to be up here for another
I know.
3 or so. Can I ask about the process to come up with $10 an hour? Is that what the other programs that you've referenced, is that about what they pay?
It's about what peer supports get paid, like through our peer support contract we have with Breakthrough Club, they get paid $10 an hour. So to actually provide stipends beyond that would have been, wouldn't have gone over well.
Okay, so it goes into like an account that follows the person around. What if that person moves? What if that person?
That's right, written into the program plan that they will have a period of time in which to use them. The only eligible use is going to be for housing supports. If we don't get them housed before we have to expend the funds, they would come back into the program to potentially either be used for the bridge program, but we have to have them fully expended by September 30th.
Okay, so if it comes back into the fold, can we use it for housing choice vouchers?
No,
or
we cannot.
It's strictly for
Yes.
for this. Okay, and in reference to the 50 persons on the housing choice voucher waiting list, how long is that list currently?
There's over 10,000 households on the list for a voucher right now. It's gone up 400% since 2022.
Are these people, is it strictly people who are homeless, or is
No.
it people in danger of becoming homeless?
It's all low to moderate income households. Right now, we have 247 people on the waiting list that have been referred for a homeless preference voucher, which means confirmed homelessness tied to case management agreed by an agency. So of the 10,000 households, only 247 right now have a homeless preference.
How long would it take us at the current rate to help address the 10,000?
We currently can't issue we haven't issued any vouchers other than specialty VASH vouchers and foster youth because they're a separate funding stream since May because we don't have the funding due. We're actually in shortfall. We have a moratorium from HUD that we cannot issue any new vouchers until we get into a new funding cycle, and we have capacity to do so. At the rate we went this year, it would take 20, 30 years to get through a list of 10,000 people on the list.
What are some of the other pools of revenue to help fund the housing choice voucher program?
There are, to fund that program in itself, it's Congress allocating
Strictly
funds. And we're not, about 3 months ago, I had heard that a quarter of housing authorities across the country were in shortfall because of the rise in rent costs, and the amount of funding is not keeping up with that. In speaking with the field office just yesterday, it's closing in on 50% of housing authorities across the country don't have enough funding to support the people currently housed, let alone trying to house additional folks.
I know we had talked about, I guess, we raised the value of each voucher, right? And then, but narrowed how many people. Is that still something we're looking at? Because we're kind of in a catch-22 here, like.
Well, with the implementation of the small area fair market rents, which were mandatory for us to move to that in January of 2025, we are going to see 55% of the persons housed right now, their payment standards are actually going to decrease if they were to move. Now, mind you, we held them harmless. The new payment standard only comes into play if they go into a new contract. And only 45% are going to actually see an increase in that payment standard.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for helping create or taking a page out of another community's book on bringing them alongside to earn some money or credit, whatever you want to call it, just a program for them to stay busy, maybe while they're working on getting an ID or whatever, but keeping their hands busy. And I just appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. It looks like we don't have any further questions, but I will ask maybe the city manager this question. I know that Councilmember Hoheisel asked the question, what can be done about vouchers? And they come from the federal government. And last couple of items, we have been talking about federal dollars, ARPA dollars. Could any of those ARPA dollars could have gone to housing vouchers?
It's a creative approach to use of those dollars. We talked about addressing housing through the Affordable Housing Fund and freeing up homes for people to be able to move into either as homeowners or as renters. And so we did take $5 million to put aside. In fact, you're going to talk about that today on two separate items in terms of how we've used that money. And so by freeing up units for rental, we're doing basically the same thing and also assuring that there'll be affordable housing units. Hadn't thought about a direct voucher program, at least that I don't know that we talked about that, Sally.
We hadn't talked about that. And it's similar to what we do in the Housing First program for homeless, where it's not an official federal program. It is a local funded housing assistance program. And that's exactly what I'm talking about doing with the Bridge program, is a local subsidy program to bridge till people would be pulled from the waiting list. But we're talking tremendous, tremendous need. The dollars needed to make a dent in the waiting list are big, very big.
Thank you again for your work, Sally. I know that housing is the number one thing among the top 4 priorities, and knowing that the wait list is 10,000 households for a housing voucher, and that you have 0 currently and have been basically at 0 since May of 2024, deeply concerns me, because I know from presentations regarding the homelessness task force that a large majority of individuals that are incoming to homelessness are our youth aging out of the foster care system, as well as our seniors, our older citizens. And so that deeply concerns me, that we've been making decisions up here when there are 10,000 households that are in need. And so that again concerns me a lot. And so again, thank you very much for what you and your staff do. I see no further comments from the bench. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sally, for your presentation. We're talking today a lot about how to use ARPA funds, and I think this is a perfect example of how to use it appropriately and effectively. I believe this, one, it's an internal department to the city, provides relief from COVID, especially you talk about the growth since 2022 in the voucher program, excuse me. Addresses homelessness, people at the brink of homelessness. It offers stipends for work. It's an essential function. It's long-term. It's one-term lasting impact. It reduces government dependency. It strengthens workforce development. So I hope we can look at future projects like this as well. And I think this is a perfect use of how to spend ARPA funding. And I want to thank you and your staff for coming up with this program. And I think it's innovative, and hopefully it's something that we can continue because I really do think it reduces government dependency and also strengthens the workforce. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you again. I see no further comments, so I will move to approve the ARPA Emergency Rental Assistance number 2 closeout plan and funding allocations, and authorize staff to make necessary budget adjustments for related expenses.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Multi-Agency Center Development Sub-Agreement and Allocation of American Rescue Plan Act Funds.
Thank you. Once again, Sally Stang with Housing and Community Services for the record. The second item I have for you is the development agreement for the build-out of the MAC. Very exciting. On August 22nd, 2023, the City Council approved the Master Development Agreement with our development partner, Petra, for the development of the Multi-Agency Center and associated affordable housing. Once again, the vision for the Multi-Agency Center is to provide a one-stop shop for people experiencing homelessness, a place where programs can collaborate, and to provide ease of access into various services, including congregate shelter, non-congregate shelter, housing navigation, housing case management, benefit enrollment assistance, and employment assistance, and anything else we can collaborate on, we're excited to do. Public consultation and due diligence led the city to acquiring the former Park Elementary School property at 1025 North Main from USD 259. On September 3rd, 2024, the City Council approved a subdevelopment agreement in the amount of $2,252,250 for the renovation and expenses necessary to prepare the property for winter shelter for the 24-25 winter season, and that work is currently underway. So our fire sprinkler lines are moving along quickly with the main branch lines installed, and continued overhead rough-ins continue. We are focusing on the riser room and the gym, the first area we're hoping to have ready and available. The fire alarm, HVAC, security, and video surveillance system, all of those contracts have been awarded. Some selective demolition has occurred. We are evaluating options for that north wall that is going to separate the property, the Park Elementary property from the residential properties to the north. And they're dealing with plans to remedy the overlap. So that property line jigs and jags as we come through. And so we're going to be addressing potentially deeding little remnants to adjacent property owners so that we're not having to maintain small areas outside the wall that's going up. And then the fire dampers, those are critical, and those are ordered, and they have to be received and installed before we can get any type of occupancy permit. And we're currently contracting for showers and restroom trailers for the winter shelter. Inspection of the school structure by MABCD trades inspectors, the fire marshal, and HFG architects, as well as engagement with neighbors and service providers, has concluded the following renovations will be necessary to convert the building into the full MAC. So it's renovation of the 30,000 square feet of the interior space. That is actually the north building, the two-story building. The installation of access controls in that space, complete boiler and chiller system upgrades, environmental remediation, fire suppression system and risers for that remaining 30,000 square feet. We're not working on that side of the building for winter shelter, so we're going to have to look at that for the next phase. Commercial kitchen remodeling in the receiving area for that upgrade, pavement expansion and rehab, external security controls, additional exterior walls for really securing off the site, furniture, fixtures, equipment, architectural engineering, soft cost compliance contingency, and the developer fee. And the development agreement sets forth Petra's responsibilities, which are engineering, design, construction, infrastructure, budget, schedules, reporting, staffing, all of it. It is a cost plus fixed fee contract, which provides the developer to be reimbursed for all actual expenses, not to exceed the amounts authorized, plus a developer fee. And that developer fee is 4.5% in accordance with that master development agreement that we executed last year ago, August. And this provides a breakdown of a need of just over $6.3 million. The total estimated cost of $6,373,756. We're recommending $5,762,295 in ARPA funds and $611,461 in general funds from the sale of the property at 2220 East 21st Street North, in accordance with City Council discussion when the sale of that property was approved. So the Law Department has reviewed and approved the development agreement as to form, and it's recommended that the City Council approve the allocation of $5,762,295 in American Rescue Plan Act revenue replacement funding, $611,461 in general funds from the net sales proceeds from the sale of the property at 2221 East 21st Street, and the development sub-agreement with Petra in the amount of $6,373,756 as a sub-agreement under the Master Development Agreement for renovations at the Park Elementary School location at 1025 North Main Street to convert the facility into the multi-agency center and authorize the necessary signatures. Whew. And Tylen Dyer from Petra is here also if you have any questions, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sally. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sally, again. I just quickly here, do we expect the fire suppression system to be ready by Thanksgiving?
That is the goal, is somewhere around Thanksgiving.
So we think we're on track for that?
We do think we're on track.
Okay, thank you. Second one is, are all the improvements expected to fit within this budget?
Yes, all of the improvements are expected to fit within this budget, including, and it wasn't spelled out on here, the building of kennels. That's been in the discussion from the get-go, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick questions. Looking at the green sheet you received, it says March 31st, 2025, the newly formed beginning on April 1st, 2025, and then it says it'll take 12 to 18 months to complete.
Yes.
Can will still live there, or not live there, but reside there from April to whenever the full completion is.
That is the intent. We getting great cooperation, working with the construction company to try and keep a level of shelter still going at that location during construction. But the full build out of the MAC is not going to, it's not going to open as the MAC on April 1st, 2025, because there's so much work to have to get done. But we don't want to have to entirely shut down shelter services, so.
Is the plan to operate a pseudo-MAC in the interim at that location, maybe even outside, or how are we going to use that facility where we're still offering maybe like a tester MAC until
Part of that's just going to depend on the construction, because if they're actually working to build out the north building, it's going to be hard to have agencies in there. We can absolutely intend to keep going with the neighborhood resource fairs that we've done under Project Hope, to keep those going, to try and keep all the different service providers engaged and have a resource. But there'll be some providers on site during winter shelter as well as during construction, but we won't have the space to have all of the partners there during construction.
Okay, thank you. Last question I have, brief question. I also think this is a good use of ARPA money, the $5,762,295. Question for you or Bob, where did that reallocation from ARPA money come from to fund this project?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Nikki, because there's a wild card here on the pickleball. I'm trying to think how the two are intertwined. Go ahead, Nikki.
Yes, so this is coming from a reduction in the Patrol West for ARPA funding. It'll be switched back to GEO funding.
Okay.
And that's primarily because it wouldn't be in time to obligate it under the ARPA deadlines.
If I remember, pickleball allows us flexibility to be able to do that.
Okay.
Yes, yep, correct.
I knew it was a connection. I was just trying to think through it. Thank you, Nikki.
Okay, I wanted to figure out what that connection was, because I knew it had to do with reallocation of not doing the pickleball or pickle, whatever we're calling it. We can't call it pickleball, whatever it was going to be. Moving that to this was part of this decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Sally, I have several questions for you. I'll start off with this $6.3 million. You mentioned the kennels. I also wanted to make mention of the $6.3 million. Will this take into account plumbing? I know that we're contracting for showers and additional restrooms. Can you talk about plumbing?
Sure, that the additional showers and restrooms are really for the shelter side. While we're doing shelter before the full build out, because we need to add, there's no showers in the building at all right now, and as well as additional bathroom facilities. But yes, all of the plumbing requirements are included in this price.
And in project number 2, will this include non-congregate housing, or will it still be congregate housing?
This is all congregate housing. The non-congregate housing piece is in project number 3, which would be in the new build directly behind, which would have 50, in the plan would be 50 units of housing and 25 units of non-congregate shelter.
And project number 3, which is the non-congregate sheltering plus some additional housing opportunities, how is that? And can you talk about the LIHTC credits?
Sure. So we applied for 4% low-income housing tax credits in the second round. Despite having the highest scoring project, tied for first, we were not selected for funding. It is our hope to move forward with utilizing the other funding that we have. And we are re-evaluating whether we will try to apply for LIHTC in the future. We have funding, the ARPA, the Home ARP funds, as well as the public housing sales proceeds that can, we can put towards the build of that building out in Park. We don't have the resources to do the other 125 units that was in the application that, a couple blocks away at 10th and Topeka area. So we will continue to evaluate and whether we will put in an application either under 9 or 4% next year.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. The LIHTC credits, we spoke a little bit about that. It was because it's within
a mile and a half
of another LIHTC project, which
Yes.
98% of the state is not going to have that issue, correct?
Correct, yes. And, when we reached out to KHRC on that issue, they told us just to request a waiver of that and how our clientele would not, wouldn't be affected. We wouldn't be affecting the marketability of either project. We have a whole different demographic going into those two projects, but they still landed it that way.
Can we get this up for discussion to add this to our legislative agenda? Just make the rounds with other council members and see what the temperature is to put this on there to ask for some changes.
The way the agency is set up, I believe it's meant to have no influence by the legislature, so we need to, I'm not quite sure what our approach would be in this regard. We'll have to visit with our lobbyists explaining the issue. Don't know if there are any regulations that are imposed by the legislature that govern their behavior, but I think when it comes to issues like this, I believe they're an independent body that is not influenced by the political process.
Okay, yeah, if we can check into how we can spur some change there. Does this, is the 9% under the same standards there?
They do not have that limitation on the 9%. The 9% are much more competitive. They generally fund smaller projects except in the unique opportunity category. And I do believe this is a unique opportunity. So we are still having conversations about, what our plan will be going forward. The 9% applications are due in January. The next round of 4% are in February. And we will be collaborating with our partners on what we think would probably be the best move going forward. We are aware of several other projects that are intending on applying in the 9% round in January.
Yeah, I hear some too, yeah. Thank you, Sally.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sally. Couple questions. Do we get any type of debriefing or any type of feedback when we are denied the tax credits?
There is no appeal process, but we did request a debriefing. We have not received it yet.
Okay. What is the plan if we do not receive them?
The plan at this point would be to continue to scrape together the funding to be able to do it's a total of 75 units on site. I do believe we can get there, but we'd have a much stronger product with more resources if we got the tax credits.
This doesn't include the other parcels?
Not at all.
Okay. And then the mayor alluded to bathrooms and showers a little bit for the winter shelter. We're collaborating, or the plumbing will be done for extra bathrooms, or are we doing something different?
Yeah, we're bringing in bathroom trailers and shower trailers to augment what's there for winter shelter. So those, once the full build-out's done, those won't be necessary any longer, but they'll likely be there until that's all built out.
Project 2 as well?
Right, because they'll be, we're going to continue to try and provide shelter during the construction, which means the construction's not necessarily all done for those facilities. As long as they're needed, we'll keep the additional facilities there.
Wonderful, thank you.
Sorry, more questions, Sally. The $6.3 million for project number 2, it mentions a commercial kitchen. Have we not secured a food source regarding kitchen services? I know that there is a kitchen already there, but this says a commercial kitchen, so I'll ask that question. In addition to the $6.3 million, the kennels, is just the build out for the kennels. What about the operating costs for the kennels?
Operating costs, this is all capital investment. So operating costs for the kennels will have to be absorbed into the operations budget for the MAC. Yes. And then as far as the commercial kitchen, that's why it says commercial kitchen / receiving upgrades, because we're still having conversations with the providers, with the architect team, and saying, we definitely right now are looking at the food being delivered, but is that a long-term? Should we, is that going to exist long-term? Is there a way to collaborate with the partner? Is there more that they need in that space to make that work better? And we're just leaving a little bit of flexibility in there so that we can get the best product in the long run.
Can you also reiterate just the capital improvement dollars? So for project number 2 is 6.3 million. What is it for project 1 and project 3?
Project 1 was $2,252,250 for Project 1. Project 2 is the 6.3 in total. Project 2. Project 3 is unknown at the moment. Even the workups we have right now to build out the 75 units in the 120 or in the 125, that number will change whether we have tax credits or not. There are a lot of financial bond issuances and things that are kind of expensive when you do tax credits. It's still a benefit to receive the credits, but it does push up the cost. So we're having further conversations about whether or, what those costs are going to look like with or without tax credits. We've also had the conversation about should we build the foundation of the 75 unit building so that it could withstand potentially going up further in the future. Could you adjust it from 3 to 5 stories in the future if the demand was there? And if it's a much less investment now to do your footings 8 feet deeper, maybe we do that just so that we're ready if in the future that's needed, because you can't do it after the fact. So just thinking, trying to be thoughtful about what we're doing.
And Sally, a follow-up to project number 3. I know that the number's unknown to build the 50 units plus 25 non-congregate units. You mentioned home art dollars that are available. How much is that?
It's just under $5 million. We had in funding for the project itself. And that is limited to being able to fund housing and non-congregate shelter. It cannot be used to fund the MAC or the congregate shelter space.
Thank you, Sally. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, I presume you've talked to Laura's Diner about food, things Monday through Friday. Food on Saturday, Sunday. What's the plan for that?
At this point, we're still reaching out and going to be having to coordinate with the community. I mean, that's really what's happened every year in the past with emergency
Churches,
shelter.
things like that.
They come in, and Humankind in the past has coordinated all of those donations. There's a little bit of, well, you'll see in the next item, funding or something else.
Thank you.
And then lastly, Project 1, which again should be operational by November 28th. Project 1 being emergency winter shelter. I think you'll speak about it at the next item, but can you just let us know, updates-wise, I know you had a whole list of the things that need to be done before November 28th. Are we on budget, on time? Maybe it's a question for Petra.
You want to come up with that?
Sure.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Tyler Dyer with Petra. Thank you all. This has been an incredible day. So this is fun to watch. So yeah, it's not over. We'll hang out all night. So just to update real quick, as Sally said, she did a great job of just condensing everything into one thing. We have a ton of stuff going on at this site. McCown Gordon, our construction partner, has a bunch of other folks going on. And we've been working diligently with the city and the staff to make sure that we bring other stuff in, like Sandifer and all those folks that weren't originally in what we were talking about, just to get everything stuck in here. So to answer your question, we are ahead of schedule on a lot of stuff. We're fighting like heck to get through a lot of other things. The fire dampers, as she mentioned, we have to make decisions, and I'm going to go in just a little bit of detail. I think it's fun for you guys to understand. But fire dampers can be both mechanical or electrical. They both serve the same purpose, but one ties into the fire system. The other one has melting points, right? So when you have a fire, they operate automatically and you don't have to depend on the electrical side. I prefer the mechanical ones. Everybody else likes the electrical ones. If we put the electrical ones in, we wouldn't open until February. You just can't get those in time. So we bought the mechanical ones and are installing those right now. So that's part of what we're cranking through, is all these little finite decisions that you guys don't need to worry yourselves about. We will get through. But the point is we will have a piece of this open. One other little thing I did want to clarify is continuance of service is a very important thing that we're trying to do. The springtime isn't that big of an item with providing emergency winter shelter, right, or emergency summer shelter, which is the other thing that we've talked about. But that little window in there, thankfully, we do have 2 different buildings that are in play. They just happen to be stuck together. So we're doing our best to phase everything we keep going. So did that answer the question? Okay.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. You talked about doing the footers with the foundation about another 8 feet lower. Do we have a price tag with that?
I'll address that one. Thank you. No, we don't have a price tag, but we are trying to be very diligent on that. We don't expect there to be any extra money from project number 2, but as we're trying to figure out what we can do and how we go get it done, if doing a little bit of concrete work provides us a big savings while we're doing the rest of it, we definitely do it at this point. Adding a little extra concrete and a little bit of extra rebar isn't that big of a deal. That's what Sally was alluding to, for us to make sure we could go up another level. It does change a lot of design aspects, which could massively affect this. But in the end, we are trying to be as smart as we can on that, and we're throwing other ad alternates into the bidding process as we go through every piece of this project. And then the other thing I want to clarify to that piece, there's a lot of design that's going on right now. So as of today, Project 2 will start design if approved, and we'll crank through a lot of those details. So there's a lot of questions you guys probably have that we can't answer today. We have a lot of work to do over the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Of course.
And Sally, one last question for you before we open it up for public comment. You mentioned Project 1. These are capital costs.
Yes.
Project 1, 2.2 million. Project 2, 6.3 million. Project 3, unknown. Now I want to know operational. So that's just capital dollars. Operationally, how much are we allocating for Project 1, Project 2?
Operations dollars, we're not allocating any funding for Project 1 and Project 2 towards that capital improvement. Now, another item on the agenda is the allocation of funding for winter shelter operations, which isn't the build out. I think we're just talking cross purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're right about an item here following for the winter shelter. That'll be the only time. This will be your last time that there'll be a winter shelter budget. And then there is an estimated annual operating budget of $4.5 million at this point. On the 19th, we'll be bringing a contract asking the council to allocate $5 million in ARPA funds for the first 2 years of operations, $2.5 million a year. And then there is ongoing work that's being done on our behalf by PPMC, working with providers to see if there can be offsetting costs for the remaining $2 million.
Thank you very much, City Manager and Sally. Just to reiterate, the estimated operating dollars is 4.5 million, and the city is expected on November 19th, or the council is expected to vote on ARPA dollars to be allocated for 2 years at 2.5 million each year for a total of 5 million to help offset operating, which then still means there's a $2 million gap for both of those years. So again, that is just to reiterate, where are we going to find the other 2 million?
Mayor, as I mentioned, that work is now being done with the providers to see how much existing providers in the community can provide services that will reduce the $2 million. The meals, our food costs are in that budget, and we've had ongoing discussions with the diocese and Lord's Diner board members and staff. So that would be an offset, for instance.
And thank you for mentioning the Catholic Diocese or the Lord's Diner, and that they stepped up at the very beginning and said, we'll commit to some sort of food, providing food of some sort. And I appreciate, again, that you gave them a shout out, because that is how the city plans to close the gap. The 4.5 million in operating, the city is going to pay a large majority of it through ARPA dollars at 2.5 million, which then again requires community to help us with $2 million, whether in-kind services or donations from community. So thank you. I have no further questions, and I see none from the bench. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak, so we will bring it back to the bench. I don't see any, so I'll go ahead and move to approve the allocation of $5,762,295 in American Rescue Plan or ARPA revenue replacement funding, and then $611,461 in general funds from the net sales proceeds from the sale of the property at 2220 East 21st Street, and the development sub-agreement with Petra in the amount of $6,373,756 as a sub-agreement under the Master Development Agreement for renovations at the Park Elementary School location at 1025 North Main Street to convert the facility into the multi-agency center and authorize the necessary signatures. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to speak to the motion. I just want to reiterate over and over and over, thank you so much for everybody that's working so hard on this. I know we are under, special time limits and also trying to get this up and running for our community before the winter gets here. So since it's in District 6, I just appreciate that we're able to provide this facility for the whole community, and we need it so desperately. And second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Affordable Housing Fund Program Plan Updates and Expenditures.
Good afternoon. Sally Stang with Housing and Community Services, once again for the record. The item we have is an update to the Affordable Housing Fund Plan. Some background, in May of 2021, the city was awarded $72.4 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to support response and recovery to COVID-19. Investment in quality, safe, affordable housing was identified through community engagement as a high priority, and the city allocated $5 million for the creation of the Affordable Housing Fund. And on April 12th, 2022, the City Council approved the Affordable Housing Fund Program Plan and enabling ordinance. Staffing resources were assigned to implement the project, and the City Council has appointed board members to serve on the Affordable Housing Review Board. For a while, staff was monitoring additional U.S. Treasury guidance, and affordable homeownership initiatives presented major challenges, including lengthy affordability periods. What we were seeing is that if we provided the funds under the category of ARPA funds, the original category, there would be a 20-year repayment period. So if the homeowner sold the property within the first 20 years, they'd have to pay every penny back. And that put most homeowners upside down until like year 16. And what we see in the community is people aren't staying in their houses for 16 years. And we really did not want to implement a program that put people in a detriment in the long run. And so we actually did some outreach to our nonprofit developers, and we held 2 stakeholder engagement sessions and could not come up with a viable solution using that category of ARPA funding. So the Budget Office, thank goodness, identified other qualifying ARPA expenses citywide, and that it was able to switch the funding to the revenue replacement category, which gives us a little bit more flexibility. It allows us to better interface and align to existing programs, enhance that accountability, the program equity, and give us monitoring opportunities without putting families upside down. So that was really critical. On September 10th of this year, the City Council approved an allocation of $1,320,000 in affordable housing funds to 3 organizations for the preservation of 33 former public housing units. And you had 2 of those items come back today on consent, the funding agreements as well as the sales agreement. So those are moving through. But following that RFP, the applicants reached out to us, 2 of the 3, and said, could they apply the Affordable Housing Fund dollars to the acquisition costs? And at that time, we said no, because that would be significant deviation from what we put out in the RFP. And other developers may come back and go, well, if I'd known it could be used for the acquisition, we would have bid. So we didn't want to cause a ruckus there, but we took their information. What they told us was that it caused problems with their cash flow, to having to come up with all of those funds towards acquisition at the beginning. So that feedback, in addition to we knew the obligation deadline on ARPA was coming, we decided to go back and retool. and take a look if we could retool the way the Affordable Housing Fund works to meet many positives. So the goal of the updated plan still remains to improve the quality of existing housing stock while expanding quality affordable housing options. And it's still, set up to benefit low, moderate households. But we've just kind of flipped around where the funding comes in. And here are those affordability requirements. So for home ownership opportunities, households have to have an annual gross income at or below 80% of the area median income, which is $73,500 for a family of 4. And for rental housing, it's under 60, with a priority for under 50% area median income at $54,900 and $45,750 respectively for a family of 4. The eligible uses are for acquisition and rehab. That's the change, right? It's not just rehabilitation, it's acquisition and rehab. It can be for units that are for affordable homeownership for sale or for rental opportunities. The applicants must be non or for-profit developers, having $40,000 available per unit. But they also must utilize either the Home Down Payment Assistance Program or project-based vouchers or low-income housing tax credits for the affordability restrictions and monitoring. So key updates to the plan. For right now, it eliminates the home repair as an eligible activity just due to the timing, but that could come back in the future with a future update. The affordable housing funds will be used to acquire 56 properties from the Wichita Housing Authority for the appraised value of $3,670,300. A little small caveat, and there are 2 of those houses, 2620 North Minnesota and 2528 East Mossman, were complete losses due to fire. And so their combined appraised value is only $9,900 for the land, but it is going to cost us under $25,000 to demolish the existing structure so that we can sell the land for redevelopment. $40,000 zero interest deferred forgivable mortgages will be filed on each property to ensure project completion with affordable homeownership or affordable rental outcomes. And net proceeds from the sale of the properties to developers, as well as upon sale to qualified home buyers, will revolve back to the Affordable Housing Fund for additional investment in affordable housing. Now, once it comes back, there's not an obligation expenditure, so we are free of that as it comes back. The city will make the affordable housing funds for these types of projects available through another RFP process. It'll allow them to request the subsidy, project-based vouchers. We only have 5 that were left that were approved that we could put towards these for rental units and bid on particular units. The council-appointed Affordable Housing Review Board will evaluate applications, make funding recommendations, and provide guidance and support. So I have 2 sample examples. These are straight from the plan, right? That go, if a developer proposes to buy a unit for the appraised value of $53,000 and sell it as affordable homeownership at $90,000 after renovation, you can see that acquisition costs and closing costs come to $54,500. We pass a $40,000 forgivable mortgage, and the developer pays $14,500 at the time they buy it. Then they invest in the rehab, the hard costs, soft costs, site improvements. So they're completely in at $74,500 on this project. At the second closing, this is when they're going to close with the low-income household. The sales price is $90,000. We have a little bit more in closing costs because oftentimes they have buyers agents, and so they'll get a commission. The developer gets reimbursed their investment of that $74,500 plus their capped developer fee. They're making $7,200 for doing this. And then that leaves $4,800 at closing that would revolve back to the Affordable Housing Fund. So in this example, $19,300 comes back to the Affordable Housing Fund. Great thing about it is that Affordable Housing Fund mortgage is forgiven at that $40,000 is forgiven once they sell it to that low-income household. The documentation of rehab expenses still have to be submitted monthly, and inspections will occur with that. The qualified home buyer will receive home down payment assistance for up to 20% plus $2,000 for closing costs, and that places a 10-year affordability restriction on it, after which 50% is forgiven at 10 years, and the other 50% gets paid when they sell it. That's just how our down payment assistance works. We kept it consistent with home down payment. That mortgage payment on that loan for that homeowner with a 30-year, 6.5% mortgage to a low-income buyer is approximately $605 a month. That includes principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. That's a 3-bedroom house with a mortgage of $605 a month. That is better than you can do in the rental market. Second example, exact same scenario, except they're gonna sell it for $85,000 instead of $90,000. In the end, there's no money to come back. They're actually overspent by $200, which actually comes off the developer's, their developer fee. So they're only gonna actually earn $7,000, not $7,200. This is to keep them from overspending. The $14,500 does come back to the Affordable Housing Fund, but after the second closing, there's not excess to come back. Everything else remains the same, except because they sold the house at $85,000, that mortgage payment drops to $580 a month on that particular. And then the third example is a rental situation. So in rentals, it's a little different because you don't have that second closing. It's a little different because with project-based vouchers, there's more administrative work. You're kidding? HUD gets involved. We're going to have administrative work. So there's an additional environmental review, additional underwriting subsidy layering review, and the execution of what they call an AHAP, which is an agreement to enter into a long-term housing assistance contract, which is a 15 to 20-year commitment. Again, same acquisition cost, $53,000, $1,500 for closing costs. Due at closings would be $54,500. We file the $40,000 mortgage. The developer pays the $14,500. They invest the $60,000 in repairs, so they're in for $74,500. There is no second closing in this. They're just, at that point, we're gonna do an affordable rental. So documentation of rehab expenses must be submitted monthly. We'll execute a full HAP contract after the repairs are done. The project-based voucher payment standard is no more than 110% of the small area FMR, which for a 3-bedroom unit in zip code 67214 is $1,331, less the utility allowance of $308 means that the rent would be $1,023. For a 3-bedroom house is pretty decent. The principal and interest at 7% amortized for 20 years on the developer's investment of $74,500 is $577.60 a month, which makes this actually doable for them. The Affordable Housing Fund mortgage is forgiven at the expiration of the HAP contract, either 15 or 20 years, whichever they decide. And if during the term of the HAP contract, they sell that property to someone else, same thing holds true. At that point, they could, at closing, at the sale, the HAP contract has to carry by regulation, but they could get their 12% developer fee if there is net proceeds at that point. Any additional net proceeds still comes back to the Affordable Housing Fund. So this is not a way to sell it to my brother and then making sure that that's always cycling back. So no funds will be distributed or awarded to developers or nonprofits as a result of the program plan approval. Following the solicitation of the RFP, submittals will be reviewed by the Affordable Housing Review Board. Recommendations would be presented to the City Council for final review and approval. An increase of $25,972 in the ARPA allocation to the Affordable Housing Fund is necessary to meet the appraised value of all 56 units, as well as fund the demolition of the 2 units destroyed by fire. The proposed plan has been reviewed and approved by the Law Department, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the updated Affordable Housing Fund program plan, the increase of $25,972 to the Affordable Housing Fund allocation of ARPA funds, the expenditure of $3,696,272 of ARPA Affordable Housing funds for the acquisition of 56 single-family homes from the Wichita Housing Authority, and demolition of the 2 structures that were a total loss due to fire, and approve the memorandum of understanding with the Wichita Housing Authority and authorize the necessary signatures. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sally. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
I think she knew it. Thank you, Mayor. I think she knew it was coming. She looked directly at me. Are the home ARP funds and the vouchers, the HPVs, are those Do those have the same oversight as far as keeping it an affordable project as LIHTC credits?
So the project-based vouchers, yes, actually, we're in there more frequently than low-income housing tax credits are, because we're more local. Tax credits are usually monitored by the state. They're not here as frequently. So,
Okay.
yes.
Does the regulation for it to stay affordable housing, does that depend on whether it's the vouchers or the LIHTC or?
Right, it is those agreements. It's either the project-based voucher agreement or the low-income housing tax credit agreement that will put the land use restriction on the property and requires it to stay as affordable for the
So
period.
there's a difference between the two as far
There
as the
are.
length of time?
There are.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, the low-income housing, their tax credits are the same that we're talking about. We don't get a lot of applications here. Those are all administered by the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation. And they do have different rules and regulations.
Is
but
it 10 years?
I'm sorry?
10 years?
15.
15?
15, and most actually commit to 30 because you get bonus points when you do an application. Minimum is 15, but if you commit to doing 30 years, you get bonus points. So most applicants are like, I'm in this business to do affordable housing, I'm going to commit to 30. So we know we'll get at least 15 out of the tax credit.
I see here we talk about elimination of the home repair program. That's different than what we have with the CDBG funds?
Correct. We had,
Okay.
in the affordable housing plan, we had a component that would allow us to do targeted in those pilot areas, a home repair program. That could cycle back. That could be one of the uses when we're going to have to come back with another program plan because all that income that's revolving back, we're going to have the plan for that next step. We could consider a further home repair program, or we could do more of what we're doing, which is investing in those houses.
Okay, I'll wait for those recommendations. How much do we currently have in the fund? I know it's pretty fluid, but.
In the
Affordable
housing fund,
Yes, ma'am.
the $3,600,000 is what's left in that we're asking to allocate through the purchase of those houses.
Okay, thank you.
Sally?
Yes.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. Can we go to slide number 156?
Yes.
This is in regards to the two fires.
Yes.
Do you know what caused those two fires?
People breaking into the units and lighting fires inside.
And then we often hear from community sometimes regarding houses that have been abandoned or just vacant. Can you reiterate the demolition costs? Is that standard, or is it because there was a fire? Can you just explain the demolition cost?
That cost is for two different properties. That's pretty standard. We're seeing 10 to 15,000 per is very common. We actually went out to bid and got bids, and those were the lowest bids.
So there's even a cost, and a very expensive cost, just to demolish homes. And again, we want to keep homes. We know that we have a housing shortage, and so we need to keep as many of the homes as possible. So I really like the method of this program of asking those who are more of an expert regarding developing homes to have this forgivable loan. So I really like this approach. And I was very appreciative that you mentioned what you're asking for right now from the council is to allocate an increase of $25,972 from ARPA, federal dollars, to this project. And I'm going to be very supportive of this, as this is, again, housing. So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate this program. Thank you. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I see none. So I will move to approve the updated Affordable Housing Fund Program Plan, the increase of $25,972 to the Affordable Housing Fund allocation of ARPA funds, the expenditure of $3,696,272 of ARPA Affordable Housing Funds for the acquisition of 56 single-family homes from the Wichita Housing Authority and the demolition of the two structures that were total losses due to fires, and approve the memorandum of understanding with the Wichita Housing Authority and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. I think you have 2 more items. Is that right, Sally?
Yeah, one, then a break, and then I'll be back.
Okay,
One more.
We'll do one more and then we'll take a short break.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Sally.
No problem. All
Madam
right.
Clerk, please call the next item.
ARPA Revenue Replacement Allocation, Humankind Ministries, Inc., Winter Shelter.
Once again, Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department for the record. The item that I have for you now is the funding agreement for operations at the emergency winter shelter for this winter season. So for more than 20 years, Humankind Ministries has provided emergency winter shelter from November to March. Last year, the city learned that Humankind would face challenges to operate the shelter at its original facility. In response, the city provided the city-owned property at 2220 East 21st Street North as a site for winter shelter for the 2023-24 winter season only, and the city has since sold that property. Since August of 2023, the city's been working with its development partner, Petra, Inc., to identify a site for the multi-agency center to include congregate shelter, non-congregate, wraparound services, and housing. And on September 11th, 2024, the city closed on the former Park Elementary School property at 1025 North Main and began work to renovate the property for use for the emergency winter shelter for the 24-25 winter season. Back in 2021 and 2022, the city made emergency solutions grants, CARES funding, available for winter shelter activities through a request for proposal process. In both years, Humankind Ministries was the only respondent. In 2023, the city used ARPA funding to support the emergency winter shelter operated by Humankind, which was determined to be the sole source for such services in 23. This year, we did, once again, went out to bid through an RFP process to utilize ARPA funding to support an emergency winter shelter at the Park Elementary School property, and again, Humankind was the only respondent. The estimated cost to operate the shelter 24 hours a day, 7 days per week, with 24-hour access and no door times for approximately 18 weeks from the end of November through the end of March 2025 is actually $967,194. There's a typo there, which includes in-kind donations and support, in-kind donations and volunteer support of $217,194. The advanced payment subrecipient agreement provides $600,000 in ARPA revenue replacement funds, category 6.1 government services, to Humankind to operate the winter shelter and cover contract labor, insurance, food, janitorial and paper goods, telephone, internet, security, pest control, and office supplies. There is no impact to the general fund. The City of Wichita received $72.4 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to support the response to and recovery from COVID-19. This funding allocation utilizes ARPA revenue replacement funds to support a subrecipient agreement for winter shelter and represents the maximum obligation from the city. The subrecipient agreement has been reviewed and approved as to form by the city's law department, and it is recommended that the City Council ratify the subrecipient selection, approve the ARPA funding allocation, and authorize the funding agreement and necessary signatures. And I stand for any questions, and we have representatives from Humankind here as well to answer any questions.
We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I swear I'm not trying to drag this out. I have questions. I apologize. Yeah, filibuster. Okay, a couple of quick questions here. Just want to reiterate page 17 of the new contract that we got in. People can enter at any time. There's not going to be a staggered entry time, correct?
Correct. We spelled that out in the RFP, specified that people need to be able to be allowed to let into the building, but if they come in after lights out or before lights up, they're going to have to sit in a sitting area because we don't want them disturbing people who are sleeping.
Okay. We talk in page 18, I believe. We believe that there will be around 800 unduplicated participants going through during the winter time. Is that about what we saw last year?
Last year was 1,119.
So separate people.
Individual, unduplicated individuals, yes.
And the point in time count was somewhere around 700?
It was, yeah, just under
Okay.
694. But we did see an increase in unsheltered in the point in time count. So although we saw a decrease in the total number, the number of unsheltered actually increased by like 27%.
Yeah, and that point in time, it's hard to peg how many people are out there that really need assistance.
Yes.
It looks like we're going to have a 24-hour office space there for us. Is that helping with some of the oversight?
So yes, we have a dedicated staff person who will be working at the shelter. We will have staff there every day of the week, including weekends and holidays. A part of that is to help administer the security deposit and utility stipend program, as well as the bridge program. So we need to have people on site to be connecting with folks. Besides that one staff member, our teams will be rotating in and out all week long.
Okay. We had one applicant respond. Is it just simply like the scope is too big for a lot of other organizations, or are there other barriers that we should take a look at?
We sent it out nationally too to see if there was any interest. This is something very challenging to stand up in a short period of time for a short period of time, because this contract only is from whenever it opens around Thanksgiving through March 31st, and then it's going to change, right? Once we start working with the new organization that's going to oversee the MAC, that they'll be doing their own process to identify partners to provide services and or hiring staff to do it themselves.
Okay. And what does a partnership with addiction counseling look like? Do we have transit set up for that?
So we have an integrated addiction counselor that works with our care teams. And so she actually works out of the office here. So as the teams are coming through, that's one. But SAC has always been a huge partner and showing up at the winter shelter to assist folks. They generally they're not providing treatment services there, but they can identify people to do assessments on and then get them connected. And then we can also use the dedicated in-treatment beds that we have for the care teams as an avenue.
And just thank you to our partners who did step up in the community. This is a big project. I appreciate you guys stepping up in the roles that you have in the past, and that will happen over this winter as well. So just wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Sally, I have several questions. I'll start off with, I saw on here that in-kind donations and volunteer support amounts to about $217,000. How will volunteers be engaged so that they can come and help out?
They would be engaging with humankind. You want to come on up, Dawn?
Good afternoon, Dawn Shepler, Humankind Ministries. Could you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure. One of the items is $217,000 worth of in-kind donations and volunteer support. I've heard from community that would like to help out. I wanted to know, how will volunteers get engaged or come and help out?
Absolutely. There's multiple opportunities for engagement. There is setting up the emergency winter shelter once we are allowed to get into the building. Two, there is going to be volunteer opportunities of bringing in food, meals for the individuals and or snacks for the individuals. From that point, we haven't really clarified all the volunteer opportunities, but as soon as we have those, we'll have those published on our website.
Very appreciative. Can we go to slide number 167 while we have you, Dawn?
Oh, somebody got it for you. Yep.
So can you give us a little bit more background on the last 20 years of providing this service? And again, just last year, the city stepped in the gap. Can you talk about, has this been part of the Humankind mission for the last 20 years to provide emergency winter sheltering?
Absolutely. So I just want to make it noted, I've only been on the job for 5 months now. So the last 20 years is not any part of my responsibility. But I do want to say that Humankind has been working with the community and serving the vulnerable population for well over 20 years. In fact, our organization was established back in 1885. So one of the longest term nonprofits here locally. for the last 20-plus years for emergency winter shelter. This is when we started placing individuals in churches, and different congregations would assist in housing individuals while during the wintertime to keep them out of the cold elements. It modified when we purchased the church, and we used that for about 12 years. Last year was unfortunately we were not able to use the church as it was not deemed habitable for human residency with the construction stability of the building. And that's when Humankind partnered with the city of Wichita. As we made the decision to file for this RFP this year, it's within our mission to assist those that are in the community that need help.
Very appreciative of the work of Humankind
Absolutely.
Ministries and many of the other partners who provide sheltering for individuals facing homelessness. May I ask, last year, what was the maximum number of individuals that were at the emergency winter shelter?
192 was that? I'm going to let Erica Davis. She was here during that
Sure.
time frame.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Erica Davis with Humankind Ministries. We served 1,119 in total. We had the space nightly to serve up to 250 individuals. So we have bunk space for that. We did not come close to that. I think our highest night was close to 180, 190. And that was over the MLK weekend when we had the winter storm that came in.
So you guys never reached capacity?
Correct.
While that is the case, do we know how many unhoused individuals of the 694 from the pit count? Is that right? 690.
We know how many of those 694 stayed? No, that's one bit of analysis we haven't done to cross-reference the 694 people with who stayed at the shelter. So no, we don't have that number.
Will we have those numbers for 2024?
We can try, because they're considered two separate projects. We can try and see if there's a way to compare and figure out how many people get counted in the pit count. That's a challenge. Pit count day is we're really focusing on trying to get out to where people are not wanting to be found. So we see a lot of folks during the pit count that never come into shelter. And we just know that because when you're doing the assessment and they're not in HMIS already, we know they haven't been to the shelter because they're not in there already. But they do focus on getting out and into wooded areas and along the river and under bridges to try and count as many people as possible.
You just made mention that unhoused population did go up, but we never reached the 250.
No, 192 is the number.
That was the maximum number.
The maximum, yes.
What will be the maximum capacity for the 2024 Park Elementary location?
230 beds.
Thank you. So in 2023, up to 250, and in 2024, up to 230.
Right. If it were to go above that, we would have to have a conversation about, is it time to throw mats down somewhere? Is there, can we engage other organizations? And they do. Union Rescue Mission does that when their capacity hits. They're putting mats down in other areas. We just rally the troops to figure out how can we avoid having to turn anybody away.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be a question for Erica, I'm not sure, maybe Sally, we know how important location is, and so sometimes I think it's fair to compare last year, maybe not, I'm not sure. Did you guys often meet capacity at your old location? So is that something you're worried maybe we might surpass the 230, being that more people might?
No. And historically, we've been 2 to 3 blocks away from the current location. Right. So we've been in this area already operating for the last 15 years. So I am not concerned that we will reach our overpass that. However, we have plans in place if we do, and community partnerships, collaborating with others, Open Door Ministries, Union Rescue Mission, we all work together very closely to be able to meet that challenge.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Real quick, thank you, Mayor. The point in time count, we hear a lot of discussion from some of our colleagues on the state level about it being a Wichita problem, the homeless population here. I was wondering if the next point in time count that we could, if possible, maybe just get like a quick sampling of where you came from, like just in that way we can, again, have a little bit of data to show. I know it's a lot going on during that count, but just if we can, if that's a little.
We can put in the ask to have
Okay.
that question expanded further to get deeper into it as to where they originated from.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to the HMIS. So will this be a system process where every individual that comes through emergency winter shelter will be input into HMIS?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And there was an item about 6 weeks ago that we brought forward as an update to the HMIS system. Part of that was to update the badge system so that people, when they're coming into the shelter, can actually scan in. If they don't have if they've lost their badge, which we know will happen, they'll actually have a book of badges so that they could actually scan from a book. We are trying to get faster, more accurate data up front. We do know, though, that the timing on this is going to make it a little rocky. They're planning the HMIS upgrade right around December 1st. So we are putting in contingencies. We know that data is probably going to be a little bit delayed there at the beginning as the new software launches.
I appreciate the data keeping. I think that that will be helpful moving forward. And so thank you for having a process and moving forward with the new HMIS, which will have an opportunity for IDs.
Yes.
And I know that that is a major concern from community members, including Justice Together. So I just wanted to make mention that the new HMIS system will have a capability regarding identification cards.
We are working towards that, yes.
And then last but not least, I just wanted to say that this will be a really impactful day when this emergency winter shelter opens, because from that moment on, there will be a 24/7 shelter available, even when MAC is being constructed. And I think that will be a first for our community that we should all be mindful of, because we don't have that right now. We don't have a 24/7 shelter that goes beyond the winter months. And I think we have to be cognizant that that is a point in this council's 10 months, I guess, that we've been together, that we'll be able to celebrate something very impactful for our community. And so I want to just say thank you for the one applicant who stepped forward, and then to the city for continuing to make homelessness and this topic a priority, but it's really about housing. So thank you so very much for all the efforts by everyone involved. I see no further questions from the bench. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to thank Sally, Assistant City Manager Anderson, City Manager Bob Layton, all of your team, Sally and Housing, for making this day come to fruition. I remember going to Topeka last January a couple times and advocating for this work. And as a team, we went and we said it was our #1 priority, and we have made it come to fruition. Thank you to Humankind for being such a great partner. Dawn, again, congratulations on your new role, even though you've been there for a bit, but we just couldn't do this without your work as Humankind, and just so grateful for you being interested in being a partner to serve our most vulnerable. And then just one final comment. We mentioned the point in time count, and I try and do it every year, and certainly we account for those individuals, but it always weighs heavy on my heart that there are so many people in our community who are unhoused, who are couch surfing. or who are sleeping in their cars or other vulnerable positions that don't become a part of the point in time count and don't even fit into the criteria from the federal regulations to be counted. And so while we're serving some, we know there's more to serve, but this is absolutely a great first step and one of the votes that I'm extremely proud of during my tenure on council. Thank you.
I see no further questions. I will just throw out one more though, and this is more for staff. One of the questions that has been asked by community is, how will individuals be transported to the emergency winter shelter if they need help? I know that the Wichita Police Department during the coldest weekend of this year in January did go around the community asking individuals, will you like a ride to the emergency winter shelter? And more than 75% of the individuals asked said no. So I don't want anyone to freeze or to die on our streets. So what will we do in order to transport and help people get into the shelter?
We really look to the entire community for that. I mean, there are, the HOT team has brought people to the shelter. My care teams, if they run across somebody who's willing to go, will transport people to the shelter. Outreach workers from other organizations, the VA, Humankind, when they come across someone who's willing to go, we'll get them there. And it really is a responsibility of everybody in the community to try and help.
I also think we're benefited from having this location versus what we had last year, and I think that will help in terms of walk-in business.
Thank you. This is in Vice Mayor Ballard. Would you like to?
Thank you. I'd like to take the recommended action, ratify this subrecipient selection, approve the ARPA funding allocation, authorize the funding agreement, and necessary signatures.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will take a 10-minute break and return at 5:15. us. We'll continue with Madam Clerk. Can you please call the next item?
Veterinary care services.
I don't know if it's evening now, but Mayor, City Council, I am Derek Purcell. I'm out at the animal shelter, and I am covering the topic of veterinary care services. The Wichita Police Department provides animal veterinary care services through the animal shelter operations. We actually carry 2 vet contracts, one for inside the building, and then what we're talking about here, which is our veterinary contract for outside operations. The care provided the animals falls under the responsibility of the Wichita Animal Shelter. The outside veterinary contract, if we have an animal presenting symptoms that can't be taken care of with the inside contract, we will take them to the outside provider who typically has more resources. And this also covers injured animals that are presented as Good Samaritan cases at the provider. The specific criteria for what constitutes a Good Samaritan case is when a citizen of the city finds an animal within the city limits that's in need of veterinary care, they can take it to the provider, and then the city will cover care of that animal up to a point. It's considered an intake to the shelter, and then the shelter is responsible for that animal. Over the last 2 years, we've struggled to reliably contract services. We worked with purchasing to identify veterinary care providers. In June of 2024, the incumbent provider notified the shelter that they wished to terminate the contract. So we went through the RFQ process and reached out to 156 veterinary providers in South Central Kansas. And as of August 2nd, only 1 submission was received. We met with that sole respondent, and we discussed the contractual concerns and terms, and the goal is to maintain a positive relationship between the city and the vendor. We negotiated prices. Those Good Samaritan cases, our cap is $450 for animals presented in that program, and then we capped the cost of care at $900 for cases that we bring to the provider. Citizen and customer feedback for the respondent was positive, and the improvements in operations and efficiencies was completed. City satisfaction and purpose, veterinary care services. The purpose of the veterinary care service is to ensure the community animal and public health and administer contractual services responsibly and effectively. The veterinary care services financed in the Wichita Police Department Animal Services services financed in the Wichita Police Department Animal Services Division budget, and the award is consistent with the amounts included in the 2025 adopted budget. This contract's been reviewed by the Law Department, and we recommend that you approve the selection of Veterinary Emergency Specialty Hospital of Wichita, approve the agreement, and ratify the department's purchase of veterinary services under city code and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I will stand for questions.
We'll begin with Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you explain what the $900 for each animal control case as opposed to the $450? I know it's Good Samaritan, but can you explain the difference between those two?
Yeah, so the cases that we bring to the veterinary care provider are cases that we identify in the shelter that exceed the ability of the in-house vet to care for. So typically it's going to be like amputations and more involved care than what we're able to provide in-house.
Do you currently do that often?
It varies based upon the season. In the wintertime, typically not so much. In the springtime and summertime, when animals are more active, they get hit by cars, things like that, and we do use it more.
Okay, and those prices are significantly higher than the previous contract, correct?
Yeah, so the immediate previous contract, the one that we had with HODIS, was $300 for the Good Samaritan cases and $800 for the cases brought to the veterinarian by Animal Services. So about a 12% increase over the previous contract for, was it 12.5% increase for the previous contract for animal care services, and a 50% increase over the previous contract for Good Samaritan cases.
And how many vets did you say that the RFP went out to?
I think it was 156. I can go back a couple slides.
And we got one?
Yes.
Do we know why? That just sounds wild.
There's a lot involved when dealing with an animal shelter. It's politically a hot topic, so there's a lot going on there.
Okay. Thank you.
There's 156.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Derek, for your work on this. Just a couple quick questions before I get stoned by my colleagues here for dragging this meeting on. Can Vish deny admittance to any animals that are brought in?
I don't believe in the contract that there's language to that effect. I mean, they're a private business. They're going to maintain their ability to operate.
Right. Has there been any instance where they've denied anybody to your knowledge?
Not that comes to mind right now.
Okay. Are they bound by the non-disclosure? I mean, Vish is bound by the non-disclosure. How about the Good Samaritans that bring them in? They're free to talk about whatever circumstance they found the dogs lying in the road, or
yeah, they're going to have to. They're going to have to give as much information as they can on the animal to provide adequate care.
Okay. And I know that there was some concern about the previous contract and how that all went through, and I don't know if you want to touch on that process or anything real quick, or.
I've got Josh Lauber here. He can speak to that. He's in purchasing.
Okay.
He's going to be way more versed at that than I am.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, evening.
I think it's evening at this point.
Evening.
I think ARPA funding is actually expiring before
Yeah.
this meeting's over with. So.
Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Just walk through the process with the previous recipient of this contract and kind of what happened with all that. And I know there's been some discussion and angst in the community about that.
Sure. So this conversation stems from 2022. So we've struggled to contract for these services. We've had on 3 separate occasions a request for qualifications that we've published. I can tell you specifically in 2024, 156 is the ones that we notified. That list was polled and aggregated from the state of Kansas licensing agency. That was a conversation we had that we kept trying, and we could not get the vendors to respond. So my suggestion was, let's go directly to the state, and we polled all the licensed DVMs, doctorates of veterinary medicine, and that's where we get the 156 is the South Central Kansas metro area. So our process is that we've gone out for 2 different occasions. We've had vendors who would respond and not complete the paperwork, not allowing them to be responsive, is how HOTUS was awarded on January 2024. And then this most recent one, we had 1 submission after we solicited 156 providers in South Central Kansas.
Okay, so in the process you talked about with the previous recipient, that was also the only recipient that had applied, the one that just exited this contract as well?
Yes, sir. That was the only contractor or DVM that indicated any interest in the contract that submitted. And the submission was deemed non-responsive. They indicated interest. Because of that interest, they didn't file the paperwork. They didn't complete all the appropriate forms. We negotiated with them directly as the only person who indicated.
Okay, and that's why we have some of the changes that we have, is because they were the only recipient, but it's also how to keep them in the game.
They were the only contracted respondent. They're the only person that responded, and they terminated the contract, causing us to go back and come back to you today. We were working with HOTUS, and they had provided termination for convenience to the city.
Okay, and was it some of the issues that we're addressing here today, was some of the concerns that HOTUS had?
So we won't be contracting with HOTUS, we'll be contracting with VESH.
Right.
HOTUS's reasons for termination in the termination for convenience letter was having concerns with billing, understanding communication and billing, and citing resident verbal abuse or abuse.
Oh, okay, huh. That's strange, yeah. I was just making sure that whatever we took from that contract, kind of them exiting that contract, that we're making sure that we're identifying the issues there and trying to cover them as best as we can.
That's a great point, and thank you for bringing that up. One thing that we did do in early September was we actually met with VESH, and that was part of the discussion was these are concerns that the city has. We would like to work with you as a respondent that's submitted, but we have these identified concerns. Will you work with us as a city to ensure that we can ensure sustainability of this program? What would that look like? How do we ensure that good city-vendor relationship moving forward? So if the contract is completed, we can have a hopefully long and fruitful relationship.
Okay, thank you for that.
I have follow-up questions regarding that. So HODIS was approved on January 8th, 2024, and they notified the city June of 2024 of the termination of that contract. And you alluded to two concerns, one regarding billing. Was that costs? Was one of those issues regarding billing costs too little or too much? Can you address that? And then the second question really is the more concerning part. The reason why they terminated their contract was, quote, resident verbal abuse. Can you expand on that?
Can't speak to that definitely, could you?
I wasn't there at the time that the contract terminated, but my understanding around the billing was there was some issues in a new contract where you're presenting bills. We have to review the bills, review them for accuracy and make sure that they're meeting the criteria before we pay the bills. And that had taken some time, and there were some current concerns there. And, you know, just animal welfare in general is a very, seems to draw a lot of emotion from a lot of individuals, and that gets taken out on just generally staff anywhere, staff in the shelter, staff at a vet. Most people don't want to subject their staff to that kind of verbal abuse, and it just apparently became too much.
That concerns me because we now have a new proposed individual or group, VESH. Will they be subjected to this type of verbal abuse too then?
It's possible. I don't know what the future holds. I can't predict that far in advance, but we'll do what we can to mitigate any issues that we have the ability to.
And then I think it's a follow-up question to Vice Mayor Ballard's regarding the Good Samaritan cases. I actually want to know, how do you or VESH determine if a Good Samaritan case is within the city limits of Wichita? So for instance, if someone maybe saw an animal in El Dorado and knows that we have services here in Wichita, how do you prevent other communities from just utilizing City of Wichita and City of Wichita taxpayer dollars?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. I'd like to thank our law department specifically for helping us with this contract. This contract, you will notice, is very different in terms of the amount of effort and work that was placed into the document. Any animal that is presented under the Good Samaritan program will have an intake form. As a part of payment and receipt of payment by the city and acceptance of those services, those animals will have to have an intake form accompanying them, and they are outlined very specifically under what is defined as a Good Samaritan within the city limits specifically.
So again, this new contract has safeguards moving forward that individuals that see animals within the city limits of Wichita can then bring those animals to this emergency care.
Yeah, within the intake form, there's actual certification, and it identifies who presented the animal, and then who presented the animal, the information of the individual, and then them signing that they're certifying the information to be true and accurate.
Thank you. Josh? I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will go ahead and move
to approve the selection of NVA Wichita Veterinary Management LLC doing business as Veterinary Emergency and Specialty Hospital, or VESH, of Wichita. Approve the agreement, ratify the police department's purchase of veterinary services under City Code Section 2.64C and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Appeal hearing on application of spacing requirements for correctional placement residents, request for waiver by Mirror Inc.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good evening, everybody. This is kind of an appeal, but also kind of not. I'll explain that in a little bit. It's more trying to appeal to the exclusive authority of council to waive spacing requirements for a license for operation of a facility that this council already considered on the zoning side of a piece of property. So try to get into that in a bit more detail. Earlier in September, on the 10th, the City Council unanimously approved an amendment to the provisions of Community Unit Plan DP 62 to allow use as a correctional placement residence. And that's on the southwest corner of East 21st Street North and North Broadmoor Street, specifically parcel 12B. A resolution was passed by this body to allow the correctional placement residence use there. And Mirror Incorporated intends to operate a type of correctional placement residence on that subject site. It not only has to pass zoning requirements, but this was previewed at that meeting as well, that there has to be a license as well to operate. And the type that they've described is to serve juveniles with substance abuse disorders. And I mean, substance abuse centers or facilities were allowed already on that site, but Mirror intends to provide services to juveniles or younger folks with that are placed there because of a condition of parole or probation or some other interaction with the court system. So while that action on September 10th addressed the zoning issue so that correctional placement residences could be placed on parcel 12B, it didn't necessarily address the licensing requirements. And our licensing code has spacing requirements that are kind of similar to zoning, but a little bit further. With provisions for waiver as well. So City Code 20.08.120A requires that correctional placement residences not be located within 1,200 feet of certain uses such as schools, including daycare centers and residential zoning districts. And as you may recall from the September 10th item, La Petite Academy, a daycare center, is adjacent to parcel 12B. And then there's a few different residential zoning districts that are adjacent to that piece of property as well with some other mixed-use commercial. So city staff have determined, based on the same findings that were presented to council on September 10th, that because under the zoning code, those uses are within 700 feet, they are also within the 1,200-foot spacing requirement that would prevent issuance of a license in this case. City staff, under the code, are authorized to waive up to 25% of that 1,200-foot spacing requirement. But that's not sufficient to authorize issuance of a license in this case. And again, just like kind of the math going from there, if it's within 700 feet and we can only reduce it 25% down to 900 feet, then we're still within kind of that spacing distance requirement. And again, there's the La Petite Academy. We've not heard any objection. Adjacent to that, as well as a few residential zones right next up to the property. But city code section, and I've got here 20.08120E, it's subsection D, my apologies, allows an applicant to appeal to city council, which has the exclusive authority to reduce or waive specific provisions of this section, including subsection A above, pertaining to the location and spacing of correctional placement facilities. So while staff can only reduce 25%, city council is authorized to waive those requirements entirely. We received an appeal of that, of the spacing requirements, asking for a waiver that was submitted by an agent for the applicant on September 25th. Because that code section, again, subsection D rather than E, refers to an appeal, this is governed by section 2.04.235 of the city code, wherein the city council serves in a quasi-judicial capacity to decide whether to uphold the decision, overrule the decision, or modify the decision of city staff. City and applicant can both present evidence. Following presentation of evidence, council can make a decision by way of motion. I'll have some proposed findings of fact for consideration as well. You can adopt those or just do a motion to approve the waiver request as well. But this is kind of an odd situation where we've got a piece of property that council specifically zoned for this use, and it's not an appeal necessarily of city staff's ultimate conclusion that the property should be licensed for a correctional placement residence, but city council is the only body or any part of the city with authority to fully waive the requirements. So it's a bit of a combination of the two. So it's recommended that city council, based on staff consideration, grant the appeal to waive the spacing requirements for a correctional placement residence license requested by the applicant Mirror Inc. And there's a couple conditions written into the code that, based on the zoning decision, are supported here as well for a waiver of that spacing requirement, we believe. The intent of the spacing requirement is met through factors that mitigate the reduction in spacing distance, and something considered at the September 10th meeting was the necessity of having a correctional placement residence, especially in that location, to serve different areas of the city. And then also the type of residence that is being proposed to serve juveniles with substance abuse problems that have had court contact as well. Another consideration is how strict application of the spacing requirements could work an injustice due to the location of applicant facilities. And this is a similar kind of consideration and was brought up in a different capacity at the zoning hearing, we believe, where this is an important place to provide these kind of facilities. Mirror's invested in the city, as well as this specific location. And there doesn't seem to be necessarily a lot of pushback or objection from those use sites that are adjacent to the facility as well. So we kind of think, and city council effectively decided similar issues on September 10th when it amended the zoning of this specific site to allow the specific type of license or use that is, we're asking for a license here, that Mirror is asking for a license here. So if the waiver goes through based on similar considerations, then Mirror Inc. can apply for the license without being subject to those spacing requirements. So while it's properly zoned now for correctional placement residents, the proposed residence cannot be licensed by the city and thus cannot operate without a waiver of the spacing requirements. Now, I've mentioned just kind of the September 10th hearing, and I've got kind of the documents that were presented there if we do want to go through that evidence again. It includes the findings from MAPC, District Advisory 2 board meeting, things like that, evidence submitted by the applicant. But basically, it's going to be the same sort of information that was provided before, and we believe supports a similar determination in terms of the spacing requirement for licensing. So it is recommended that City Council issue a determination granting the appeal to waive spacing requirements for the correctional placement residence license requested by applicant Mirror Inc. And again, I do have proposed findings of fact to support that determination, which can be a part of the motion or for consideration by council, or a motion just on this issue as well. And any questions, or I can hand this out to you if we want to consider that as well. Just kind of depends on what council would like to do.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. What do you guys say? We want to hear the whole presentation from Nate again? Yeah.
All right.
Just joke.
Okay.
I'll let Becky make that recommendation. Just wanted to reiterate, you said it, I think, I just want to make sure I heard you. No issues from any of the neighbors or anybody nearby, correct?
Yeah, there was an objection that was, there was a letter objection that was submitted for consideration by the MAPC, an apartment complex nearby, and a presentation on that was made, or a comment was made to council, I believe, from the same entity and attorney at the September 10th hearing. So there's an objection, and I maybe should have been more specific, from one of the residential zoning district areas, but just the one. There's a few other kind of adjacent ones that would be within the spacing requirement, and none from the daycare center that we've received.
Okay, the building, the apartment building, how close are they?
I believe they're across the street of Broadmoor. So the parcel 12B is on the west side of Broadmoor, and it's an apartment complex that would be on the east side across the street.
And are they aware of this going on right now, this hearing?
We've posted notice of this hearing. They should be aware. I don't believe we've reached out to them specifically. We were more in touch with the applicant and their agent, but we did not provide and are not required under the code to provide notice to adjacent landowners similar to a zoning action that was dealt with a bit more in the zoning side of things.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Those were some of my concerns. You mentioned maybe a daycare.
Yeah, La Petite Academy, the one along 21st, is right next
And
to
there
there.
was no opposition or that you're aware of?
No, and nothing we received with the zoning case either. So again, kind of combining the two and looking at what community input we might have received. But I haven't seen any objection and didn't see anything in the DAB meeting or MAPC notes from that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I see no further questions for staff. We will open it up for public comment.
Hi. My name is Jay Cook. I work with Boffman Company, 315 South Ellis. I'm not really here to comment, but just here to represent Mirror Inc. I have some of their staff here as well if you have any specific questions you'd like to ask, but didn't want to sit here for the whole meeting and not get a chance to talk to you. So I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Mayor and Council. So if you have any questions, we'd love to answer them. That was a great just synopsis of what we're wanting to do. You've already approved the zoning. Now we just need this to get our license and start helping the Wichita community.
I'll ask you a question.
Great.
For those at Mirror Inc., I know you do great work, but maybe some of our community members don't know what you do. Can you talk about this year, what you've faced so far, any challenges, and why this project is so critical in your long-term plan to help our community?
I'm going to bring up Des Martin. She's the CEO of Mirror Inc.
Hello, thank you. Haven't talked for a while. You know, Mirror is committed to meeting the needs of communities and individuals. We've been doing this kind of work, substance abuse treatment, for over 50 years with multiple locations around the state. We do believe that people can and do change, and we see hundreds of people go through our program and go on to live lives, vibrant lives in their families and communities. And it was brought to our attention recently that in the 2023 Juvenile Corrections Advisory Board annual report identified adolescent treatment as the #1 need in Sedgwick County. So as we always do, we looked at how could we meet the needs of the community. So the Broadmoor is a good location, and it will serve adults and adolescents. And the way the buildings are split, it will be perfect for that. And I want to make one clarification. Correctional placement residents can be a bit confusing because not all of our clients are involved with the judicial system, but because of the nature of illicit substance use, some are. And so that is why we have to have that kind of a classification. But it's voluntary, purely voluntary. Everybody that comes, they are there on their own accord.
Thank you for what you guys do. Are there any other individuals from community who would like to speak during public comment? I see none. Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to have on the record that at ex parte communication with the applicant, we had a scheduled meeting irrelevant to this, and obviously the case just got brought up in the course of the meeting as well.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I also have had ex parte communication with the applicant. After the original item passed, I didn't know that we would have any further discussion on it, and so I actually provided a letter of support for a grant for funding for this facility. I have checked with legal, and even though I did take that action, they said it's completely fine for me to still be able to vote on this. I just want to make a comment too. You've been sitting here all day, and we had some conversations out in the hallway, and there's at least 2 and maybe 3 items that resonate with the work that you do. When we talked about the violence interrupters and the fact that they make referrals for youth who may be having issues and adults. We talk about homelessness. One of the main causes of homelessness is mental health and substance abuse. And so while you've been sitting here all day, I hope you've been thinking about all the different places that you touch other items within our agenda and certainly our community, and it was not lost on me. So thank you for being here all day. Thank you for what you do, and I wish you nothing but luck in the future. Thank you.
See no further comments from the bench. This resides in Councilmember Tuttle's district.
Thank you very much. I move that the Wichita City Council conduct a hearing and issue a determination granting the appeal to waive spacing requirements for their correctional placement resident license requested by the applicant, Mir Inc.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Mayor, with a quick question. I think
Councilmember Glasscock.
the motion as read by Councilman Tuttle just asked us to issue a determination. Oh, it is granting the appeal. Okay, I missed the word granting, so never mind.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendment to sections 2.04.180 and 2.04.200 of the Code of the City of Wichita regarding City Council workshop meeting location.
Good evening, council members. Jennifer Magana, City Attorney. The council meetings, every detail of them are governed by your city ordinances, where you have them, what the order of business is, the schedule. They're set by multiple ordinances, and there are 4 different kinds of meetings. One is regular, one is workshop, one is special, one is en banc. In the ordinances, there are 2 references to workshop meetings, and we're here on this item to talk about whether you want to change the location of workshop meetings. So the 2 ordinances that currently talk about that are section 2.04180 that states that city council workshop meetings are held on the first floor boardroom or other locations so designated by the city. That's under actually the regular meeting reference in the ordinance. And then it's also found under the specific ordinance for workshop meetings, which say that the location of the workshop meetings may be, or the meetings may be held at such time and place as a majority of the council may determine, or at such location within the city as may be determined at a prior meeting by a majority of council members. So it's referenced in 2 places. So back in October, not that long ago, at the last workshop meeting, you as a council voted and directed us to bring back an ordinance addressing the location of workshop meetings. And so staff has prepared an amendment to those 2 ordinances that would change that meeting location to council chambers. The way it's worded is that the amendment would change both code sections to say that the consent agenda workshop meetings are held in city council chambers or other location so designated by the majority of city council. That was what was directed, and we have brought it back to you, and the recommendation is for you to consider the proposed ordinance amendment. I'm available for questions.
Questions for staff? Beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Are either of these ordinances in conflict with each other?
I don't think so.
No? Okay, yeah. Learn something new every day. I didn't know this. I thought it was more of a regular meeting, but yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer. Just to make sure I understood my notes on what you just said. So the proposed ordinance will deem the workshop here in the chambers or where a majority of the council would say.
That's correct.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Can you reference how many times in 2024 we have had workshop meetings in these council chambers?
I couldn't answer that, Mayor. I'm sorry. I would just be guessing, and I just don't know. Somebody else could probably guess better than me.
It's actually 3.
Okay.
There have been 3 times that we have held workshop in 2024 in these chambers. One of them happens to be October. The other one was a nighttime meeting that began at 6 o'clock. So we had workshop beforehand at 4 o'clock, and it was 2 hours long. And then there was another meeting where we had also the workshop right here in the council chambers. So I appreciate that you just showed us what the ordinance is and that it does say that in order to change a location, we would have to change the ordinance itself. So again, thank you for that work. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Jennifer, another question looking at both of these. So on the changes, is the underlying piece that says a majority of the council new?
That
Or
is
was
new language to clarify, because it just said by council before, and we just said by majority of council.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. We see no one who would like to speak. We'll bring it back to the bench. I was the one that asked to move workshop to these chambers right here, where community can look at our reactions and hear as well. I know that even throughout today's long meeting, people have asked us to speak into the microphone so that they can hear us better as they're watching online. And I think civic engagement is very important, and I want more people to watch city council meetings, contact their council members, and again, just be much more civically engaged. And at the beginning of today's meeting, there were lots of people that were in this room, and now we're down to one community member who remains. So very appreciative that people stay, and when they stay in these much more comfortable seats, we can accommodate many more people in the chambers than we can in the boardroom. So my intention was, again, to make it convenient for individuals that come to city council meetings, but also for the folks who are still watching online right now. I know that you can see us better and get all the reactions that are happening in real time, whereas when we're in the workshop, community members who are not watching online see the back of our heads. So I felt that that was not inclusive of community members. And here, we've taken breaks, and council members have interacted with community. So the barrier is, I don't believe, is there. But I know that this was an item that concerned some council members, and so we are going to vote on whether or not to move workshop from the boardroom to the council chambers. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I like this ordinance. I would like to make a motion to amend it, so not to approve it right now, but to amend it. And I would move that under workshops, where it says Wichita City Council Chambers, that be changed to the first floor boardroom.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. I have Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll speak to the motion a little bit. I've heard from people a desire to improve the workshop process, and that's something I think that we can do. I think we need to look at reorganizing the seats in the boardroom, so that way we are facing some of the public. I hear a lot of people say that they like the intimate feeling of it, setting apart a workshop from a regular meeting. So that's kind of my thinking on this, is a lot of this that we have issues with, a lot of the issues here, we can adjust kind of policy how we do things. And then also, if we feel a need to move it to the council chambers, the week before, we can just do a public vote if there is a big workshop coming up. I don't know that we need to do a workshop in here if we're talking about a library Wi-Fi or something like that. But if it is something like animal control or downtown parking, we definitely would have to have an option for something like chambers. So I think a lot of this can be decided more on policy changes than necessarily redoing the way that we're doing things. So yeah, just my 2 cents on it.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be supporting the original, I will not be supporting the amendment, but supporting the original motion if that comes up. I believe in a few different aspects. Last workshop we had in here was the most engaged all of us were from the bench. And I think there was a different level of attention that we gave it, being prior to this, just seeing the level of engagement that increased from every member. For example, when we talked about solar regulations in the workshop, I was the only one that mentioned any comments regarding solar regulations when we were examining that in terms of zoning and coding, or zoning and code. And now regarding the reasons I supported being in the chamber opposed to the boardroom, I believe as public access and transparency, we heard from multiple of our frequent flyers that attend meeting last time regarding the comfortability of the seats. We have ample seating, which allows for more engagement of people. We have audio-visual setups that ensure all attendees can hear the proceedings in a very different way. I believe that this supports transparency by allowing the government or allowing members to observe and participate in government and help building trust in local government. I believe there is a level of formality and structure in this room that allows for more engagement. And I think you look at the length of workshops in this chamber versus workshops across in the boardroom, and there's a noticeable difference in terms of how much more we are engaged when we're in this room. Third, accessibility for record keeping and broadcasting. Right now, we're equipped for live streaming, recording, note-taking in a much more formalized way than pulling out tables. The mayor had already mentioned turning our backs towards individuals. I think specifically of the pickleball conversation where our backs were turned to individuals the entire time. Inclusivity and public participation. We have podiums and microphones that are easily accessible, especially the next item on our agenda item is to open public comment for people during workshops and during consent agenda items, and this is just much more conducive to the general public. I don't even know where the general public would stand doing it in the boardroom. I believe this promotes inclusivity and encourages direct engagement from community members. And then I think that may be all my comments regarding this item, but I support just the engagement that we're seeing in this conversation, the robust dialogue we're seeing in this room. And then lastly, I think this council, more than previous councils, have pulled items off the consent agenda item or actually debating the business before the city. And that becomes the business that we're debating, that we take an up or down vote on. And so when we're looking at doing that in this room versus the other room, if the argument is we're better or closely more connected with individuals, so we might as well get rid of this room completely and have all of our meetings in the boardroom. There's a reason we meet here for public engagement opportunities, and that the public can come, and that this is their space, this is their room, and they can come and air their grievances to us in this space.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for your work in this and for the presentation today, for hanging in there till the end. I, as I mentioned, but I know it was very hard to hear during the workshop back in October, I presented to City Council during workshops as a community member. And so I've had the experience of being at the podium and now on the bench. And I do believe that having workshop in the boardroom just invites a different feel. And I asked some specific staff, and I asked community members recently who have come to workshop what their thoughts were. And everyone agreed that it lends itself to more of a discussion than a presentation, which I think is the intent of workshop. I always say workshop is probably my favorite meeting of the month, just because of that reason. We get to dive into topics that we think matter, that we'll be looking at in the future. And then finally, the conversation has been had a couple times during that meeting, and then again today, about transparency. We have agenda review in the boardroom, and I feel it's transparent. We had an en banc with the county, and I don't think we would have invited our friends from across the street to come to a meeting that wasn't transparent. So I don't think transparency is compromised at all in the boardroom. If it was, then that absolutely would be an issue for me. But I don't believe it was, and we have historical evidence that we have meetings there that are just fine. So I'm going to be supportive of the amendment today, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a discussion about this. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I've said before, I really don't care about this. Either way is fine. But if we could mitigate, I don't really like to have my back turned to the people in the boardroom. If we could maybe put the seats on the north wall, see the people, kind of rearrange it to where we can see the people and still see the speaker and screen, I would be fine with that. But I am uncomfortable with having the people to the backs to the people. So if we can mitigate that, I would be for the amendment.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Am I able to offer an amendment to the amended motion?
Was the amendment seconded, by the way? And may I clarify, just to make sure I understand? When you said that add that language, was that to both provisions? There are two sections we're amending, Councilmember Johnson. You wanted to add that to both, I'm assuming?
Yes, well, the first one, regular meetings, already had Wichita, well, it had the chambers, and we meet in here for that. I don't want to change that. I meant the workshop section, so I'm looking at the first page on the back where it says workshops, changing Wichita City Council chambers to first floor boardroom.
Thank you. And there was a second there. I don't know that you can do in a second amendment. I don't have a chance to look at my
So would it be a
procedure.
substitute?
It would probably be a substitute.
Would the substitute be the prevailing motion, or is it the amended motion?
Substitute would be the motion gets voted on first.
Okay, so my substitute for the amended motion, so a substitute motion is that we would take Councilman Johnson's recommendation, but we would remove consent agenda items from workshop.
How would we, what is this again?
So that we would have a workshop, but the workshop would not have consent agenda items. My concern is not the workshop conversation in terms of how we're engaging in a boardroom. I don't care about that. But if we're voting on formal issues that come before the council where we have an up or down vote, I would prefer those to be in this chambers where we have the opportunity for public engage in a different way.
So I'm not quite sure I understand the logistics. Are you saying you'd have the consent agenda in the chambers, or that you would simply on that fourth Tuesday not have consent, because that causes us business problems?
I mean, my recommendation is if the will of the body is to have a workshop in a separate boardroom, I don't feel comfortable with consent agenda items in the boardroom. So I'd prefer them not to be part of the consent, part of the workshop.
I believe, if I may, we'll need to talk about amending another ordinance then. That's the order of business for council workshop meetings, which talks about consent agenda, then workshop meetings following the consent agenda. So that's a different ordinance, which would need to be amended, I believe.
Okay.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And I probably, again, I'm thankful for the discussion, but I don't think I would be supportive of not having consent agenda during workshop, because then if we have a fifth Tuesday, that's 2 weeks without approving consent, and that can really slow down the work of the city. I haven't seen any issues with consent agenda in the time that I've been here with it being a problem, or anything coming up that, anybody had any angst with it in the boardroom. So again, while I appreciate the discussion, I probably would not be supportive of not having consent on workshop, because it would slow down the business of the city and potentially impact residents and businesses and different zoning changes. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. And there's no public comment on consent agendas if they pull them, correct?
There's not currently a provision for that.
Okay, I was just making sure. Thanks.
So we have a substitute motion moved by Councilmember Glasscock. Is there a second? There is no second, so that substitute motion fails. I have a substitute motion, which is to take...
I'm so sorry, Mayor, excuse me. The rules of procedure say only one substitute motion is available per item.
Okay.
That's just, I think you could go back to an amendment at this time.
Okay, sure. I will go back to the amendment, which is to take the staff recommended action to place this ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures.
No, Mayor, that is not. The actual motion was mine for the workshops on page 2 to change Wichita City Council chambers to first floor boardroom.
So can I amend that? But I would need a second, right, for
Yes,
my amendment?
under the rules of procedure, amendments may clarify, be different than, may modify the original motion. So yes, under the rules of procedure as written, you can make that motion.
So I second the mayor's motion.
There's a motion and a second on an amendment to the original, which is actually to go back to the original recommended action that the city council place this ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures. And again, this is to move workshop to the chambers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I was just going to ask that. So a yay vote on this means that workshop is in chambers.
It's taking the green sheet action and the accompanying backup.
But I guess my question is I thought that, okay, so there was original, item, and then we have an amendment to it. Doesn't there have to be a significant change to the item for there to be considered amendment? Because it's just what was originally proposed. So that's why I'm confused.
Actually, the rules of procedure say the motion to amend can be modify, clarify, or take a different approach. So there's wide discretion on what the amendment can be. And if it happens to amend the motion to bring it back to the original item, I guess that's fine.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify. So again, just to make sure I understand, because it's been a long day, yay vote means that workshop would be in chambers.
And that's the intent of the mayor, just to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is correct. Is there any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second. And again, this vote, if it's a yes, is to move workshop over to where we're at currently, which is the council chambers. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion does not carry with a 5-2 vote. So now we go back to Councilmember Johnson's amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Councilmember Johnson has a motion and a second by Councilmember Hoheisel. Any further discussion? And again, a vote yes to this would keep workshop across the street or across the hallway, correct?
That's correct. I would also ask that we clarify that the first item, the regular meetings section, point 1.180, also say that workshop meetings shall be held in the first floor boardroom. That's in the regular meeting section, but it's in that first section. I think you'd want to say that as well, if that's your
Yes,
intent.
I would like to add
I'm
that.
just asking if that's your intent. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Okay. It's confusing because there were two references in different places, so.
We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion carries 5-2. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendment to Section 2.04.195 of the Code of the City of Wichita regarding City Council workshop meeting public agenda.
Good evening, members of the council, mayor. This item involves the order of business for workshop consent agenda meetings or consent agenda workshop meetings. And the order of business is currently set by ordinance, and it only provides for consent agenda to basically have the consent agenda and then a Board of Bids and Contracts report. We had direction from staff at the October workshop to bring back an ordinance for your consideration that would add a public agenda portion to the order of business for consent agenda workshop meetings. So what we've done is drafted an ordinance that would mirror the order of business at regular council meetings when it comes to a public agenda portion. And so the public agenda portion would be added in that consent workshop at the beginning of the meeting and would just be the same public agenda that currently exists in regular meeting order of business. And that is the ordinance that's been prepared. We'd recommend it's for your consideration to consider that ordinance amendment.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. There needs to be a change on page 1 of the actual ordinance number 52569, where
Okay.
it says that the workshops are on the fourth Tuesday of each month at 9:30.
Oh,
And
thank you.
We've changed it to 9 previously.
And that is,
In addition, would it be part of this ordinance that where we would add if an item's pulled off consent agenda item, that the public can speak to that item?
it would be part of this ordinance if that's the intent of the body.
Both things are simultaneously happening in this.
That could be in this, added to this ordinance.
It could be, or is it drafted?
It's not drafted to add that public comment for the individual items. It's only drafted to add the public agenda portion where you have the 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting.
I would offer an amendment that we also add public comment to if an item's pulled off the consent agenda item. Before debating it, I think the public should have the opportunity to have a say in it as well. So I would add an amended motion that we do public agenda portion would be as written. In addition to that, consent agenda items pulled off would have the opportunity for public comment and reflection of all new business items that come before the council.
That would be under subsection G of section 2 then, council member. I would suggest that's where it would belong. That
Take your
pulled items would be subject to public comment.
Okay, I'll take that suggestion.
Would that only be applicable to workshop/consent agenda days? Or would that also
Yes.
include regular meetings?
Yes, because this ordinance is discussing only consent agenda workshop meetings. If that's something you want to add to regular ordinance, the regular meetings, we could prepare an ordinance
Yeah.
for that at another time. It's today, we're just on this one?
Okay.
Is that the direction?
Yeah, I still want that direction.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have an opinion on this one. I think we have 15 opportunities in a month for public comment, and I don't think we need another half hour of public comment during the workshop. I'm not opposed if a item is pulled off the consent agenda to have public comment. Only if it's pulled off to have public comment. It's usually pretty mundane stuff that's on the consent agenda on the fourth Tuesday. Not very controversial. So I would not be in favor of having public comment. I think we do have a lot of opportunity for people to offer public comment on the first 3 Tuesdays of the week. So I think our frequent flyers would just come more, do more talking. So that's my opinion.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to say I appreciate Councilmember Glasscock's thought process on allowing public comment at a workshop meeting, because we haven't done that. I am supportive of that. I am not supportive of adding public comment to the consent agenda. We wouldn't need a consent agenda at that point. It'd be like everything else. So I am supportive of that. I'd actually like to offer a substitute motion to approve this ordinance with the amendment that Councilmember Glasscock made around the time, if 9 a.m., but not the public comment on consent agenda items.
I don't think we're there yet. Sorry, guys. It's still staff questions. Vice Mayor Ballard.
I would just echo Councilmember Johnson. I am fully in favor of public comment, but not on consent.
I see no further questions for staff, except for I do have a question. So for this, never mind, Councilmember Hoheisel.
It's not necessarily a question for staff. I'll wait until we come back for discussion.
Okay. Because there is now staff recommended action for a future meeting regarding consent agenda item discussion time, that was not written into this proposal, correct?
It was not.
So this proposal only deals with adding, for the first time ever, public comment during a workshop meeting, which is the fourth Tuesday of the month. Is this correct?
That is correct.
And again, this would mirror the exact same way that we do a city council meeting.
A regular meeting.
A regular city council meeting, where we will have the opportunity for up to 5 people to speak up to 5 minutes regarding any topic to address their elected officials. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment.
Name's Harlan Bascom, live in District 3, and just want to try to get clarification. We're not allowed to already comment on consent items during the meeting, so when are we allowed to address consent items? As earlier this morning or today, you had 5 or 6 items pulled off, but the public has no opportunity to question this council or staff as to whether or not they're for or against any of these consent items. And I agree, most of the time it's going to be pretty mundane. Most people aren't going to care. Most people don't come to the workshops. I come occasionally. But it's to not have that opportunity to ever be able to comment on consent items, I believe is wrong. Thank you.
I will ask a follow-up question for staff then. If we vote on this so that it's clean, and then the next, next meeting, can you bring forward Councilmember Glasscock's direction of providing public comment during consent agenda? So we have consent agenda, whether it's a regular meeting or a workshop meeting. And I think a lot of folks don't realize that none of the consent agenda items have been given the opportunity for public comment in the past. This is a new recommended action by Councilmember Glasscock. So Jennifer, can you tell us why in the past we've never had public comment for consent agenda items?
All I can say is the ordinance has been silent to it, and it's been the practice of the council. So those two things, the ordinance is silent. Consent agenda is designed for routine items. They do not usually merit a discussion, and certainly can be, but that is just the way the ordinance has been written, and it's been the practice. That's, I think, all I can add, unless someone else has other history to add. No, that's it.
Councilmember Glasscock.
And I would just add a clarification, not every consent agenda item, I think just the ones that this body feels important enough to pull off consent agenda item should be the ones we debate. If we feel that it's important enough that we want to debate it, I think the public should also have a say in that. So if we don't feel like it needs to be pulled off, then we can continue consent agenda items. So just be in regards to the ones pulled off of consent agenda.
Councilmember Johnston.
I would just like to point out that be aware that every time we add time to every meeting, it's staff time that's taken away from their other job. So we keep adding more burden to staff being here, and we have to be cognizant of that also.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I would also like to highlight, I can't remember how many years ago this was, we instituted a process where the mayor, vice mayor, and former vice mayor get an agenda 2 weeks out to actually look at the consent agenda and see what's important enough to pull. I would say if those three individuals find something that's worthy of pulling, they could do that and it would be subject to public comment. So I don't, again, think there's a need to add public comment to consent agenda just because we pull an item. If we pull something to highlight some amazing grant that we got, we're highlighting that. It's not necessarily saying we want to open that up to other people just saying how great that is. Again, if the mayor, vice mayor, and former vice mayor think it's worth pulling because the public may have some interest in it, I think it's our job to do that due diligence and pull that so that we can have public comment.
I will have a question for City Manager Layton now. The practice has been that, again, as Councilmember Johnson mentioned, only the mayor, vice mayor, and most recently vice mayor get an agenda 1 week prior. It's actually 1 week. I've never had it earlier than Tuesday before, 1 week before the actual council meeting. I have asked City Manager Layton to give us a preliminary agenda 2 weeks in advance so that, again, community can be informed of items that will be coming before, so that there is no need for just the mayor, vice mayor, and former vice mayor to get this information, and it actually backs it up by 1 additional week. So City Manager Layton, can you please address how we're going to do agenda review this upcoming Friday?
Yes, Mayor. Before I get to that, I just want to make clear that the policy on the mayor, vice mayor, and previous vice mayor reviewing the consent agenda came out of discussions by a previous council and a previous mayor specifically, who was concerned about criticism about items of importance getting buried on the consent agenda. So the idea was, by having 3 elected officials look at the agenda in advance, items could be moved to new business if there was any question about their importance. So that, again, that was council initiated, mayor initiated, and that's how the policy was established. Now, regarding your policy request, starting on this Friday, we will have our regular agenda review, and then there'll also be a preview agenda for, in this case, it'll be the 19th, the meeting of the 19th. There will not be a lot of information because we'll still be working on the reports, but it will have all the items that are scheduled for review, with the understanding that it's still a work in progress. There may be items pulled off. In all likelihood, we'll probably not allow items to be added unless there's an emergency purpose, because that way, I think your intent is to have as much advance notice as possible.
So again, we are going to have an agenda review this Friday.
Agenda review and an agenda preview, yes. I know some of you will be gone. It's on the calendar, and I didn't get a request to pull it off or to reschedule. We can easily reschedule it if a majority of the council wants that.
You are correct that we don't have a council meeting next Tuesday because a majority of this council will be in Tampa for the National League of Cities. So this was, again, an idea to have the preview agenda, which means 2 weeks out agenda, will now be public for the whole community to see, not just privy to the mayor, vice mayor, and former vice mayor. This actually increases transparency.
Yeah, Mayor, I misspoke. What we had talked about in the procedures that I shared with all of you in the draft form is that when we would not normally have an agenda review, and I appreciate the correction, normally we would not have an agenda review because we don't have a council meeting next Tuesday. What we had provided for was a copy of the preview agenda would be provided to council members on that Friday, and it would be posted online, so it would be available to the public. So that would not be a meeting. I'm sorry, I've got my dates mixed up.
So media will be able to have that as well as community?
Correct.
So again, this will no longer be just the mayor, vice mayor, and former vice mayor getting information beforehand, correct?
Yes, but I will still, and unless you change your policy, I will still present something to you on a more finalized agenda the following week, just so the council can, the three of you can determine whether something should be moved to off the consent onto new business. If you want to change your policy, that's great. I mean, I'll follow whatever policy the council wants in that review process.
I would like greater transparency. Yeah. The whole point is that I think that community wants to know what will be discussed next week and 2 weeks from now. And obviously next week we won't have a city council meeting, but we will have a council meeting on November 19th. And so this is an opportunity for community to see a preview of the agenda this upcoming Friday, no council meeting next Tuesday, and then next Friday, so the week of November, what day is that? On November 15th, November 8th, November 15th rather, I'm so sorry. November 15th, we'll have an agenda review, a formal one, where you will discuss in full detail the November 19th meeting, as well as preview the November 26th consent/workshop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Always in support of transparency, but one thing I just heard is concerning, and that is once this 2-week agenda is shared, and it won't be modified unless it's an emergency. And I just feel like that's going to lead to some problems going forward if we need to be flexible or nimble and add something that maybe isn't an emergency but should be added or could help speed up a process. Folks may say that we are trying to deceive them, and I think the process that we have is good enough with the mayor, vice mayor, and former vice mayor, as long as we are reading through the email and agenda and know what's coming up. We're making sure that we're doing our due diligence to ask the city manager to remove something from consent agenda and put it on the public agenda. If we commit to something 2 weeks out and things change or something needs to get pulled, that begins to cause some other questions, I believe, publicly around transparency. Also, the additional burden on our staff with coming up with that. When I was elected, I used to ask for having our packets on Tuesday or Wednesday before a Thursday evening, and just seeing all the work that goes into putting up this whole suitcase we got today for a meeting. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and continuing to ask to bump that up farther and farther out, I think is going to be a challenge for our team, and it may work great for a few weeks or a few months, but the first time that agenda needs to change or things start getting pulled, and then the folks who tend to be skeptical begin to say we're trying to hide something or change things, I think it just brings an additional burden on us that we really don't need. Again, if we're looking, mayor, vice mayor, former vice mayor, reading through the agenda when you get it, that agenda's changed a few times. I'm not in that group anymore, but I've seen it where something's presented or it's not the final version, and the manager might need to move it to another meeting. Like those things, I think we should retain the flexibility to do. So I'm interested to see what this Friday looks like, but I think overall policy discussion as a body, I think we're in a good space with mayor, vice mayor, former vice mayor looking through the agenda, figuring out what will be of greater public interest to pull from consent and put on the regular agenda.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, is it policy that when one of us would like for staff to look into something or give direction, that we need 4 votes to continue to move forward with giving the direction? I hope I'm explaining that right.
That's a difficult question. If you're asking, I mean, what we're talking about today in terms of the mayor, vice mayor, former vice mayor, that's a council established policy.
I just mean in general.
Yeah,
there's a lot of direction that's being given, but maybe it's not the will of, 4 of us, so it takes a lot of staff time to draw up, up different things. I hope I'm explaining it as well as it's working in my head.
Well, the form doesn't work if council members can't ask for work, for projects or for us to do research. And so, we're here to serve the council in that regard. And it may be that it leads to a policy discussion at the council table that, there's a difference of opinion among council members, but we staff all of you, and the idea is to, even if one council member says, I need some information, to try to provide that. The ordinance provides for council approval of significant projects that would require a significant amount of staff time. I've never invoked that in the time that I've been here, because it creates a little difficulty, and I think it becomes an issue that then council members will say, well, others are getting the information and I feel like I'm being blocked out. So we're trying to give everybody equal access to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just have a very logistical question. I'm getting texts from people. I don't have agenda review on my calendar for this Friday.
I misspoke.
Okay.
I corrected myself after, yeah.
So if I can just take the next step, so no agenda review at 11, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I still have on my calendar, and I was gonna ask about this, but not here, but while we're here, at 11:30, we have monthly department director updates to council. Is that canceled as well?
It will be, because I don't know that we'll have a majority of the council members. We don't traditionally do that unless we have a regular workshop.
That's exactly right.
I mean,
So-
a regular agenda review.
Yeah, no, I got you. I was tracking with you.
Yep.
So on Friday then, no agenda review and no monthly department director updates.
Right, and that was a mistake in our scheduling.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll ask a clarification question. So while we may not physically be here for an agenda review as it has been canceled for Friday, we will get a preview agenda for the November 19th meeting. Is that correct?
That will be emailed to all of you, and there'll be one posted online on the city's website.
By Friday?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if we can thread the needle here a little bit on the preview. I have heard from some staff members about some extra burden that 2 weeks out puts on them. But at the same time, I also recognize the public's desire to kind of know what's coming down the pipeline early. So I wonder if there could be something more generalized about this is what we're going to be talking about without necessarily all the background paperwork that goes into it. That can be added as staff adds to it. So again, I agree, because thinking about it from the public side, I do like to know what's coming down the pipeline. But at the same time, you know, we saw today, and that's very tough on a lot of staff members to get that ready to go. So I think there's a nice middle road here as far as giving the public transparency, letting them know what's coming down, but also not tying ourselves to any potential changes that might happen at the last minute, or just stressing staff out. We got to get this done, you know, a week ahead of what we usually would. So just my thoughts.
If I could respond, it really leads to a significant amount of work just the first time you do it. And in this case, this date, the mayor and I had talked about it, this date is in a lull period, right? We're not staffing for another agenda. I do believe we can do a better job of pre-planning. I mean, as it was, I think I told many of you, 7 new business items were removed from this as I got the first draft of an agenda and said, I know I've got a lot of projects or a lot of items on here that have deadlines, so they have to stay on. But I mean, I don't think any of us want 14 new business items on
We
the
got
agenda.
5.5 hours left, Bob. I mean, let's just plow through it all, right?
I mean, so I think it does help us in terms of pre-planning. I understand the transparency part of it, but just in terms of running the city's business, utilizing your time and staff time appropriately, I think we're going to try to balance workflow a little bit as well. I think the only concern that I've had, I've expressed to the mayor, is similar to what Councilmember Johnson said, and that is trying to be a little bit fluid and recognizing that there could be a change in business needs from the time the preliminary agenda goes out to when the final agenda comes to you before agenda review. And as long as there's an understanding that we're doing the best we can in projecting and that there still may be some things that could pop up, I discourage last minute items because 9 times out of 10, that's where our mistakes come, is when we're pushing deadlines and trying to get something cranked out fast or quickly. So I think from a business standpoint, this probably shouldn't be too disruptive. It's change, and I have to internally manage the change, so.
Good luck,
Councilmember-
everybody.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, I appreciate this robust discussion, and I'm glad that we're having that today. Just to make it clean, we're talking about a lot of other stuff now, and it's not necessarily the public agenda aspect, and so I would move.
I need to close public agenda first. We never close public agenda. No one else from the public would like to speak, so now we can bring it back to the bench.
Thank you, Mayor. With a motion that the City Council place the ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures as presented with the amendment of item number 1A, where 9:30 be changed to 9 a.m.
Second.
Excuse me, the clerk has a comment.
Mayor, so Councilmember Glasscock, you already made an amended motion. It wasn't seconded, but then Councilmember Johnson made a substitute motion to it, and Vice Mayor Ballard seconded it. So we have that on the board right now.
Correct. That's the motion before us at the time.
Yeah, my motion included something that wasn't a part of this, so I withdraw my motion.
Okay. We now have let's start off. There are no longer any motions that are active, correct?
Okay.
Councilmember Glasscock.
So now I move that the City Council place the ordinance on first read and authorize the necessary signatures as presented with the change of item 1A, 9:30 to be 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion and a second. There's discussion by Councilmember Tuttle.
Just to make sure I know exactly what we're doing, I'm sorry. But so by voting yay on this, we will allow public comment at the beginning of workshop meetings, just like we do at City Council, the 3 first Tuesday City Council meetings. But we are not changing it so that you can have, that we would have public comment on when an item is pulled from consent, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item number 6 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 7 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 8 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 9 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 10 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 11 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 12 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 13 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council. Item number 14 is an ordinance to amend the city ordinance to provide for the establishment of a city council.
CON 2024-34, the zone change request in the city from SF5 Single Family Residential District to LC Limited Commercial District located on the southeast corner of West 29th Street North and North Salina Avenue, 961 West 29th Street North.
Hello, good evening. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. This is an item that you've heard before. This item is, as you heard, for rezoning from SF5 Single Family to LC Limited Commercial District. It's being heard today because the District Advisory Board and the Planning Commission recommendations are different, and also because the City Council deferred this item in order to provide additional opportunity for the DAB to consider this case and to have the applicant present. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated they're requesting the zoning change in order to match the zoning of nearby properties and to expand options for development of the subject site. The site is located, as you can see here, to the south and west of the intersection of Woodland Avenue and 29th Street North. It is approximately just under half an acre in size and developed with a vacant church or office building. In terms of the context, properties to the north across 29th are zoned LC and SF5 and developed with a vacant commercial building and a single-family house. The commercial property is owned by the same applicants for this application. Property to the south is zoned SF5, developed with a single-family house. Property to the east is zoned SF5 and is undeveloped. Property to the west is zoned LC and developed with a restaurant. A staff report provides information about development standards and landscaping requirements. In terms of review, on August 8th, the Planning Commission held the public hearing for this item and recommended approval of the zone change request to limited commercial district. That vote was 9-1. No members of the public spoke on this item. On August 12th, the District Advisory Board reviewed the request and recommended denial of the application. That vote was 6-1. In the motion to deny the request, one of the DAB members cited the golden factor that the requested zoning would detrimentally affect the character of the neighborhood. A couple of notes on this is that representatives for the new property owner, because there was a property sale for this property during the zoning case, the representatives for the new property owner was not present at that DAB meeting, and no members of the public spoke on the item. No protests were received against the case. On September 10th, City Council heard the request. The action of the City Council was to defer it to today's date in order to provide an opportunity for the DAB to hear the case again. This would serve as another opportunity for the applicant to attend the DAB meeting. On October 14th, the DAB reviewed the request and recommended denial 9-0. The applicant was present at the meeting and did not specify what the intended uses were for the property, which which in the DAB conversation became a highlight for why they recommend denial of the zone change request. So in terms of the recommendation coming to you from the Planning Commission is that the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and adopt the requested zone change, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the City Clerk to publish the ordinance after approval. That requires 4 of 7 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and deny the requested zone change. That would require 5 of 7 votes. Likewise, you can also override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and approve the zoning change to NR Neighborhood Retail District. It would require 5 of 7 votes. Or as always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration. That requires a simple majority of 4 or 7 votes. And just a quick note, the public hearing for this item occurred at the Planning Commission meeting. And with that, I'll take you through some of the graphics just real quick. Here's the aerial showing the site. Here's the zoning map. You can see that there are areas of red, which is LC zoning, as well as areas in white, which is SF5 single-family zoning. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan. It's kind of faded out, but it's recommending, appears to be residential in that area. Here's the site plan that was submitted as part of the application. It reflects what's already developed on the site. Here's the protest map. Again, 0 protests received for this one. Photos of the site. This is looking at the subject site. The yellow building is what's developed on the site. This is looking at some of the neighboring properties. Here's the subject site right here. Across the street, looking across the street to the north. Back to the aerial. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? I see none. Planning agenda items do not get any public comment. So we will bring it back to the bench, and this resides in Vice Mayor Ballard's district.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to override the MAPC and deny the requested zone change. In support of this motion, I offer the following findings. The proposed rezoning is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan Wichita Future Growth Concept Map, which recommends residential in this location. Also, allowing the types of commercial uses permitted in the LC district would likely have detrimental effects to nearby residential properties.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion carries 5-2. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Combined public hearing, 2025 annual agency plan, 2025 to 2029 PHA plan, and 2025 to 2029 capital fund grant 5-year action plan estimate.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department for the record, and I promise it's my last time. The item I have for you now is the 5-year and annual plan. So public housing authorities are required to prepare an annual agency plan, but then every 5 years we also have to create a 5-year plan. Similar to earlier this year on the community development side was the approval of the 5-year consolidated plan as well as an annual plan. So we just get hit with both of those in the same year. The Wichita Housing Authority currently has 307 units of public housing that it's in the process of disposing, and 3,480 housing choice vouchers, including the emergency housing vouchers and mainstream vouchers. Our jurisdiction for the Housing Choice Voucher Program includes all of Sedgwick County, Butler County, and Harvey County outside of the city of Newton. And the PHA plan documents include the method of rent determination, general operating policies and procedures, and a statement of capital improvements. The schedule, we have to have an at least 45-day public review and comment period, started on September 11th, 2024 through today. We have to hold a resident advisory meeting, which was held on September 12th, the combined public hearing today, and we have till Friday to get this submitted to HUD. So some of our accomplishments over the last 5 years. So we continuously promote self-sufficiency. So we've had 384 family self-sufficiency participants in the last 5 years with 48 graduates by the end of 2024, and 17 of those have become first-time home buyers. 28 housing choice voucher and public housing clients have participated in the individual and family development program in the last 3 years. In the Way to Work program in 2024, we averaged 137 youth in age-appropriate jobs. And our emergency housing voucher program has been fully utilized since 2022, and we had one of the highest utilization percentages in the country. So we were awarded 142 emergency housing vouchers, and in less than a year, all of them were being used. There are many housing authorities across the country still haven't used all of their emergency housing vouchers. Our Foster Youth to Independence program assisted housing 14 young adults who have aged out of the foster care system, who were experiencing homelessness, and we applied for and received an additional 20 in the last year, vouchers for that population. The Housing Choice Voucher Homeless Preference enabled 370 people to secure permanent housing from homelessness. And our Housing Choice Voucher program conducted landlord outreach in combination with the Coalition to End Homelessness in Wichita, Sedgwick County, the Shelter Plus Care program, and Housing First at the Wichita Housing Conference in April of 2024. Our 2025 goals are to expand the affordable housing supply, maintain good housing management scores, maintain high housing choice voucher utilization, strengthen the family self-sufficiency program, increase economic sustainability, continue to get HUD approval for the repositioning of our public housing single-family units, and intentionally advocate and market for fair housing in our community. We receive a separate funding stream of capital funds for the public housing units. This is an estimate of what we think we will get in 2025 based on the 2024 award, and just breaks that down. We are 25% goes to operation, 10% administration, fees, costs. And because we're in the process of disposing of those units, the majority of this is related to rehab, demo, and relocation expenses for those units. Some proposed changes in our Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan. We are proposing the addition of an additional local preference to the Housing Choice Voucher waiting list for those foster youth to independence participants that have are engaged in, or complete the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. This is where I think HUD gets it wrong. Those are vouchers specifically for youth aged 18 to 24 who've come through the foster care system. And they say we can only assist them for 3 years. Right? And I'm sorry, that's a group of individuals that telling them get your stuff together in 3 years is really, really challenging. And so this preference would allow them to get a preference on our regular waiting list if they're engaged in family self-sufficiency and engaged or have completed that, so that they don't necessarily lose their assistance simply because the foster youth to independence voucher expires in 3 years. Also, we are implementing all guidance related to our required use of the small area fair market rents. And we've updated our repayment policy to require a 10% down payment and the application of potential utility assistance payments towards debt and the elimination of the 40% cap. So when someone fails to report all of their income and we find out about it, we are required to go back and charge the family for the extra assistance they've received. This is an adjustment to that repayment agreement policy. Under the old policy, didn't require anything down, and had a provision in it that if their payment for the rent plus this repayment exceeded 40%, that they wouldn't be required to pay it until that changed. Well, people have gamed that system and said, well, I'll just stop working, and then I don't have to pay it back. So this will definitely encourage people to pay it back in order to continue their assistance. And then the last item is the incorporation of mandatory housing opportunities through Modernization Act policies, we call HOPMA. So Congress passed that legislation in 2016, and we are still awaiting final regulation guidance coming from HUD. It was supposed to be implemented January 1st, 2024. HUD pushed that to 2025. Now they're pushing it even further because their systems aren't ready, but we had to put those policies in the administrative plan. Our proposed changes to the admissions and continued occupancy policy, that's the policy that governs over the public housing program, is just the incorporation of those mandatory HOPMA policies. There is no impact to the general fund. HUD requires that we hold a public hearing to allow community comments on the proposed 5-year and annual plans and the 5-year capital fund program and annual budget. We did, as I said, we held the resident advisory board meeting in September. We invited every housing choice voucher and public housing participant to participate in a virtual meeting to discuss the plan. We had about 16 people actually log into the meeting to participate. None of their feedback was related to the plan. It was all specific questions they asked about their cases. So it's recommended that the Wichita Housing Authority Board close the combined public hearing, approve the 2025-2029 PHA 5-year plan, the 2025 annual plan, the 2025-2029 capital fund 5-year action plan, and the 2025 budget, and authorize the necessary signatures to certify the documents for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sally. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just stalling here. Go for the record. I have a couple of questions specifically about the foster care. So 14 who have, that's a pretty low number considering the thousands of kids we have in foster care in the state. Are there barriers that we're not seeing, or why are more not applying?
So the foster youth to independence vouchers requires, we have an MOU with the Department of Children and Families. We can ask for up to 25 vouchers for that population per fiscal year, but we have to receive the names of referrals from the Department of Children and Families before we can make the ask to HUD. And so we've had some struggles getting referrals from DCF. Now, we did a major adjustment to the MOU this year, so I'm hoping this is going to change. And we've brought into the fold the Wichita Children's Home, and DCF has actually agreed to refer folks if Wichita Children's Home identifies them and person states that they came from foster care, they get referred up to DCF, who can then confirm it, and then they make the referral with Wichita Children's Home providing the case management. So that's only been in play for about 3 months, but we did getting 20 names, and we requested to HUD, and we got the 20 extra vouchers. We were very happy because we'd been clamoring, send us the names, send us the names. So we're hoping to see a better referral process, as well as stronger case management for those youth.
If it's going through that program, is that something that you can only do when you're 18 or younger, or if you're a 20-year-old who had gone through foster care?
They have to be 18 to 24, under the age of 24, at the time they're referred.
Okay.
So
they can go through the referral process.
and then they can come through the program. And then we try to connect them with the Family Self-Sufficiency Program right away, because I see that group as having tremendous potential, that if we can connect them to job training skills, and then they can earn escrow and go through, get stabilized, that's the biggest win for us.
Now, the governor recently did some changes. I think they extended DCF care benefits up until they're 24. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Is that factor into this at all? Does that help us out at all?
It does, in that sometimes we end up, what was happening before is DCF could only provide case management until someone was 21, unless they were enrolled for secondary education. So we would be scrambling as a community to try and replace that case management for those after they turn 21. Now we're, with the expansion up through 2024, it allows them to provide case management for a longer period of time. But we're also trying to work collaboratively, because sometimes it takes more than one person or one agency providing that case management. Never hurts to try and identify other resources that might fit an individual's needs.
Okay, so are the people in the foster care program, do they jump to the head of the line with the housing choice vouchers, or it's just a whole separate?
It's a whole separate set of vouchers, yes. So those are the only ones those, VASH are also, the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing are a whole separate funding stream. So those are the only vouchers we've been issuing since May.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Not sure if this matters or not, because it's just a clerical error on the green shirt or green sheet.
The 2025?
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
It was a typo.
Can you reiterate the foster care system vouchers? So every year we can get up to 25 vouchers. How many did we get last year and the year before that? Because I feel like we should be maximizing the 25.
Oh, I agree with you. So as far as goes back to 2019. So in 2019, we had gotten 9 referrals. The rules in 2019 were different, so that once a client no longer used their voucher, whether they got through their 3 years or they terminated from the program for violations, that voucher went away, and we couldn't reissue it. In 2020, the program changed. And allows us to, once one's given up, we can issue it to another qualifying person. We got 5 vouchers in that year. And then we didn't receive referrals from 2020 until 2024, even though we kept asking for them. Yes. So in 2024, they sent us 20 names. We asked for 20 vouchers, and probably within 5 weeks of the ask, we had the vouchers.
So you're telling me over the last 4 years, we left on the table 100 vouchers?
Potentially.
That's concerning also, as we talk about the foster care system and our youth that experience homelessness. Many of them are, the rising number of individuals are coming from the age group of foster care kiddos who are aging out of the system, and the second one is our 65 and older Wichitans. And so if those are the two that are driving the number of individuals facing homelessness up, that concerns me that 100 individuals could have been impacted throughout these last 4 years, and they were not.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Agreed.
Sally. Thanks for what you do. We will now open it up for public comment.
I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will be happy to move this item. I move that the Wichita Housing Authority Board close the combined public hearing on the Wichita Housing Authority 2025 Annual Agency Plan, 2025 to 2029 5-year PHA Strategic Plan, the 2025 Capital Fund Program 5-year Action Plan, approve the plans and estimated capital fund grant budget, and authorize necessary signatures to certify the documents for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Approval of travel for Councilmember Tuttle to attend the Governor's Conference, The Future of Water in Kansas, November 13th through 14th in Manhattan, Kansas, for the purpose of representing the city. The conference is held for the purpose of collaboration. The estimated amount for hotel, travel, and meals is $469. This is paid through the general fund.
I move to approve Councilmember Tuttle's travel to attend the Governor's Conference, The Future of Water in Kansas, November 13th through 14th in Manhattan for the purpose of representing the city. The conference is held for the purpose of collaboration. The estimated amount for travel, hotel, and meals is $469, and this is paid for through the general fund.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Councilmember appointments and comments.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to go on for 12 minutes so we get the record here. But no. No, I would like to appoint Stephanie Nix to the CRB, the Citizens Review Board. She has cleared the necessary background check. She can be appointed. I guess I'm not going to go on for 12 minutes.
So we have Councilmember Johnston with a board recommendation, and I have one too. I move to approve Councilmember Dalton Glasscock to the Wichita Art Museum Board as the representative of the City Council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Now it's council member comments. Any comments or events that are coming up that you want community to know about? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Unfortunately, earlier today, I was going to encourage everybody to go vote, but it is now 7 o'clock. So if you are watching on YouTube and you are in line, stay in line so you can vote. I hope everybody voted today. Did not expect to be here until the polls closed, but hope everybody voted and did their part.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're 8 minutes away from tying this record. So I'm going to go ahead and read off the Declaration of Independence. I just want to make sure we're not, no? Okay, I also want to say it's election day. I know passions fly around this. In the end, we are all brothers and sisters. We are all Americans. We are all fellow human beings. So whatever the outcome of the elections, please remember that. Regardless of your political ideology, I've met people, great people on both sides and horrible people on both sides of political ideologies. So just remember who we are and what brings us together. And also to all the candidates out there, my first time as a candidate, it was scary as heck. But you guys did a service regardless of your position because you brought brought the subject out to the people and the issues out to the people so we can discuss it. So I'd like to thank the candidates who have been running as well, just participating in democracy. So 7 minutes short, so go ahead and take it home, JV.
Councilmember Johnston.
There's 4 more on the board, so. No, I stood in line for an hour and 20 minutes to vote on Saturday, anticipating that we'd have a long meeting and probably not be able to vote, which I was correct. So I would just like to thank the workers at the polls. They had some really long days, and they had great attitudes every time. And every time a new voter would register, or a first-time voter, everybody would clap, and it was pretty cool. So I appreciate their efforts, and see what happens.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to remind everybody at 6 o'clock on Thursday, at the Kansas Leadership Center, we're having another parking meeting. Also, the Veterans Day Parade is this weekend. Also, Councilmember Glasscock and I are having a breakfast this weekend and a rubber cleanup on Sunday from 8 to noon.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Excited to host my breakfast with Vice Mayor Ballard. Thank you for mentioning that's 9:30 at Oxford Vista for the 24 people still watching. And then I just want to say I appreciate all of you, and this is democracy, and as much as voting across the street. The conversations we had today are what this is about, and we all care. I like all of you. I think we're all friends, and this is, I think, what's beautiful about America and what's happening across the street tonight. Counting ballots also is.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Also, thank you, Councilmember Glasscock. I heard that you were cooking for you all's breakfast, so that should be good. I just wanted to piggyback on Councilmember Hoheisel. Forgot to say it earlier. I always want to shout out everyone's teams to help them run for office. Those folks work sometimes harder than the candidate, 13, 14-hour days, making sure people get talked to just so one of us can get in and represent people. So everybody out there working for some campaign, appreciate all your help to try to get someone you believe in office and make the change that you want to see in this world.
Thank you all very much. I move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. 4-3.